Hello and welcome to LNAudioBooks. Please subscribe and leave your suggestions and favorite novels on this channel. Thank you so much, and please enjoy the light novel. Volume 5 of The Eighth Sun. Are you kidding me? Interlude 21. First exploration of the demon forest. Luispoff. It's a peculiar forest. What's this plant with its thorny leaves? Burkhardt. Today the leader of our party, Dragon Busters, isn't Vol. There are various adult circumstances, or should I rather say that Vol is running about maneuvering to dispose of his blood-related Anasan, which is, by Vol's words, for the sake of avoiding future ruin. Though it might this way sound like Vol is a cruel person, it's not an unusual story for nobles. It's something you will easily understand if you look at those Ruckner brothers. Besides, I didn't admire the attitude of that Anasan either. No matter how reluctant he is to bow his head to his younger brother, he is a failure as noble at the moment he is unable to do so, I think. For that reason, Vol is in the middle of making free use of magic to work on taking down that Anasan. In the morning he sent us with magic to the entrance of the demon forest for an exploration. He is working very hard at cultivating new land, digging irrigation channels, improving the soil and developing fertilizer. However, I can't see this as very profitable for the maneuvering to get rid of Anasan. He made a cultivated land area and a splendid farm village in the savage lands, which were until now impossible to exploit. He has even opened a shop for new employees, who are interested in immigration. This seems to have surprised the populace of the Bourmester territory. Me as well. When I heard this story from Elise. If Wendlin-sama helped out in the development of the territory, this territory would possess hope for the future. Everyone is saying this. Elise is working at the church instead of Meister-sama, who is the only priest in the Bourmester territory. I'm told that Meister-sama apparently has a bad back. Currently he is in a state of being unable to rise from his bed. It looks like Elise applied healing magic, but it doesn't have much of an effect due to Meister-sama's advanced age. Although the symptoms are slowly alleviating, there is no other choice but to rely on his own recovery afterwards. It becomes difficult for healing magic to show its effect in high age. It's a regretful situation. Elise, I remember that at the time Vol came to visit, Meister-sama was talking about his too old age while laughing. And Elise had become a temporary substitute priestess. However, that seems to show a frightening degree of prosperity for the church. It's not like the fief's population has suddenly awoken to faith, though it's also not like people come to observe just because Elise is cute. The biggest reason was Elise's healing magic. Elise-sama, our child has a fever. Villager 1, I've ended up cutting my arm during the reclamation work last week. Villager 2, I have a bone fracture because I fell from a tree. Villager 3, since it's a territory that hasn't something like a doctor, they treated all injuries and illnesses with folk remedies, but Elise can heal those in an instant with healing magic. It doesn't look like the fief's population knows that she is called Saint of Hohenheim in the capital. As they can receive treatment during our stay, they are all flooding in on her in turns. Because Elise is a nice person, she heals them without refusing those who come to her. Furthermore, she didn't accept things like donations as substitute for payment at all. However, it seems that she has been accepting things like a bit of food. As expected of Wendlin-sama's wife. Villager 1, Elise-sama, thank you very much. Villager 2, although it is a replacement for a reward, I picked some vegetables today. Villager 3, everyone is thanking Elise as if she were a goddess. The reputation of Vol, who is her fiancé, goes up as well. Of course, that won't mean that Anasan will be happy about that. Since Elise is in danger, the guards besides Wilma were increased as well. However, even the feudal lord, Vol's father, considers it to be dangerous to make a move on Elise. Everyone is thinking that all of it will be fine if Vol succeeds as feudal lord. It's awfully humid. It's the southern tip after all. Louise, is that the only reason, I wonder? Well, there's no choice but to leave Vol's situation alone for now. Seeing us off in the morning and picking us up in the evening, Vol seemed to like the engineering magic one way or the other as well. Ahahaha tilde. The farms are growing. The improvement of the soil is going well too tilde. Wendlin, he's getting strangely crazy about it. However, I heard from Sometimes men go nuts over quite incomprehensible things. The gigantic stone is obstructing the completely square paddy field. I have to remove it forcefully. Wendlin. A stump of an old tree. I will break it and turn it into fertilizer. Wendlin. Although he tried to seriously face off against an unmoving obstacle, I wasn't able to understand it even a little. For that reason Vil won't be of any help in fights for a while. As replacement, Burkhardt-sama is joining us in the exploration. He loses to Vil in regards to the amount of mana. But since he is an experienced magician, who can use diverse spells, he is someone you can rely on with a peace of mind. Burkhardt. And although Burkhardt-san was important, he looked at the old book he brought along, and nodded absorbed in his own world with a, Burkhardt-san? My bad. Burkhardt. Due to being called out by Burkhardt-san apologizes while facing this way. That book is? Blue eyes. I borrowed it from Master Burkhardt. The hobby of Margrave Brithilda-sama, who is Burkhardt-sama's, mine and Ina's lord, was to collect antiquarian books. As I have seen the Ichi novel, we were loaned previously, I don't feel like particularly inquiring about the genres. At any rate, if it's antique and valuable, he seems to feel an unequaled attachment. It is a bit rude to say this, but I think he's a bit eccentric. That book, what kind of book is it? The title is, Illustrated Monster and Produce Encyclopedia. Burkhardt. With it being a quite old book, it is apparently listing monsters, who are living in monster domains, and the produce, that can be harvested from there, with illustrations. In addition it also explains the monster's attack patterns, weak points and things like the parts, that are usable or can be eaten. It is appearing to be quite detailed, but it's also a book with a problem. A part of it is introducing monsters and produce I didn't even see yet. Burkhardt. Although it's written quite detailed, it's nothing but monsters no one has seen before. That part has been called their half-fiction illustrated book, of this illustrated encyclopedia. However, this thorny leaves plant mentioned in here is apparently southern fern. Burkhardt. This illustrated encyclopedia, which has even detailed records of things like insects, fishes and plants characteristic to monster domains, is mentioning this tog on a single page among those as well. Then, is it possibly? Blue eyes. Although we are exploring the huge demon forest splitting it into 3 parts currently, it's something that is surely occupying the sea at the southern tip of the Savage Lands. The expeditionary force, which entered the center, didn't discover other monster domains or anything especially different either. Even so, in the western part, we entered today, our group saw arbor and vegetation growing in abundance, we didn't encounter so far. Also, in addition to this southern fern, a large amounts of plants was overgrowing as if piling up on each other. Are there undiscovered monsters or such? Since those are remaining in the illustrated encyclopedia, there might have been adventurers, who came here long ago. Burkhardt. There is no way to confirm it, but I also believe that such possibility exists, or, even at another location, there might be places with similar vegetation and the monster as in this forest. It was proven that this illustrated encyclopedia is no fiction. Well, yay. But, Burkhardt. But what? Burkhardt-san answers Ina's question by turning his view in a certain direction. Anything in this forest is huge. Burkhardt. Certainly. Burkhardt-san as well as Ina were lost for words due to the gigantic trees bearing a large amount of fruits similar to yellow crescent moons. In any case, one of those has around the same height as me. It seems to be a fruit called banana. Blue eyes. Once I looked into the illustrated encyclopedia. The explanation of the fruit, which is called banana, was written down alongside an illustration. As plant native in the south, it is a yellow fruit with a length of around 20 centimeters, which is appearing in a large bundle. First off, I think the size is incorrect. Burkhardt. It's weird, isn't it? Blue eyes. As Burkhardt-san says, to begin with this banana was wrong if compared with the entry in this illustrated encyclopedia. Or rather, only the size is wrong. It's because it is a monster domain. You can say that one will hit upon absurdities that are unimaginable at other regions. However, it is real. Burkhardt. In monster domains there are many places with dense mana, which is the source of magical power, and this place here is such spot. Even in case the monsters became large, it was thanks to that dense mana. However, if they are this large, they will yield big profits, right? Well, that's how it is. Burkhardt. Even though it's an exploration, it doesn't mean that we can't hunt and gather. With it being necessary to give a present to Vil as well, we begin the harvesting of those bananas. Also, in addition, there are actually fruits called mango, durian, and such with an overall length of around 1 meter. Isn't this a coffee fruit? Blue eyes. That's right, Burkhart. It's a coffee fruit, which is large to the degree that I can't even hold it with both hands, though a large quantity of those grew on a big tree in front of us. If it's this big, it will be difficult to roast the bin. Blue eyes. It doesn't seem to be the case. Burkhart. Chewing on the actual flesh of the coffee fruit, Burkhartson confirmed that the size of the seed part to be roasted hasn't changed to that extent. In reverse, you can say, it's also difficult to harvest the seed for the sake of making coffee. Coffee is being cultivated in a part of region more southern than the territory of Brithhilda, but because of its low amount and its demand by shops like cafes, its price is close to 10 times that of mate. By the way, because black tea is a drink made by fermented mate, it's not that expensive. At best the price is about twice that of mate. It's slightly sour, but you can also eat the fruit. Burkhart. Really? It's the first time I heard that. Blue eyes. Actually, the cut-up coffee I received from Burkhart-san had a bit sourness, but it was sweet and delicious. This is also a present for Vil. Blue eyes. That's right. If it's that boy, he will like the unusual food. Burkhart. Certainly. His obsession with food goes as far as being abnormal. He demonstrated a lot of it even at the time of our stay in the capital. This is disgusting. Wendlin. It's the shop of a royal purveyor. Wendlin. I don't care whose purveyor they are, disgusting things are disgusting. Wendlin. Vil bluntly states his likes and dislikes of food, but he is always able to eat food he has seen for the first time. If it suits him, he will try to obtain it even if it costs a large amount of money. In the capital there are things like his favorite restaurant, cafe, confectionery shop, fish dealer, butcher, grain store, grocery store, etc. The shops, which have been receiving his favor, named themselves as Purveyor of the Dragon-Slaying Hero shops. However, Vil doesn't go to any kind of shop which puts up a purveyor signboard, because he doesn't like that. Also, sometimes he cooks himself. He has a rough way of handling the kitchen knife and the taste is somewhat strong, but he makes large quantities. I don't know where he received his teachings from, but he makes unique meals I haven't eaten so far. Especially, fried chicken, and deep-fried food, were popular items, I think. One day Vil said, "I'm going to cook," and entered the kitchen. Occasionally that was a normal scene, but that day he emitted more fighting spirit than usual. When I went to peep, he started with fermenting the meat of helmeted guinea fowl with magic and furthermore made the meat with another spell tender. If it was a professional chef or a family's housewife, it would take time and labor to cut the tendons of the meat with a thin cutlery and soak those in the juices of ginger and figs. For Vil it's convenient because he has magic, I think. Honestly, I believe people who use magic for such things are Next the processed meat was soaked in a seasoning liquid, made out of the juice of ginger and sugar with the usual soy sauce, so that the flavor permeated into the meat. In addition, Vil deep-fried it with oil at high temperature after applying a starch that is called dogtooth violet starch. Also, as garment, I will cool it in a previously prepared blend of something like oil, rice, egg and a small dose of wheat flour, besides the dogtooth violet starch. He said, frying twice is justice, or such, but I wasn't able to comprehend why Vil is this fussy. Even for Elise it was at the level of tilting her head to the side and saying, despite Wendlin Sama's cooking ability not being so good either, it's a mystery since he often knows about methods of making unique meals for some reason. And then, this starch is called dogtooth violet starch. However, with it being a starch, Vil suddenly made himself by using potatoes as ingredient. Elise used it to create thickness in things like soups as well. Also Vil recommended to feed patients in churches, clinics and such with this starch mixed with salt and sugar dissolved in boiling water. If it's done this way, apparently even patients, who have difficulties with swallowing, can have the nutritions of normal food. I believe the church has many people thinking about things like economic activity besides donations. But in fact there are many branch churches in the countryside raising their operational funds by selling self-brewed alcohol. As it actually showed results, the church acquired the monopoly on the production rights of dogtooth violet starch, by paying the large amount of money. I wondered why they didn't consider something else but alcohol. But the profits are high, and since their doctrine states it to be fine as long as they don't drink in public, there's no problem. Though there is also the reason that there are too few people who can make it, for it to be a problem. The church hurried and asked Vol about the method of producing dogtooth violet starch. They built an inefficient production site and have begun to circulate the dogtooth violet starch on the market. Also, the food using dogtooth violet starch will likely spread. The thing called imomochi is a sweet baked in a round shape after mixing dogtooth violet starch and steamed potato. There's also the version of it that uses pumpkin as ingredient. The baked imomochi, if you eat it applying a mix of sugar and the usual soy sauce, it was delicious. The naming sense though is questionable, just like with the dogtooth violet starch. Also in addition, there are versions of having cheese or boiled adzuki beans and sugar, called anko, put inside, and also versions of covering it with sugar and kinoko, which is starch of roasted soybeans. Furthermore, there's also pasta made out of dogtooth violet starch. I'm remembering it to be tough and tasty. Because of that, if I were to speak about why Vol knows about such things, the church is carrying out new charity work with those managing stalls authorized by the church in the capital. They are selling things like pasta, white croquers, etc. there. As shopkeeper and employees, they have recruited orphans and widows, who lost their family's breadwinner. The church is stimulating their economical independence. Lastly, the church sells the ingredients wholesale to the stalls and thus raises the profit, although it's also wrong to forget this aspect. But Vol warned Cardinal Hohenheim, if you get too greedy, the criticism from society will increase. And because of a chain of these developments, Vol can buy cheap dogtooth violet starch at any time and eat imomochi at the stalls, reaching the point of him cheering greatly. Furthermore, later on he added things like the previous fried chicken and deep-fried food, which are pieces of meat and fish fried in oil after being covered in wheat flour, egg white and crushed breadcrumbs. Particularly the deep-fried food invented snacks, which are called kashiage, and is a mouthful-sized fried meat, fish or vegetable that is pierced on a wood skewer. This was an idea proposed by Arthur-san, the merchant, whom I got to know before. I wonder whether you already forgot about me since you made it leaving out mayonnaise. Merchant Arthur. It's because this time's items take time for the production. Wendlin. If it's the sauce applied on those kashiage, we tested Vol's homemade versions many times over. It's very delicious, but due to the cost of the spices used as ingredients, we considered it to be difficult for business since the price would become severe for the common people. Stocking up on the ingredients in one lump cheaply, we will produce a large quantity in the workshop. Merchant Arthur. Vol taught Arthur-san recipes like Tabasco, tabanjin, chili oil, yuzu pepper, basil oil, tartar sauce, and ketchup, which is made out of tomatoes as ingredient. All of those are seasonings with mysterious naming, which Vol began to make all of the sudden. Baron Sama is oddly well informed on seasonings. Merchant Arthur. It's bothersome to make them yourself, right? That's where it's Arthur-san's turn. Since I will continue to purchase them from you. Wendlin. For such a reason. Merchant Arthur. With our almost daily training with Daoshi during our stay in the capital, it was natural for Vol to spend his rest days with leisure time and cooking from early morning until evening. I, who accompanied him to Daoshi's training, was almost as busy as him. What about the soy sauce and miso? Their recipes are? Merchant Arthur. Those are. Wendlin. Vol told in detail the manufacturing method that doesn't rely on magic to Arthur-san. A selection of yeasts for brewing and detailed control of the temperature. Merchant Arthur. In Vol's case, he ends up forcefully changing the ingredients into soy sauce and miso by the feat of magic. Even then, he apparently piled up considerable amount of failures until he reached his goal. If you make this without relying on magic, you might need even more trial and errors. There is a reason I had you teach me the detailed manufacturing method. I will link up with an alcohol brewing cellar of an acquaintance here. Merchant Arthur. I don't understand quite well, but apparently the strength of invisible, tiny living things, which is called yeast and used for making alcohol and vinegar, is borrowed. Moreover, you have to decide on the yeast to be used. Also, in addition, if you brew with something resembling yeast, it will rot without becoming alcohol and the ingredients will end up being wasted. How do you even distinct such invisible, tiny living things with your eyes like that. This is a secret of each brewery's origin. I have heard that it went even as far as murdering because of that in the past. Vil said something like, grudges over food are dreadful. However, do they use that selection of yeast? Wendlin. That's confidential. Merchant Arthur. Talking about yeast is seriously dangerous. Can you say that you won't even talk, even under torture? Wendlin. I don't understand what this is about, but the research of producing soy sauce and miso without using magic has been consigned to Arthur-san by Vil. Instead, once I succeed in producing it, I will pay a fee for the monopolistic production rights. Until I succeed, I will purchase it from Baron-sama. Merchant Arthur. Since you are making it cheap, I will provide the ingredients. Wendlin. Is that because it's troublesome for me to buy them myself? Merchant Arthur. Correct. Wendlin. After this exchange, Arthur-san began a new business with the aforementioned Kushige as main. 10 odd shops opened at once in the capital and its outskirts. Also, in addition, putting out things like the dishes invented by Vil, all of the shops flourished with plenty of guests after the time they opened. Each of the store has a vassal as restaurant manager. Huh? I see. Wendlin. The parent company, with Arthur-san as owner, wholesales the ingredients to each shop and also carries out the training and deployment of the employees of each shop. The work management of the personnel going there periodically with having days off is implemented, and they are even paid bonus if they have satisfying sales. Moreover, excellent personnel is assigned as staff leaders and things like an independent support system is arranged for them. Baron-sama, why are you so well informed about that? Merchant Arthur. On a certain morning. Suddenly a god exclamation mark. Wendlin. I won't ask if you don't want to tell me. Merchant Arthur. With the ketchup and sauce workshop operation starting up to supply each shop, it seems to be a situation where Arthur-san can't stop smiling. He likely didn't want to offend Vil by asking something unnecessary, especially for the types of seasoning workshops, because only Vil is wholesaling soy sauce and miso. Those would disappear immediately, no matter how many goods are delivered. I got off track there. The sale of teriyaki sauce seems to be promising as well. However, the naming sense is still as mysterious as ever. We established an underground refrigeration storehouse using an expensive magic tool for the sake of preservation. However, there aren't many things in there. Baron-sama delivers soy sauce and miso once a month. As this is used up in about a week, the only difference is that we can't use it. Merchant Arthur. Arthur-san, who showed up at the mansion, paid the stocking price to Vil while unexpectedly requesting an increased amount of stock. Won't the prices crash if you circulate it on the market too fast? Wendlin. The price decline is because the demand isn't satisfied. Merchant Arthur. Rather, because the demand isn't satisfied. There are people raising profits by resale. Although it's all right, please establish a system of mass production quickly. Wendlin. It seems there are already people who got used to create soy sauce and miso with magic. Apparently he's able to produce large quantities even after the harsh training of Daoshi. Even Vil himself said, if I use my mana here, it will be effective as means to increase my mana capacity. From what I can say, miso can be produced surprisingly fast. I think soy sauce will take many years. Merchant Arthur. It can't be helped then with the soy sauce. Wendlin. Currently we have linked up and entrusted it to an alcohol brewery as we are establishing a new miso warehouse. And there's also mirin. The production of that is possible even right away. Merchant Arthur. Mirin is also essential for cooking. Wendlin. I guess for Baron-sama's cooking ideas. By the way, what about natto and tofu? Merchant Arthur. Arthur-san is establishing mass production systems one after the other for the things Vil invented. Vil did only such stuff in the breaks between Daoshi's training and the dates with us, obtaining nagari or similar. Unlike salt, it's a liquid. With the influence of transportation, the stock prices will rise. After all, for the production, seawater is a must. Merchant Arthur. For the time being there's a substitute though. Wendlin. Next, Vil once again entrusted the production of strange food to Arthur-san. Vil made it before with a serious expression, the food called tofu. He soaked soya beans in water and crushed them into a syrup. After he boiled that, he created a white juice, which is called tauniu, soy milk, by filtering. If you put in a liquid, which is called nagari, into that, it will harden the tauniu for some reason. Vil named that hardened dish tofu. I'm recalling it to be delicious with a slightly sweet taste, when we received it for sampling. At any rate, this food called tofu is nice as well as healthy. It seems to also have an effect on diet and beauty, although it seems to be suffering from the costs due to obtaining the liquid called nagari requires to get it from seawater, making it troublesome to produce. It was resolved by Vol offering information about a substituting article for that. Do you mean pickling eggshells in vinegar? Merchant Arthur. Yes, if you pickle them for around 4 days, it will become a substitute for nagari. Wendlin. Baron Sama knows it well. And, how will mass production of this taniu or tofu earn us income? Merchant Arthur. That is, Wendlin. Instigating Vol once again. Arthur-san invested a large amount of money and started a new business. Due to the sale of the aforementioned soybeans, which are ingredients of taniu and tofu, food called natto can be made by heating boiled soybeans up after wrapping them in straw. However, I slightly didn't like this natto. Iryu was no good with it either. But Inandali said it as if it was delicious. In addition, regarding tofu as ingredient, there's also such things as abarage, fried tofu, or ganmadoki, deep-fried tofu mixed with thinly sliced vegetables. The residue of the filtered taniu was a dish used for something called okara, bin curd lees. Since it's soft and has not much of a taste, it's possible to use it for various dishes, desserts and sweets. I'm recalling that it was crowded by many customers right after marketing it. This is once again a roaring business. Merchant Arthur. Since the amount is still low, the price was high. But once it has been marketed with the means how to cook it explained at the storefronts and it being good for diet and beauty, it began to sell tremendously, focused on nobles and rich people. Also, those people were the reason for the sale to be a great success. It's splendid as ingredient that doesn't use meat or fish. It reached the point that the priest-sans of the nostalgic faction, which is imposing strict discipline in accordance to the old doctrine, not the orthodox school, to which Cardinal Hohenheim, Elise's grandfather, belongs, came to often purchase the okara dishes of the tofu seller. It went even as far as occasionally priest-sans from other denominations coming to buy it because they eat food that doesn't use meat and fish, or because they eat as little as possible. I leave it to you to come up with something else. Once again, Arthur-san was happy, but if I had a say, then I would also tell Vol that it's better if he managed it by himself. However, Vol doesn't do that. Although the money obtained by an idea is quite large, I believe it would be a lot more profit if he managed it himself. Because of that, when I asked, why? Vol answered like this: I have already earned plenty. It's difficult to always make profits since there are many copycats in such business. As that's the case, I will leave it to Arthur-san, who has know-how and experience. I will be completely satisfied if I can purchase widespread things cheaply. Wendlin. I see, it looks like Vol has a very calculating part. Besides, he seems to have a lot other ideas. Certainly. Eyes. With several companies and the capital's church, is it Arthur buying the ideas of the boy? He seems to be making profits like an idiot. Burkhardt. While us and Burkhardt-san have a talk here about various seasonings and dishes, which will spread in the capital and its surroundings in 2-3 years. We are harvesting various fruits growing in the forest. Cacao? Can you eat something like that? Eyes. Burkhardt-san stuffs fruits that are probably at the infant stage and which he discovered with his spell information into his magic bag. The cacao fruit written in the illustrated encyclopedia seems to be usable for something. In addition, there are also pomegranates, lychees, coconuts, star fruits, mangosteens, mangoes, papayas, and a really tog on the surface with a height of around 2 meters called pineapples. Those were fruits with all of their names written in the aforementioned illustrated encyclopedia with a size that you have to hold them with both arms. But their size was outside common sense after all. No matter how many times I say it. But all of it is big. Burkhardt. Surely, one can't rely on the standard size description recorded in the illustrated encyclopedia at all. However, I think it's fine because they are tasty. Eyes. A rescue for those not lacking taste, huh? But, Burkhardt-san looks to have a certain worry. But, what? Eyes. If there are this many big fruits growing wildly, it will result in the monsters eating those to be big as well. Burkhardt. You are right. Eyes. Gradually I'm getting an unpleasant hunch but it appears to be just right. Looking in a certain direction, Burkhardt-san's expression became grim. Several reactions of Wyvern class. Huh? You guys, don't get eaten by monsters. Burkhardt. At the same time as we got our combat preparations in order due to Burkhardt-san's instruction, the figure of a huge monster swooping down was reflected in our eyes. Ah, I'm worn out. Blue eyes. Burkhardt-san, when are we meeting Vol? It should end with waiting for an hour from now. Burkhardt. I enjoyed the harvesting of large fruits at the beginning, but I was exhausted fighting unknown, huge monsters after all. The fruits were big as well. However, the monsters eating those were big, too. With a length of 2 meters and an overall length of around 7 meters, they were carnivorous monsters called saber-toothed tiger, with the trait of having their canines surpassing 50 centimeters. Monsters having 2 horns on their head called rhino, with close to 10 meters overall length. Also, in addition, an eerie bird surpassing an overall length of 5 meters and being called ostrich, and a large bird with the same size as a wyvern called hell condor. Encountering a large number of monster we haven't seen until now, we are bringing them down by and in our restraining them. Burkhardt-san using magic and me using techniques of the magic combat style. I think they probably came attacking because we invaded their feeding grounds. The carnivorous monsters likely only thought of us as prey. However, what's with this forest? Burkhardt. Even with Burkhardt-san's complaints, I don't know about it either. I didn't hear about such a monster domain, where such huge, ferocious monsters are living, until now. Even Burkhardt-san, who wandered from place to place in the kingdom in his adventurer days, said that it was his first time to enter a domain this dangerous. There was a pile of game, right? Blue eyes. Well, if the mana is this dense. Burkhardt. The group of huge monsters is consuming such large amount of big fruits. In other words, it will result in them breeding at an even higher pace. It wouldn't be possible with the normal vegetation and produce of fields. In brief, those fruit trees are half demonic as well? Probably that's right. I think that's why the fruits became this big. While we are at it, they will grow up quickly, if they aren't consumed. Burkhardt. It's a mountain of treasures for adventurers, if they get inside, I guess. It's only recorded in this illustrated encyclopedia as it's about harvesting and monsters, that are treated as semi-fantasy. I think they will sell well as they are also rare. Burkhardt. However, if it's a normal adventurer, I think they will move on to the next world once they encounter these monsters. Due to the excellent magician Burkhardt-san, it's merely resulting in me, who received training from Daoshi, somehow being in a worn-out state. Also, if it was Vol, he would explore in a more relaxed manner. By the way, this time's accomplishments are Burkhardt. Due to Burkhardt-san's information spell we gathered plants and fruits without vegetation, and since we were attacked, we defeated various rare monsters. If we sell those at Brittberg, they should undoubtedly turn into quite the large amount of money. Listen to the bitter end. This is an investigation. There are still many places we haven't explored. That means there won't be any results as long as we don't investigate the whole demon forest. Burkhardt. In other words, those won't be liquidized at present. The matter of not liquidizing it means that it's necessary to pay taxes since the profits haven't been decided yet. However, don't misunderstand. You will properly pay the liquidation tax afterwards. Burkhardt. To put it simply, Burkhardt-san doesn't seem to want put too much money into the pockets of Volzana-san. Paying the taxes, he likely wants to say that Dana-san will be dragged down from his position as next family head. We are people on Vol's side to begin with. Accordingly, we had absolutely no objection. It's even fine to pay the Dana-san, if he has the courage to come here to investigate his doubts of tax evasion. Well then, it's any time now. Burkhardt. No, I even worked today so much that I'm covered with dirt. Wendlin. Sudden evil, using transfer by teleportation, shows up in front of us. Once I looked a bit closer, his robe was slightly sullied with dirt. I think he worked hard at creating irrigation channels and fields today as well. Boy, did you expand the paddy fields again? Burkhardt. No reclamation needed and fully built irrigation channels. Possibility to start a farmer's life with farm work only, is written on the leaflet. Wendlin. Then there will be many applicants. Burkhardt. There are many nobles recruiting farmers in reclaimed land, however telling them that this area of the plot is their own, they usually have to do further cultivation by themselves. However, in Vol's case, they will be given a farm, which had been reformed up to the extent of being fertile land. Given that it's possible to cultivate rice while receiving guidance by veteran farmers, applicants will be rushing in. Everyone is aware that it's difficult because they are farming at a new plot. But those hardships will only be at the beginning, and in this case even reduced to half the trouble. Furthermore, VL is guaranteeing them a minimum wage for the first year. Even the things necessary for their livelihood can be cheaply bought at the shop, which VL is managing. Because food and such can also be purchased in the Bormaster territory, there won't be any worries about insufficient food and struggling to live after the immigration. Therefore, the current cultivated land in the Savage Lands and its population would drastically increase. Aren't there too few houses? Burkhart. That's the task of that shady Rinnenheim-shi. Wendlin. Is that okay? Burkhart. Burkhart-san has been anxious, but in reality it is turning out well. Rinnenheim-san discovers property, which is already scheduled to be demolished, in the capital's metropolitan area and buys them for a price close to free of charge. With only buying the upper floors of the houses and their foundations, the owner also accepts it right away, as it will even become a small profit since there are no demolishing expenses. The purchased property is stored away in Rembrandt Uge's magic bag, and once he has collected a few, he comes here and erects them at the places instructed by VL. Properties, which require repair, are mended by carpenters, who are brought along from the capital at all such times. Because of this method, there were 45 buildings in merely 3 weeks set up on the cultivated land. The population increased as far as 180 residents. The paddy fields are progressing as well. Everyone is very busy with small improvement work and keeping the soil in good condition until all seedlings we are raising grow up. Wendlin. Once the rice seedlings have grown up, the paddy fields will be filled with water and the rice planting will be carried out. In reality it takes several years until it is possible to harvest from new paddy fields, if you include the time for the reclamation and getting the soil in good condition. However, if it's the paddy fields made by VL, you can expect the harvest to happen in around 1 year. That's amazing. Boy, you are doing your best for plots of land that aren't even yours. Burkhart. That's because a close relationship is necessary for profits. Wendlin. The current VL is motivating himself to develop the special ward with magic, as it was planned to have Herman-san take hold in the future. Even he shouldn't want to assist VL's maneuvering to take down his blood-related Anna-san in his mind. However, if he considers that the village and the cultivated land area VL is currently developing becomes his, he will likely harden his heart and cooperate in the maneuvering of taking down his Anna-san, even if it's only for the sake of the branch family. But that's an unscrupulous style, which normally isn't VL-like. No, is it even fine to call it noble-like? Though I like this part of VL, too. Blue eyes. In order to protect one's own home, something like not hurting anyone at all shouldn't pass as valid reason. Moreover, VL has powerful magic and a large amount of monetary assets. For the sake of having his own way, such things have to be done at times as well. And I didn't think that it was something bad. I feel sorry for VL's Anna-san, but I want VL to take him down for the sake of securing a place where I and Elise's group belong. Blue eyes. By the way, how did the exploration go? Wendlin. There were plenty strange monsters and fruits I hadn't seen yet. Burkhart. Monsters which even Burkhart-san hadn't seen yet? Wendlin. Boy, I was a veteran adventurer. But something like having seen all monsters shouldn't be possible either. That's because this continent is vast. Burkhart. Besides this southern tip of the Savage Lands, there are even now many things like untrodden domains, where it's unknown what is living there, remaining. Burkhart-san told. This is also a reason why the peace with the Northern Holy Empire Urquhart is continuing. Everyone chooses to rather reclaim undeveloped land than going to war, where it's also uncertain whether there will be any advantage by winning. If that's the case, why did the people in the old days go to war? Such question comes to mind as well, but that can't even be answered by distinguished scholar-sans with certainty. Well, then let's return quickly and examine your spoils. Wendlin. But Master's book has actually been helpful. Burkhart. You have said a cruel thing for no special reason there. As Burkhart-san says, I think it's only natural to be cautious since we have gone through a bitter experience in the past thanks to that itchy novel. Well, we are returning. Wendlin. Upon VL's signal, we are gathering besides him. And, an instant later, we returned in front of the mansion inside the Special Development Ward. where a vast farmland is spreading to the south. Interlude 22, The Cornered Kurt. If it goes on like this, the Bourmester territory will be hijacked by Wendlin. Kurt. 3 months passed since that annoying Wendlin has moved his home base into our Bourmester territory. Although he said at the beginning that he came to purify that demon forest of the victims of the expedition, who have turned undead, and to put their articles of the deceased in order, he reversed that statement right away and begun to freeload within the territory. Furthermore, he ignores me, who is the next family head. The fucker only negotiates with the old man and does as he pleases. Getting a license for the still undeveloped savage lands from the old man, he arbitrarily plants his own nest there. With that mansion being something pointlessly extravagant, if you compare it to our main family's mansion, he is at the same time making fun of the feudal lord. In what kind of world are there idiots who are relocating a more gorgeous mansion than the mansion of the feudal lord? As expected, he protested to the old man because of that issue, but the old man's wasn't something sweet. I have been told that it's for a limited time. Bear with it for a short while, Artur. Even so, the old man's reply was cold. Being a user of magic that can even kill a dragon, the old man yielded to the pressure of the excellent son's armor. I didn't think there would be anything problems caused by the elderly. If he has grown this old, isn't the development of the territory advancing nicely? What are you gaining by complaining here, Artur? Certainly, the development of the territory is advancing, but that has absolutely nothing to do with us. Currently Wendlin is spending half his time exploring the demon forest and the other half at the cultivation of new land in the savage lands. He levels the land with outrageously powerful magic. Occasionally he removes obstacles such as rocks that even have the height of hills. He is creating neat square-shaped paddy fields, roads, irrigation channels, etc. Additionally, he is even transforming the soil of those paddy fields into something suitable for rice cultivation with magic. That guy, Wendlin, is usurping the territory. Kurt. Usually it takes time to reclaim and cultivate farmland from scratch. In the first place, the reclamation itself takes time. Then, until the soil proves suitable to even grow crops there, it takes several years, and if you do it poorly, even a decade. Although that's the case, something like a degree of income from the first year. I can't think of anything but Wendlin making fun of us, who are honestly cultivating new land. In these 3 months, a vast paddy field with a network of irrigation channels has been spread in the savage lands bordering to our territory. In a paddy field filled with water, the rice plants, which had been planted the other day, are growing nicely. The immigration applicants, who gathered and are called servants by Wendlin, were trained in the caretaking of rice plants by experienced male farmers, who were employed in the same way. They were concentrating on things like reinforcing the irrigation channels and the ridges between the rice fields. Sooner or later that special development ward will become our territory though. Artur. Such promise. Do you really think that Wendlin will stick to it? Kurt. Wendlin named the cultivated land Special Development Ward. Currently the number of households is around 100. The population should have passed the number of 350 residents. It ended up becoming bigger than the main village. Kurt. Even so, time is moving on. Though it is called the main village, things change, such as the center of the territory, if the scale of the territory expands. Artur. The old man is just satisfied by the size and population of the territory increasing. However, such just is only something like the territory expanding. Being out of the control of a feudal lord, it's nothing more but a place of common people gathering. For the sake of territory's safety, it won't do if we don't rule it appropriately. For that reason we are collecting taxes even if we are hated for it. Moreover, that lot ain't paying any taxes. Kurt. Not paying? Did you properly see the details of that agreement? Artur. Having been left out of the loop at the time of the agreement, it seems to have considerable statements. According to the agreement with Wendlin, his earnings as adventurer seem to be linked to the income and expenditure of the savage lands development. In other words, the total sum of the profits from hunting and gathering in the demon forest will be used for the savage lands development. From the entire income and expenditure, 20% of the profit will be paid as tax. Because it is a deliberately complex agreement, it makes sure that I won't understand the details. Without doubt that guy will dodge paying the taxes. Therefore neither the old man nor Klaus are saying anything. They only got angry. Father, he will definitely deceive us. Kurt. That's not possible. Klaus has checked it properly. Artur. Certainly, Klaus is a capable man for something like the crude calculation of money. But I'm not able to trust someone like that guy in the current situation either. If it's that man, he won't care in the least even if Wendlin becomes the Bourmester Lord. No, he is likely hoping for that to happen as it is preferable for him that way. Can you trust him, Kurt? In that case, check it yourself. Arthur. Kurt. It's impossible for me to do that. I haven't received such education. It was you who told me that such things weren't necessary for those with blue blood. Do you want to entrust it to the village headman of the other villages? Arthur. There's no way I'm able to do that either. That lot had difficulty in understanding my decision of collecting the iron from the articles of the deceased for the growth of the territory. Tattling to Wendlin. They are nuisances. Those people are probably traitors. Kurt. There was the point about Wendlin being responsible for the odd jobs within the territory within the agreement with that old man. I had an unpleasant premonition, but that has turned into reality. Elise-sama. Recently the state of my body is fine as well. Villager. That's great. Elise. At the time the priest of our territory hurt his hips and couldn't move. Wendlin sent his fiancée as substitute. As granddaughter of a corrupt priest in the capital, she is a woman, who indeed looked like a holy woman, with her tits, which are big for her age. She's a bitch, who seduced Wendlin. Healing the fief's population with her prided healing magic, she was in the middle of earnestly sucking up to them. I considered whether to get rid of her since she's a nuisance. But since there would be a lot opposition by the fief's population due to her healing magic, there's no choice but to hold back here. Good grief, it's an annoying story. Then, we will transfer our residents in the direction of the Special Development Ward. Kurt. Isn't the other side capable of cultivating rice? It will be fine, if we are also able to do it sooner or later. Arthur. Following the takeover of the church, there was also the matter of making a move on the redevelopment within the territory. After all, he wouldn't reach out his hands towards the main village, but if it's the other villages, they will proactively assist in this. Organizing the divisions of fields by transforming and dividing the hilly areas, woods and rocky areas into parts and establishing new branch irrigation channels. The residents' houses would be relocated to locations close to their fields. So far our territory concentrated its effort into cultivating new fields for around 100 years. Rather than the influence of our efforts, the cultivated land ended up irregular because of the difficulty of the terrain and obstacles. The fief's population was given new fields in remote areas since it was impossible close by. There were many, various problems. During one day they are tending the field in front of their houses and take care of the new field, which is around 1 hour by foot away. That Wendlin resolved such inconveniences. Their farmlands are now properly in the vicinity of their houses. Moreover, in order to make it easy to use agricultural equipment and animals for farming purposes, he adjusted the land with magic so that they have turned into square fields. That moron. Kurt. Something much like adjusting the land as we are in the middle of harvesting our grown-up, precious wheat. Without the intention to help with the harvesting at the actual site, he unfolded a strange spectacle there. This wheat field will be transferred here, including the soil. Wendlin. Thank you. Wendlin-sama. Villager. It's my job. Wendlin. That asshole doesn't influence our nurtured wheat at all. Does he transform the vicinity into a field little by little? He moved the wheat, including the soil, to another field floating all of it through the air. Aliyama. Isn't this the work of a god? Villager. Are the wheat seedlings, which were moved to the new field close by, all right? Wendlin. As you moved them together with the soil, there ain't any problems. For wheat planted during winter, transplanting the wheat to a new, wider field is a joyous occasion too. Village headman. I will improve the fertile ground to some degree as well, but make sure to carefully look after it for 2-3 years. Wendlin. It's alright since I have experience. Although I suffered for several years by cultivating land from the scratch, magic is definitely a handy thing. Village headman. I'm told that Wendlin received this jobs from the village headman. He finished the land readjustment and cultivation of new land for the 2 villages in around a week. As a result, the inhabitants of the 2 villages have ended up surpassing the average inhabitant of the main village in the size of their fields. In addition, removing big trees and stones, which hindered the cultivation, the fields have been leveled even including hills, where I don't know long it would have taken to flatten them. Creating a farm road for convenient transport, Even the irrigation channels have been extended so that watering becomes easier. Father Kurt, if the fields of the fief's population increase and the farm work gets easier as well, the tax yields will rise as well. So you still have some complaints? Arthur, I went to complain to the old man, but as usual he doesn't do anything by himself. That bastard is plotting to split this territory apart. So why doesn't the old man realize that? Wendlin is driving a wedge between the main village and the other two villages. Kurt, you, Arthur. No, Kurt. Continuing on, I unintentionally said the taboo words. In this territory there is a confrontation between the main village and the other two villages. However, the handed-down tradition by generations of feudal lords is that one mustn't speak about this publicly. Anyway, Wendlin is dangerous. Kurt. Besides redeveloping the two villages, that shithead, with the Special Development Ward, he made the former inhabitants, who left the territory previously, make a U-turn, as people with hope. T/N, meaning, he gave those who left the Bourmester territory hope for a better future with the ward. In addition, even the inhabitants' children like the third and fourth sons began to cultivate rice after changing their residence. The population of the two villages has decreased. The tax yields from the poll tax will drop. Kurt, they were people, who are insignificant, but it should still cause a decrease either way. Moreover, the destination of their move, the Special Development Ward, is able to subtract the involved expenses from their profits. They were helping Wendlin with tax evasion. Father, you are too soft. Since someone like Wendlin is earning this much income, it will be fine if we exploit him by squeezing him out. Kurt, we can't miss this chance. We will save money here and carry out an independent development of the savage lands. It's already no good to permit the development by outsiders like Wendlin any longer. Why is it necessary to do something like exploiting Wendlin? Arthur, what's so bad about extorting money from some place? Kurt, currently Wendlin is developing in a special ward. But did you calculate how much money it would take us to do that? Arthur, it will be for free with Wendlin's magic though. Kurt, are you an idiot? Arthur, who is an idiot? Kurt, fucking around with me. I glare at the old man. Certainly. The costs for the reclamation will likely be that of a meal for Wendlin. But, there will be other expenses as well. Arthur, the old man starts to babble about something annoying. He has given the job of bringing a large amount of houses, although second-hand, from the capital to a magician, who is specialized in relocation. I hear the gentleman is a renowned expert in relocation magic while also being an appointed baron. Arthur, naturally Wendlin has been paying for that commission's expenses. In addition, there are the wages for the experienced male farmers, who were scouted from the territory of Margrave Brithhilda, and the buying expenses for things like farming tools necessary to begin the rice cultivation. There was also talk about the immigration applicants receiving wages in their first year. Did you understand? Kurt, even if it becomes a slight decrease now, that special ward will become ours. If we wait some years, its inhabitants will become our fief's population as well. In the first place, there isn't anything like a decrease in income. Have you properly been looking at the reports? Arthur, he is belittling me again. Even I have been glancing through the report concerning tax yields at the very least. Even if you deduct the expenses of the Special Development Ward, the sales of our territory's first shop are increasing and there's also the profit from selling the spoils, obtained during the exploration of the Demon Forest, in Britberg. Those are facts supplying us with around 600.000 cents in about 3 months. However, only this much isn't enough, or rather, Wendlin is a rich person to that degree. By his authority as feudal lord, it will be fine if the old man collects around half of the total assets that asshole is stashing away. If it's this much, it will be possible for even us to develop the savage lands. Anyway, it's alright to exploit even more from Wendlin. With father being the top of this Bourmester territory, even his majesty won't be able to meddle within this territory. Kurt, calm your anger a bit. Arthur, although people were earnestly worrying about the future of the Bourmester territory, the essential old man was in this pathetic state. No, it means that either way would be fine for the old man as long as this territory continues. He doesn't care whether Wendlin or me become the next successor. I will follow my own path. Kurt, do as you like. Arthur, I can't rely on the old man anymore. On the contrary, he is also a potential enemy for me. As that's the case, there's no point in me listening to something like the old man's opinion anymore either. Where are you going, Kurt. Artur. Today is the day of the meeting, Kurt. In the Bourmester territory there is occasionally something similar to a meeting for listening to opinions of the fief's population held. Several representatives from each of the 3 villages will make their appearance there. In addition to that there was also the meeting, which could only be attended by important people of the main village. Officially it has been arranged that the 3 villages are equal. But in reality, the old man, grandfather as well as his predecessor have opened an extra meeting. They didn't stop deciding matters after properly listening to the opinions of those, who are their base of support. At any rate, they are existences, who are strongly approving the rule of the Bourmester household. There are also many not pleased with Wendlin among the inhabitants of the main village. If I can get their approval, it should also be possible to make that arsehole pay more taxes. Kurt. While thinking this, I hurriedly headed towards the house of Eckhart, where the meeting will be held. The number of people is few. Villager 1. Everyone is busy with work. Villager 2. Leaving alone the old man, where it's futile no matter what I say, I turn up at the scheduled meeting, which will be held at Eckhart's house. It has been decided that this meeting will be kept a secret from the lot of the other villages. The reason is that the 3 villages have to officially be on equal terms. It's a chance for us of the Bourmester family to openly give only the lot from the main village the chance to state their opinions in advance. Usually something like that would invite opposition from the other 2 villages. However, something like the existence of this meeting is known to the outside for a long time already. Nevertheless, aren't we far too few? Originally there are around 20 people of the main village permitted to attend this meeting. Wealthy farmers, possessing vast farmlands, and craftsmen, who monopolize the profits and market within the Bourmester territory until now. It's regrettable, but that traitorous Herman, who is the head of the lesser retainer households, and several of the lesser retainers have been approved to attend as well. Even so, the total number of those, who came to attend today's meeting, is 8. It ended up becoming less than half. Dirk, the leather craftsman, Ingo, the clothing and accessories tailor, Lucas, the carpenter, Kurt. That is, Eckhart. As I look at the participants, it became only the blacksmith Eckhart attending from the group of craftsmen, who strongly supported me being inaugurated as next family head until now. Once I asked for the reason, Eckhart begins to reluctantly explain. It seems they have suspended their businesses for a while. Eckhart. Huh? Suspended their businesses? Kurt. Yay, Eckhart. According to Eckhart's explanation, they were in a situation of being open, but having no customers, as Wendlin's newly opened shop stole their clients. Deceived by that bastard's temptation, they apparently decided to quit being craftsmen. Surely, even seen from my view, you can't call the skills of the craftsmen of this territory good by any standard. However, they are still better than amateurs doing it. It's not like their crafts are particularly unusable either. First off, they were influential supporters of me. It was a calculating relationship in favor of profits, but conversely they are easy existences because they will support me as long as they can profit from it. This opinion was not only mine, but was completely there. Same for the generation of my father and his father. They are absent from this important meeting, because I have been told that they are closed now. I was nothing but simply surprised. There's no way for such stupid story to be true. Kurt. It's the same for me as well. In the last 3 months here though, there's almost no business. Eckhart. With Wendlin selling stocked items from Brutberg and the capital, they apparently ended up completely having no customers anymore. You can say that it's only natural as Wendlin's merchandise is slightly cheaper and is better quality, but after all I couldn't simply overlook this. The crime of Wendlin, making our industry obsolete, is very grave. In the end it will lower our tax revenue. It is definitely Wendlin spurring on this unfaithful bunch to speed up the decline of this Bourmester territory. Kurt. Lord, that is, villager. Although it is related to hollowing out our industry, I can tell that Wendlin lent them a hand in that. What is it? Kurt. Yes, actually. Villager. At the time they were worrying that their customers and sales became almost zero, Wendlin apparently came and proposed to them, how about sending your sons to study something else? In the end they saw that there's no chance to win, even if they keep competing. There's talk that craftsmen, who can make items capable of opposing the product from outside, are expected to start new workshops within the territory. Wendlin, using his connections, sent the youths of the craftsmen as disciples to workshops in Brutberg and the capital. And the youths, who would have their independence acknowledged after the end of their training in the future, will begin a fresh business in the workshops, preserved by their parents. He apparently brought up such plan. What will he do about the currently active craftsmen? Kurt. It looks like they will live by cultivating rice. Eckhart. Considering their ages, there are difficult sides to it. But you can't say that it is meaningless for them to study from now on. However, it should be easy for training results to appear if it's the still young folks. Accordingly, while preserving the equipment of the closed workshops, they earn their food by living through growing rice on cultivated land. Eckhart. You are. Kurt. I have. Eckhart. He isn't just cornering the craftsmen. He is also leading them to a prepared way out. Obviously Wendlin had been corrupted by the rotten nobles of the central government in the capital. It was a disgusting trick. Only the blacksmith Eckhart hasn't participated in this, but the previous guys have folded after meeting Wendlin directly. Therefore, he likely has been thinking he won't be forgiven. Given such sequence of events, he is an easy-to-use man without me needing to worry about him betraying me even if he's here. So, what's the reason for the low attendance of the wealthy farmers then? Kurt. Yes, Eckhart. But then again, rather than a lot of wealthy farmers being absent, there isn't anyone you can call wealthy farmer anymore. With the exception of the main village, as the expansion and redistribution of farmland is advancing, they were demoted to small farmers in scale instead. I'm aware of those guys' intention. Kurt. Changing their loyalties to Wendlin. They likely hope for land readjustment and cultivation of new land for the main village. Also, in farmer families with many children, the existence of children, who can't inherit a plot of land, became a problem. Since there was a large amount of grown-up men killed during the expedition, it was good that the old man encouraged an increase in giving birth to compensate for that. Now there are too many children. There isn't enough farmland as this practice was already kept up for 10 years. After the expedition, at the time when Wendlin was around 3 years old, Further personally went to stand at the vanguard of cultivating new farmland. By cultivating new land in a situation where the number of breadwinners had been decreased, his popularity fell sharply. But even so, the expansion of farmland has been a success. Increasing the amount of harvested wheat, the money and goods, obtained from the merchant group, also increased. However, accordingly a single problem also sprang forth. In the territory, excluding the savage lands, there was already no place left to cultivate new land anymore. Also, if he had stayed behind, Wendlin could have at least done something about it with magic. There's nothing but land, which is covered all over with obstacles, and land, which is difficult to level. In the end it becomes troublesome to do farm work on crooked fields as their nature is to have been forcefully reclaimed. The clumsiness of allocation is bringing forth a reality you can't even laugh at, where there are inhabitants who take 1 hour on foot to go to their new fields for farm work. All plots of land in the vicinity of the villages can't be reclaimed any further. Since the savage lands, where there are easily reclaimable plains, is infested with bears, wolves and wild boars, it should be difficult to cultivate new land, not even mentioning maintaining the fields, if you don't provide guards. Although we didn't get involved for this reason, Wendlin resolved these concerns in approximately 3 months. He ended up settling everything with magic. Well then, this Bourmister territory has been plunged into a crisis, but Kurt, it's obvious that even the participants, who came, are wavering whether to already switch sides to Wendlin within in their minds. They listened to my speech with a feeling of not being interested. For these guys it would be more convenient if Wendlin usurped this Bourmister territory instead. Herman hasn't come as well, huh? Kurt. Herman, who previously always turned up at the meetings, is now absent, too. Even if he came, since he's now moving as Wendlin's underling, there would be no reason to permit his participation. Besides, even beforehand, Herman opposed the discrimination in treatment of the 3 villages. It was nothing more but an immature opinion without seeing the reality of this Bourmister territory. But his supporters among the young generation of the main village are remembering their terrible hardships. Kurt Sama. Villager. What? Kurt. This time, especially from us. Villager. In spite of harshly demanding favorable treatment towards the main village until now, they have now become lightly troubled that these things will be exposed to Wendlin. Wendlin is putting priority on villages besides the main village, which is in contrast to our policy so far. Or rather, He is plainly aiming at shaking up my supporters. And, after I was forcefully taken down, the main village's treatment should become equal as well. In that situation, the intention is for the lot of the main village to feel gratitude towards Wendlin even if they are only treated equally. That fucking brat. Kurt. And then the meeting of the gathered sympathizers of the main village has ended after around 10 minutes. Although I have heard favorable opinions towards a stable rule to some extent, they are already starting to arrange their betrayal just because they saw Wendlin's magic. After all, that's likely how former, lowly slum residents are. Given that I'm irritated, I'm walking towards the forest in the back of the main family's mansion to cool my anger. Now that I think about, this is the place where Wendlin's meddling started. Entering the forest at the still young age of around 7 years, he raised unbelievable accomplishments as child there. Every day he hunted prey like wild boars and helmeted guinea fowls and brought back mountain grapes, yam, edible wild plants, firewood, etc. Father and mother were delighted, but for me it felt like nothing more but him butting in after all. That fucking brat. It would have been better if he had died at that time. Kurt. That time is the time when he went to investigate ancient ruins 3 months ago and all contact was lost for around a week. At that time a messenger of a noble called Ruckner or such came from the capital. Because he reported it in a really suggestive manner, I ended up being pointlessly delighted for a short time. I recall. Even now I occasionally get angry remembering that. Humphrey. I must not rely on someone like such central noble. Kurt. That's not right either. Who's there? Kurt. As I turned my head since I suddenly heard a voice from behind, the man, who previously brought the letter following the command of the aforementioned Baron Ruckner, stood there. I was told that he was an adventurer, who often received requests from Baron Ruckner, but he was a pale, eerie man giving off a feeling of gloominess. It's been a while. Kurt. Sorry for the false information before. Wondering what kind of reaction I should show, I have decided to try replying with rejection first. I'm sorry, but I only delivered the letter upon the order of my client. I wonder whether that's really true. Sounds suspicious to me. Kurt. It was ambiguous how close he is to Baron Ruckner, but since he especially came even as far as this remote place, he should enjoy considerable trust. There was also the possibility of him being a retainer protégé, who's lying about being an adventurer. I'm a free adventurer. As I have confidence in having some ability, I'm someone earning my income with these kinds of jobs as I'm able to keep a secret. Since he has come by himself from the capital until this remote area crossing the mountain range, it is likely that he has considerable confidence in his stamina and strength. So, what's your business? Kurt. Right. Time is valuable for both of us. As he says so, this gloomy adventurer presents an old, small, wooden box to me. This is? Kurt. Yes. This is a tool that will be useful for assassinating Baron Bourmister. Kurt. I remember you saying that time is precious, but to put it simple, Baron Ruckner sells this to you as favor. It means that you will be able to break through the crisis you are currently in, by assassinating Baron Bourmister with this? This late in the game there's no need to say something like the crisis I'm currently in. With the erosion within the territory by Wendlin, the inhabitants, who are still supporting me now, have become extremely few. All of them were shaved off by Wendlin's magic and assets. In the end even my old man sided with Wendlin. Going by the old man's words, it's for the sake of the territory's growth, but I have realized it. He likely doesn't plan to have me succeed as next family head anymore. The reason is simple. The old man has the standpoint of having the duty to let the territory prosper as family head of the Bourmister household. For this reason he also has the resolve to discard me, who is the eldest son. Surely he will be heartbroken, however there should be less damage by simply discarding me. For a lizard it will be painful, if it cuts off its tail, but it will forget such pain right away. But that doesn't mean that the state of the cut-off tail is unbearable. Therefore it is indispensable for me to obtain a plan to recover from my dire situation and get rid of Wendlin. Are you doubting it? Yay, you are shady. Kurt. I can imagine, but if we don't cooperate as allies here, we will be both cornered. Both? Kurt. Yes, Baron Ruckner is in a great pinch as well. The gloomy adventurer explains the crisis of Baron Ruckner to me. If the development of the Savage Lands is carried out led by Baron Bormister, it will be a disaster. In the capital, it has already become a rumor between the nobles that they want to join in on the development of the Savage Lands once I have been quickly removed. My position? Please listen without getting angry. Someone like the heir of a rural territory, who didn't have any contact with the central government until now, will be treated as less than dust, if you compare it with the profit of a new development. Don't say, The huge Savage Lands and Wendlin, who holds an enormous amount of assets. If you put these two together, the development of the Savage Lands will advance in one go. Above all, Wendlin has only few retainer protégés. Thus they, the nobles, will send in people like their excessed relatives and the children of their retainers as potential vassals. Given that materials will be ordered from outside at the beginning for work like development constructions, the merchants and companies, who have friendly ties with nobles as well, want to receive these orders, dealing with materials like those necessary for development and selecting people, who will come from outside to work at the constructions. Even the trade concessions should become a big success. That means that all of the nobles are at least desperate. From the point of view of such noble bunch, I'm completely treated as someone who already died. Rather, alive I will be a nuisance. Even your client is probably busy to secure concessions. That's impossible. No matter how much Baron Ruckner struggles, he and his faction won't get any concessions for the Savage Lands development. Those in a leader-like position regarding this Savage Lands development are Margrave Brithhilda and Finance Minister Ruckner, who is also the elder brother of Baron Ruckner. For Baron Ruckner, who is on bad terms with his elder brother, it is planned to not let a single cent flow his way, the gloomy adventurer explained. To begin with a relationship of opposing his elder brother, Minister Ruckner, he also neglected Baron Bormister. At the time all contact with Wendlin was lost during the Ancient Ruins investigation, he has spread the rumor that Baron Bormister died. This is the reason why he ended up being disliked by Wendlin himself as well as Margrave Brithhilda, who is his patron. Even though you tell me this, he reaps what he sows. Baron Ruckner has been the director of financial auditing in the central government. Surely he has confidence in his own intellect. As a result, he has been washed away by Wendlin's magic and assets just like me. If he fails to obtain concessions for the Savage Lands development after I was forcefully taken down, it will also become impossible to maintain his faction. My condolences. For me it was uncertain what might happen tomorrow, but Baron Ruckner will receive punishment for sending a suggestive letter to people and leading them around by the nose. Even in this hopeless situation, my wishes were gratified a bit. I understand your feelings, but it won't change our future, if we make fools out of each other by competing who is in a lower position. I do know that. Even if you don't tell me something like that, I'm aware of it. As it is now, I will definitely be sent to the church after having been disinherited. Similar to the Duke, who dueled with Wendlin before, it should turn into a situation of being under house arrest until my death and spending day after day in spurious belief. I would rather die than lead such life. In other words, as move to reverse this dire situation, I'm to use the item in that box to assassinate Wendlin, succeeding his assets and rights to develop the Savage Lands. Is that what you mean? Yes, as you've said. However, are the contents of this small box really enough? This is a magic tool excavated from an ancient ruin. It is small, but its effects seem to be tremendous. I'm not sure since I'm not well informed about these things, but rather than getting ruined by sitting around, it might be better to bet on this. I will take my chance with it. At the current rate, even a not amusing future like no one attending next month's meeting of the main village is likely. In that case, it's also alright to try betting on something like this magic tool to kill the main culprit, Wendlin. So, how much do you want for it? It's not the season of gifts either. It's unlikely for a noble to send this thing free of charge to another noble. Rather, telling me something like it's free will only make it more suspicious. I've been told by my client that the fee is for you to treat him favorably for the concessions in the future. I see. He wants permanent concessions rather than temporary money. Besides, there's also the reason that this way it is easier to divide it among the nobles, who are taking part in his faction. Acknowledged. So, how do you use this magic tool? Kurt. For a while after that I received an explanation from the gloomy adventurer how to use the magic tool in the old books. Certainly, this might have the potential to assassinate Wendlin. By its appearance you can't see it as anything but simple ocarina though. Kurt. Even so, it's a powerful magic tool. With the things you summon with this, the death anniversary of Baron Bormister will be near. Within my mind floats the pathetic sight of Wendlin being killed. If that bastard dies, I will use his assets to lead the development of the savage lands. The only forte of the nobles of the central government is their pride and plotting, but they will come bowing their heads to beg for the concessions. They will completely be like beggars. You can even say that it's a truly delightful future. Since things are things, please use it in a place where there aren't too many people. In 3 days Wendlin will go deep inside the savage lands for an inspection. I will use it at that time. Kurt. Understood. I will tell my client that. As he leaves those words at the end, the gloomy adventurer vanishes into the depths of the forest. And I, who was left behind, subdued laughing out loud due to my feelings of joy welling up, while I continued to stare at a certain old ocarina in my hands. Chapter 51, Flute of a Dragon Tamer. Alright, it's a success. Wendlin. Are you again experimenting on a new seasoning? Herman. A little less than 3 months passed since I came to this Bormister territory. I, who got out of bed today at the same time as usual, was taking my breakfast in the living room of the mansion. As I'm sitting on the chair of the master, there is Paul Nisn, who's the manager of the guards, and Herman Nissan, who came to the mansion on business, on both sides. Also, Iryu and Otma-san's group are sitting in their respective seats. The maid, Dominique, Elise, Ina, Louise and Wilma are in charge of cooking and serving the food. If this scene was publicly shown in the Heisei Japan of my previous life, without doubt there would be complaints tossed at me by all those who call themselves feminists. However, in this world this is an accepted practice. Me, who is a baron and the master of this mansion, Paul Niai-san, who is currently an appointed knight, and Herman Niai-san, who is our guest, are sitting at the high-ranking seats. Iryu, who is the junior commander, Otma-san, who is planned to become the junior commander of Paul Nissan, and the other guards are sitting on the adjoining seats. It's not a question whether that's good or bad. This is simply common sense, and thus it should be only me who is pondering about this. The difference in seating order is dictated by the social position, but if I recall it now, even at the year-end party of my company in my previous life the bigwigs were seated at the head of the table. It might only be the difference between being great as person with a high social standing or being great as noble. I feel like even I finally got used to sitting at the seat of honor every time. What's this? Paul. It's a new product. Paul Nissan. Wendlin. Are you developing merchandise even at this place? Paul. During his time as guard in the royal capital, Paul Nissan had known for a fact that I was inventing seasoning and cooking during my stay in the capital. There is also the matter of me having given him a few times a complimentary ticket for the shop managed by Arthur-san. It seems he went there to eat, taking his subordinates along once in a while. It's a new friend of mayonnaise. Wendlin. Again. Owen. Well, then it means that Iryu won't get any. Wendlin. The new product looks delicious. Owen. For Iryu, a noble, who concentrates on cooking and seasoning, might cause a feeling of anxiety, but with only this much, it was impossible for him stop me since this is my hobby. So, will you put it up for sale again? Paul. For now it's only a prototype. If you included the production costs, it wouldn't be payable easily. Wendlin. This time's prototype was my favorite food from my previous life, mentai mayonnaise. The way to make it is simple, but the problem is in the point whether cod roe is existing in this world. As a matter of fact, there are trouts who go upstreams due to the mild climate, called southern sea trout, in the rivers of the savage lands. Thus it was possible to obtain salmon roe from there. I'm constantly preserving these within the magic bag, being properly pickled in soy sauce. And although there was cod roe, I have confirmed that it is eaten in the north. Immediately I decided to order it at the fish dealer managed by the family of the female staff member, who works at the Sorcery Guild and who became my acquaintance some time ago. But with the fish eggs, including cod roe as well, being a local delicacy and with the costs for transport and import taxes being ridiculously high, it ended up having an expensive price. Furthermore, this cod roe is indispensable for making mustard-seasoned cod roe. As a result of requesting this from the fish dealer, the price turned out to be even more expensive than curry powder. However, it's a great idea you've come up with, Paul. Certainly, especially if you consider the contents of the meals of our family's home. Herman. Although neither Paul Nissan's nor Herman Nissan's expression of curiosity broke apart, the reason for me being well accustomed to such things as making seasoning was owed to my work in my previous life. Tentatively it was a trading company with a known name, but we were treated as second-rate by the industry, which had elite employees receiving orders for infrastructure projects with a big amount of money involved after having negotiated with the local governments overseas and who was constructing cutting-edge industrial plants. Such farming-like story was the primary reason for us being weak. After I finished the training as new employee, I was assigned to the department mainly in charge of buying up things related to foodstuffs. Furthermore, with me being primarily responsible for local foodstuff, I occasionally directly went to locally producing farmers and fishing harbors to test the ingredients. I offered these to manufacturers and stores where these were needed. I didn't realize that a member of a trading company as imagined by society might be a slightly different existence. At least I think that I was dealing with many ingredients used for high-quality products. Even the clients were soy sauce warehouses, miso storehouses and sake breweries, who were fixated on the traditional way of manufacturing. It was small to medium food companies making products by only utilizing good quality native ingredients. Naturally, in relation to making deals with the people of such companies, it's impossible to say that you don't know basic way of manufacturing. I learned those by studying and experience. Anyway, there were many moody people among the artisans and the managers fussing about the techniques of the makers in this way. During my time as newcomer I invoked their anger by exposing my stupidity and the deals were snatched away by rivaling companies. There was also the experience of getting yelled at by my superior close to losing all my vigor. Since I'm even now persisting in gathering experience on how to cook during my off days as it is my hobby and a process of learning, I don't know whether it has proven to be fortunate for my life. At any rate, let's sample it. Wendlin. With wanting to test the taste, I immediately put the mentai mayonnaise on top of cooked rice and sample it after that. Even everyone else began to sample it by putting it on cooked rice and bread. Delicious. Paul. Gradually my tongue is indulging in luxury. Herman. If it was only cod roe, it wouldn't match with cooked rice, but if it's mentai mayonnaise, it will even fit with bread. Even in my previous life I made it for trial purposes given that it was usually sold in bakeries. However, I think it fits best with cooked rice after all. It's probably because my inside is that of a Japanese person. Thanks to cod roe being imported good, the production cost was high, but if it's the current me, anything's possible. I don't even have any intention to stop eating meals with cooked rice. I don't want to eat the dry and crumbling brown bread eaten in the Bormaster territory anymore. Certainly this means that my tongue became accustomed to extravagance. By the way, although the talks have veered off, will you go to inspect the savage lands today? Herman. Yes, I want to advance the development special ward. Wendlin. I answer with a yes to Herman Nissan's question. Given that it's a secret agreement, no one opens their mouth, but it has already become the prescribed course of disinheriting Kurt and having Herman Nissan inherit after father. Besides, as compensation for his cooperation, it will become possible for Herman Nissan to at least obtain the title of Baron with his allocation of the Savage Lands, and it has been decided that he will receive help in developing that soil. On this occasion I considered to carry out an inspection of the location as it will border in the neighborhood of my territory. I see. However, the lot from the central government is scary, Herman. That's the world we live in. There is no other way but to call that common sense. Wendlin. Once again Burkhard-san's figure couldn't be seen, but recently he has been always monitoring Kurt. Also, he has been called to go report to Margrave Brithhilda before, though I sent him with teleportation. It seemed that he had been given a magic tool for communication at that time. There are only few people who currently use this magic tool, which is known as portable communication device and cell phone in my previous life. It was an item discovered in historic ruins with quite the high ratio of being common. Originally it takes quite a bit time and labor to produce it. Since the majority of the produced items had been seized by the military and government offices, it doesn't come around often to a countryside noble, even if he is an important noble. Of course it's not possible to measure its worth. The matter of him entrusting it to Burkhardt-san was proof of the situation in the Bormister territory to have gathered the attention of the nobles. Kurt Aniki wants to be the leader of this territory, including the Savage Lands. I guess he wanted to inherit it. Herman. Such a pipe dream. Wendlin. He likely thought it would be possible, if he exploited it from Vil. Thanks to that, it turned out like this. Paul. As Paul Nissan says, because of the secret activity of Burkhardt-san, who is capable of locating the current position of his opponent due to minuscule quantity of mana, all of Kurt's movements were leaked to us. Just 3 days ago it seems that they held an assembly gathering only the influential people of the main village. That meeting, Herman. Have you been aware of it? Herman Aniki. Paul. You also heard about it only by rumors, I guess. Paul. Herman. I have heard of it, but only as sort of previously arranged meeting. There's nothing but disagreeableness, if you go by what the folks of the other villages say. Paul. Well, don't say that. It was a plenty useful meeting back in the old days. Herman. At the time when the reclamation of the Bormister territory just begun, it was a valid policy by the ruling Bormister household to treat the main village favorably. Being in the sticks, where you can't expect any support from somewhere else, for the feudal lord's household to have a firm grip on preserving its sovereignty. There was no other way if they wanted to avoid their downfall due to a rebellion. However, it has become ill-fit for the current times. Even I wasn't allowed to attend until I became the head of the branch family. Even if only a few of their wishes come true, they will profit. That lot is only producing petitions with unreasonable demands. Herman. Also, as the majority of the members attending the meeting are old people, the cause for the meeting has apparently become obsolete. The elder have been thinking that it's fine for them to continue their lives of favorable treatment in the current main village until they die. Therefore, when Herman Nissan suggested a proposal on how to not discriminate in the treatment of the 3 villages, they ended up laughing scornfully. Also, if Kurt became the de facto proxy working as feudal lord, it would result in the craftsmen of his generation participating in that meeting. Herman Nissan apparently expected a reformation due to the new generation, but the fact is that they are attached to their vested rights, no different from the elder lot, and were only advocating the favorable treatment of the main village. Even Kurt Aniki laughed at it with immature idealistic thoughts. What do you think, Vil? Herman. In short term the maintaining of the status quo is effective. In long term, won't it be the first step to a slow decline? Wendlin. Right. That's what I think too. Herman. Above not being able to develop the peculiar savage lands, it will become a suicidal act to increase the population of this territory in the future. If it becomes like that, the young people will naturally leave the territory, if the lot of the main village gets favorable treatment. Or maybe they will do something like forcing the troublesome second and third sons of the main village's population on the families in other villages that have only daughters. Wendlin. They will definitely refuse that, no? Herman. There is the possibility of the Bormister household forcing it by commanding it. Wendlin. Additionally, there was also the possibility of them confiscating newly cultivated land for the sake of benefiting the main village, which would result in the declined villages becoming victims. As expected, going that far. Herman. The money for cultivating new land is given out by the Bormister household though. Wendlin. No, the labor has been put in by the fief's population though. Herman. Or rather, if they did such thing, the inhabitants of the declined villages would get disgusted and leave. I wonder how they are planning to develop the savage lands this time? As I said, they are holding on to the dream of if we develop the savage lands, any generation after that will at least be an earl. As for concrete plans, they don't really know well. Herman. Aren't they saving funds and want to exploit money from Vil? Paul. Herman Nissan as well as Paul Nissan were shocked by Kurt, who doesn't mention anything but vague plans such as if I become the feudal lord, our sovereignty will be firm. And I will become a great feudal lord by developing the savage lands in the future without fail. Even the kids around here can say such things, if it's only at this level. With that quite a few inhabitants will follow him, right? Wendlin. No, because of that he lost followers, I heard. Herman. And at this point Burkhardt-san makes his appearance. It looks like he has taken a break from monitoring Kurt and come here to grab some food. It seems that a considerable number of his supporters have been stripped away by you, boy. Burkhardt. If you become a veteran magician of Burkhardt-san's degree, it's simple to do something like monitoring your target while erasing your presence with magic. If the opponent is skilled, there will also be a high possibility to be spotted, but Kurt's skill in martial arts is at the level of giving me a good fight or below that. Since there isn't anyone excelling at that field even among his followers either, it's easy to investigate their movements. However, the meeting 3 days ago. Wendlin. I have succeeded at luring away the craftsman group beforehand, and thus only the blacksmith, with whom I got into a dispute previously, has attended the meeting. Even for the wealthy farmers, it seems that only half of them ended up attending. It's probably because many of them suddenly want to curry favor with you too, boy. Even that lot is likely a guilty conscience. Burkhardt. Huh? And then? Wendlin. I only made a few little rumors here and there. It has been in the style of even God doesn't know who will become the head in the current situation, right? But that is after all a problem of the authorities, I guess. Though I think you would be able to profit in the end, if you proclaimed your neutrality here. Burkhardt. Even the folks from the main village have realized that it isn't advantageous for anyone to unreasonably support Kurt in the inferior position he is now. However, they also have a problem with abruptly betraying him in this situation. They won't have to choose to support either side if they become neutral, and thus they have decided to handle it in this way. If Kurt is disinherited, it will likely trigger things like readjusting the land of the main village. And as they didn't attend the meeting, that person probably considered it a betrayal and not neutrality. Wendlin. I'm not concerned as to what that man is thinking. Burkhardt. How evil. Wendlin. Though you say that, 3 months have already passed, too. Even my master and the important folks from the central government are getting impatient. Burkhardt. It seems they want me to begin the development quickly even if it's a day earlier. However, given that we are actually struggling at the actual location, their real opinion was that they don't care about the situation itself. But, he likely can't refuse any longer since today. Burkhardt. What do you mean by that? Wendlin. After the meeting Kurt came in contact with a person from outside. Burkhardt. From outside? Wendlin. According to Burkhardt-san's information, Kurt apparently got in contact with someone from outside in the forest in there, back of the main family's mansion at night. If you ask why he knows that, going by the spying on the movements of the detected fellow, it was obviously the movements of a professional adventurer. Besides, it's impossible for people from outside to come as far as here if they don't use teleportation unless they are professional adventurers. Burkhardt. I wonder for what reason they contacted that person. Wendlin. Usually it likely for inspiring something bad. The proof for that is the currently severe mountain path. Burkhardt. For Burkhardt-san, who didn't restrain that adventurer 3 days ago, my safety is the primary concern. It looks like he has already reported it to Margrave Brithhilda. Although it is more exhausting to climb that steep mountain path in January, it is still manageable to reach the exit. It's easy to imagine on whose order he is moving about. Burkhardt. Speaking of nobles trying to contact Kurt even once, there isn't anyone but that person's younger brother after all. If they got some evidence, it will cause Finance Minister Ruckner to have a big debt towards Margrave Brithhilda. It's a troublesome story, right? Wendlin. No. What are you talking about? It's a link to establish independence as local noble. Burkhardt. So, has that person started something today? Wendlin. Once I considered whether that adventurer has lent his hand in an assassination as well, I returned right away. If we assume that it's possible. Burkhardt. It was a man prepared by a client. He might have received something like a magic tool, is what Burkhardt-san says. Since that person has been cornered, there's no other way but to use such a person. If he aims to turn the tables with a single successful attack, well, isn't it dangerous to go on an inspection then? Wendlin. Possibly, though that likelihood is exceedingly low. Burkhardt. While there might be a magic tool obtained by legal means, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's possible to achieve the objective this easily. I think that the black market managed by the criminal guild has been used as source. If you don't pay a large amount of money to a leader at that place, who has connections, you won't be able to get your hands on a magic tool that is capable of killing you, boy. Burkhardt. Most of them is stuff like, there is a possibility of getting a magic tool with awesome power, but the probability for that is around 10%. It seems there are many folks palming those off cheaply for around 10% of their original market price. Also, if they caused a totally different effect than explained, it was possible to get cursed yourself instead of the opponent you planned to curse. Even if the purchaser makes complaints, the other party is the criminal guild. If they appeal to the guards, it will be hopeless to not mention the fact of having bought illegal items themselves in the first place. To put it simply, it's nothing an amateur will get involved with. The guys, who say that they already understood and dabble in it a bit, will get burned. Burkhart. Instead, if you pay the legitimate price by using legal connections, you will be able to obtain items that haven't been available through public sources at first. Of course you will have to pay a large amount of money for those. That is the place called black market. Does Ruckner's younger brother have connections to that black market? Wendlin. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. Even with an official position attached, if it's at the level of an appointed baron. Burkhart. Besides, there's also the problem of having to pay a large amount of money. If you want to obtain a moderate item, it's necessary to pay at least 5.000.000 cents. I have decided to ignore the question why Burkhart-san knows about such matters. Even with Ruckner's younger brother preparing a magic tool of that degree, the possibility of it killing you is low, boy. Burkhart. Does that mean that the inspection is a bait? To sum it up, Wendlin. That's how it is, I think. I will also accompany you on the inspection. There are just the right helpers here as well. Burkhart. At the same time as Burkhart-san says that, a sound as if some meteorite has fallen can be heard from outside the mansion. As everyone went to see what's going on outside in a rush, that person nonchalantly stood in the vacant land in front of the mansion. Daoshi. Wendlin. Putting Daoshi-sama aside, next to him, besides him, Paul. Even for Paul Nissan it's not unreasonable to be shocked. Anyway, next to the landed Daoshi there was the figure of a flying dragon with its head being miserably smashed in a single blow. Except a part of the mountain path, the mountain range has become the habitat of flying dragons and wyverns. Probably Daoshi had a magician, who is capable of teleportation and stationed at the royal castle, sent him up to Brittberg. From there he likely broke through the sky of the mountain range with high-speed flight. I guess that the pitiful flying dragon next to him obstructed Daoshi's flight route and ended up getting defeated because of that. It was pleasant to use long-distance, high-speed flight after a long time, but since that flying dragon hindered my field of vision I simply crushed it. Given that I will be in your care for a short while, it's fine to take it as present instead of a souvenir. Armstrong. Since the flying dragon had only its head smashed, this degree of present was too much for Daoshi's lodging expenses. Say, Val, Herman. He is Viscount Armstrong Dono, the royal head magician. Wendlin. A royal magician is that powerful. Herman. It's not unreasonable for Herman Nissan to be surprised either. The great number of flying dragons and wyverns inhabiting the mountain range are beings reigning at the top of this area's ecosystem. Of course the inhabitants of the Bormister territory are helpless beings where dragons are concerned. They didn't approach the mountain range. The only exception is the merchant group traveling along the mountain path. Several years after the founder of the Bormister household immigrated to this land, around 10 local men entered the mountain range saying, won't the territory's funds profit if we sell the raw materials of the subjugation? The result, needless to say, apparently was only 3 of them, including the founder, returning. Since then no group appeared that wanted to do something like hunting flying dragons to earn money. Ooh, aren't you Baron Bormister's elder brother Dono? Even I'm proud to have that much power. If it's a flying dragon of this level, there are several people here who can defeat it though. Armstrong. That means Herman, me, Burkhart-san, Louise and Wilma. If it's a single flying dragon or wyvern, we can usually defeat it. Even Iryu and Ina should be able to at least kill a single wyvern, if they fight together. How is Kurt Aniki aiming to reverse the tables? Herman. No idea. Maybe that magic tool or whatever is a terribly great item. No, if it's Kurt Aniki's connections and assets, he definitely won't be able to obtain something like that. Herman. At any rate, if it's like this, there's no change in the state of affairs either. We have decided to execute the plan to lure out Kurt at the Savage Lands under the pretext of an inspection. By the way, there's still time for breakfast. Armstrong. I will prepare it at once. Okay. Elise. With even Daoshi joining in, There shouldn't be any chance for Kurt's plan to flip the tables to succeed in the first place. There was the matter of going on the inspection with a peace of mind, but a single big problem popped up here. This is manti mayonnaise, huh? I certainly want a large amount of this as well. Armstrong. All of the high-priced manti mayonnaise, which I made as prototype in the morning, has ended up being eaten away. Daoshi-sama, you are eating quite well. Wilma. Aha. The appearance of a rival. Huh? Armstrong. Wilma, who was late for breakfast due to serving as waitress, tries to eat a large amount and ends up burning with the flame of rivalry for some reason. Second serving, it is Tilda. Armstrong. Second serving. Wilma. Because of those two, an outrageous amount of rice, bread, meat and vegetables have vanished in one go. I win. Wilma. No. Tilda. Next time for sure. Armstrong. Are you a child? Wendlin. And, before anyone noticed, an eating contest between Daoshi and Wilma began. The result was Wilma's victory. Daoshi was vexed about this as if he was a child. Or rather, it was nothing but reckless for a normal human to oppose a person with hero syndrome in the amount of food. Kurtpoff. Kurt-sama. Eckhart. What is it? Eckhart. Kurt. Somehow I obtained the information that Wendlin's group will be heading to the Savage Lands for an inspection today. With the location being quite deep inside, there shouldn't be any issues with using the aforementioned Flute of a Dragon Tamer, or similar if it's there. This time there will be 5 guys accompanying me. Eckhart, who has his back against the wall just like me, and 4 relatively old, wealthy farmers. All of them are folks who have supported the Bourmister territory before Wendlin came. All of them participated in my plan wearing armor, sword and spear used at the time of being called for war. In the beginning I considered to act by myself in order to carry out my scheme secretly. With this number of people, the wild animals of the Savage Lands would be a threat, if we didn't prepare at least this much. Will something like an assassination really be successful? Eckhart. It will work. If it's this Flute of a Dragon Tamer. Kurt. Certainly, Wendlin is possessing magic with a frightening power. But, he shouldn't win against the force of numbers, no matter what kind of guy he is. There, Flute of a Dragon Tamer, will summon the flying dragons and wyverns in the vicinity. If it cools the large amount of dragons living at that mountain range, even Wendlin shouldn't survive it. Will it also be alright to tear off such large amount of dragons from their monster domain? Eckhart. We will be fine. Kurt. That is, in other words, Eckhart. As usual, he is a stupid man, bad at guessing. As blacksmith he is second-rate, and even as retainer he is second-rate. Oh well, he might hang on in order to not be discarded for his incompetent methods. They will luckily be hurt if it's like that. Kurt. Such a thing. Eckhart. Oi. Despite accomplishing something special, you plan to take no risk at all? Kurt. Certainly, if I now blew there, Flute of a Dragon Tamer, here targeting Wendlin, the large amount of dragons coming flying would ignore Wendlin's group and likely kill a large amount of the fief's inhabitants. However, if we want to survive, we have to win. Kurt. They would obliterate the successors of Wendlin's inheritance, the inhabitants, who reached the point of buttering up to that stupid brat, father and the cheeky Herman and the people of the Branch family. It would start a new Bourmister territory from the scratch. No, it would be a fresh start. However, your family is Eckhart. Such people, isn't it fine to build a new family then? Kurt. Someone like my wife, who has grown old and lacks appeal, isn't suited for the new Bourmister territory. We are still halfway through our 30s, Eckhart. Even the remaining folks still haven't turned 50 yet. Kurt. Me, Eckhart and the other guys can advance the story, if we receive young wives additionally to a new governing system. Something like children. It's fine to make them once again. Eckhart, for you as new junior commander, I believe it to be necessary to get a new wife. The others as well. I want each of them to serve as retainer. Do you have any objections to that? Kurt. No, we only want to follow Kurt-sama's command. Eckhart. That's right. It's proper like that. Though I will only protect myself after I blew their Flute of a Dragon Tamer. I have decided to keep my promise to make them my retainers once they survived. Luckily. Kurt-sama. Eckhart. We arrived. Kurt. Though unreasonable, it somehow had merit to hide at this place ahead of time. In front of my view it seems Wendlin's group is checking something like the condition of the soil while talking about something. The usual members are accompanying him. What have they been promised to get? Paul's group, who is guarding him as if greedy beggars, And, beyond expectations, Herman along several of his subordinate warriors secured the vicinity. Herman-sama is there. Eckhart. That fits just nicely. He can die alongside the fools flattering my younger brother. Kurt. I have no grief anymore. Wendlin, as well as Herman and Paul buttering up to him. The damned old man, the stupid inhabitants, for all of them the time for cleaning up has come once I use this flute of a dragon tamer. Well, let's start then. Kurt. As I exhale, holding there, flute of a dragon tamer, in my mouth, something immediately begins to flow similar to a melody never heard before. The nature of the tune was similar to the sound of a normal ocarina. I didn't have anything like training in instruments. As the gloomy adventurer I encountered 3 days ago in the forest said, the magic tool has been constructed to produce a melody, if you blow in a little bit of air while holding it in your mouth. Also, this melody seems to come out so that people can distinguish whether it's a sound coming from this flute. The sound to anger dragons is originally something that can't be heard by human ears. However, such thing doesn't really matter, if only that imprudent Wendlin dies. But, with this, it will be sufficient. What the hell? As expected, it's only natural for first-class magicians and adventurers. Because of the sound of the ocarina, Wendlin's group discovered our existence. But it's already too late. The dragons should already be heading this way. It's a flute calling something. Ha! Burkhart. Margrave Brithhilda's pet dog grumbled seeing me blowing. There, flute of a dragon tamer. By no means. Is it a flute of a dragon tamer? Armstrong. Such item is something that rarely comes into one's hands. I think it's a magic tool to summon something else. Burkhart. It was a giant wearing a violet robe, who noticed the true identity of this magic tool. But that ended up being denied by the stupid pet dog of Margrave Brithhilda. Really, there was no choice but to laugh at the idiot trying to act smart, having made a mistake in his conclusion. It will be great if his head is bitten off by the large flock of dragons. Hey, that is Blue Eyes, the midget, who is a concubine candidate of Wendlin, apparently discovered something and pointed at the sky. Most likely the dragons, living at the mountain range, gathered as they have been called by this flute. Looks like your lives will end today, bastards. Kurt. Being attacked by an army of dragons, Wendlin's group, being outnumbered, will be eaten alive and the stupid fief's inhabitants and their families will be destroyed. However, I will rebuild the Bormister territory from there. I will become at least an earl and a great number of new inhabitants will flow into my vast territory. Being surrounded by many young wives, including a large number of concubines as well, I will every day lead a life in luxury appropriate to a noble, and such me will even be acknowledged by Margrave Brithhilda and the nobles of the capital. All of you, die for my sake. Kurt. Essay Kurt-sama. Eckhart. What is it? Kurt. Although I've been blowing the flute properly with a nice, manly mood, there is an idiot being a nuisance close by. It was the fool Eckhart, who isn't useful as usual. Those aren't dragons. Eckhart. What? Kurt. Though it's a flute to call dragons, something that's not Dragonic has come. Eckhart and the other guys started to make a fuss. As I look in the sky for such reason, I see something similar to black smoke approaching this place from every direction in the sky. What is that? That black smoke? Kurt. Kurt-sama. Eckhart. Those things, similar to black smoke, seem to have been drawn from quite a vast range due to the sound of the flute. Their size is probably around the size of a fist, even if they are tiny things which are as large as a pebble. However, their numbers aren't normal at all. It was a swarm coming here as if it was a cloud. Wouldn't it be better if you stopped blowing into their flute? Eckhart. What a foolish thing to say. Those might not be dragons, but they should definitely kill Wendlin, if they have such menacing air. Anyway, I won't receive any damage from that black smoke. Besides, look at that. There's no other way but to call Wendlin to be panicking. Kurt. Due to the gradually gathering clusters of black smoke, Wendlin's group started to put up magic defense in a hurry. In other words, it's something with that degree of danger. Kurt-sama. Any more than this? Eckhart. What's up? This is Kurt. It was Eckhart's group, which had been appointed to protect me while I'm blowing the flute. But they are low-born commoners after all. Fearing the swarms of black smoke, they try to run away from this place. However, They end up being caught by the swarms of black smoke midway on its way to here. Their bodies are covered. Kurt Seymour, Eckhart, help. Subordinate. Listening to the screams similar to death agony by Eckhart's group, I'm convinced that this flute is even usable against Wendlin. They were fools trying to escape due to fear, although I told them they would become retainers at long last. But it looks like I can use the effect of that black smoke as shown on their bodies. Let's build a nice tomb for them once I became an earl. If that black smoke continues to attack until Wendlin's group's mana is used up. Kurt. No matter how strong Wendlin is, he can't persist against the power in numbers. Although the flute didn't call dragons, let's deem it usable since it was a useful magic tool. At this rate they will attack Wendlin's group. Kurt. I put even more breath into the flute and increased its sound. Once I looked at the sky, it was completely similar to the feeling of a swarm of grasshoppers heading here, as it seems that the swarm of black smoke is still gathering from the surroundings. Has Eckhart's group died? Kurt. The black smoke, which attacked Eckhart's group, had already separated from its targets. Combining to a new gathered black smoke, it gathered as if there was a tornado in my vicinity. With me being right in the center of the tornado of black smoke, I'm not influenced by its effect at all. On the other hand, Wendlin's group is continuing to eagerly defend against the black smoke with magic. Looks like they died. Kurt. The 5 people, including Eckhart, apparently already died. Their skin's color became ashen with them not even moving a twitch. I wonder, what's this black smoke anyway? Well, it's fine since it's usable, I guess. Kurt. At the time I thought, well, next is Wendlin's group. As I unintentionally look at Eckhart's corpse, I confirm his limbs beginning to move with a twitch. Did he survive in fact? Kurt. Although Eckhart's group's limbs had begun to move, this time they were sluggishly turning their faces this way as they stood up. They survived, huh? Oh well, let's make them retainers. Kurt. However, looking at the faces of the risen group, I feel that something is obviously weird. Their eyes are completely unfocused. Snot is dripping from their noses and drool is coming out of their mouths. Additionally, with even their excreta leaking out, an unpleasant stench gradually begins to spread in the vicinity. Something to eat? Meat tilde, huh? What has happened to you guys? Kurt. The 5 people come walking towards me with unsteady feet. Furthermore, they treat me as human prey. I recalled a certain situation after being confused for a short while. Those killed in action of the Bourmister feudal troops mostly changed into zombies. Wendlin. At the beginning that was the reason why Wendlin came here as adventurer. Since those of the expeditionary force killed in action in the demon forest have turned into undead, it should have been a request for the sake of purifying those. Zombies are people possessed by a desire. They are especially specialized in appetite. It would be best to subjugate them as fast as possible. Artur. Dad talked to me about the details of Wendlin's report afterwards. Within that there were details concerning the ecology of zombies. Those fellows, although they can't even get any nutrition by eating, they are determined on hunting for food. Occasionally it seems to even go as far as cannibalism. Perhaps Kurt. Eckhart's group, believed to have already died, suddenly has gotten up. While saying something to eat, they are heading towards me. In other words, they have become zombies after having been killed by the black smoke. Aren't they trying to devour me? What foolishness. Stop it. Kurt. As I called out to those rushing guys in order to stop them, I was reminded that I was blowing the flute. I decided to remove the flute from my mouth to stop temporarily. But I have confirmed an even more outrageous fact. The flute can't be removed from my mouth. In the same ways both my hands, which supported my blowing of the flute, don't come off either. Let's first stop the sound by stopping to breath, else the sound of the flute won't stop either. Because it's a magic tool, eh? Kurt. It might be possible to not being able to stop the flute's sound until you achieve your objective, once you send your breath through it once. The next second I was thinking about that, I felt pain from head to toe. Matilda. Eckhart's group, turned into zombies, was in the process of devouring my arms, feet and back of the neck. Hey, get away. There's death penalty for something like injuring the next feudal lord. Kurt. Even so, the zombies didn't stop greedily devouring my body. Mercilessly biting off meat all over, I fall senseless due to the exceeding pain. Anyway, if I don't escape. Kurt. However, my body didn't have any strength left anymore. Even if I ran away, I would be covered by the black smoke, which became a tornado in the surroundings. I see, instead of this flute killing my target, it steals my life. That's why I shouldn't have relied on something like a capital's noble. Damn it. My dreams. My aspirations. Kurt. Using Wendland's inheritance, I will rejuvenate the Bourmister territory. I felt like my dreams made a sound of crumbling away. If it turned out like that, even if there's as much as a single victim, die, Wendland, die, Herman, die, Paul. Kurt. The last thing I saw in my life was the large mouth of Eckhart, who turned into a zombie, plunging his teeth into my vital point at the nape of the neck. Chapter 52, Flute of Grudges. I wonder, has something happened in there? Who knows? But, I think there's no doubt it's nothing good. For the sake of rampaging, Kurt, who obtained some magic tool from Finance Minister Ruckner's little brother, appeared on purpose at the site of our inspection in the Savage Lands. The inspection itself was more or less necessary. I plan to split the current Bourmister territory into 3 earldoms, with me having the majority and Paul Nissan getting an independent associate baron territory. Its border was at the moment nothing more but a plain. However, for the sake of avoiding disputes of the territorial borders, which might happen in the future, it was indispensable to properly define it. It wasn't particularly necessary to do that today. Inducing Kurt became the most important goal after all. There's no problem. He seems to be lurking around. Burkhart. Kurt, the blacksmith Eckhart and the few remaining supporters went out armed to the location we intended to inspect as potential territory during darkness. Of course, such action was exposed once they entered Burkhart-san's detection range. Even after arriving at the location we intended to inspect, we were entirely aware of the 5 people hiding in a thicket slightly further away and looking this way. Well, what kind of magic tool will they use? I'm concerned by that in my mind. Kurt, who suddenly showed his figure in front of us, begins to blow into something similar to an old ocarina. Thereupon something much like clusters of some black smoke gush out from the ground in the vicinity. Those clusters change into a tornado and envelop Kurt. Self-destruction all of a sudden? Wendland. No. I expect him to be likely safe within the tornado. Even as a joke, he is still the user of the magic tool. Burkhart. Somehow or other, it looks like the effect of the black smoke doesn't reach the center, similar to the eye of a typhoon. However, apparently the black smoke has received a note telling it that it only applies to Kurt. The effect of the black smoke? Before long, screams considered to belong to Eckhart's group can be heard. Only himself being safe and the others are doomed? How evil. Wendland. They have splendidly been used and thrown away. As expected. He is a small man. Burkhart. Burkhart-san's evaluation of Kurt was harsh. But, apparently those types of parties weren't rare in his adventurer time either. It looks like he doesn't want to particularly recall that point. Besides, it's not like Kurt will be safe for eternity either. We hear those screams of death agony right away. Somehow he wasn't able to comprehend what kind of magic tool it is. As expected. Someone like Kurt was a disposable tool. Wendland. It looks like that black smoke is something dangerous to touch. We should defend ourselves, as that body of black smoke began to gush forth in large quantities even from far away. I deployed a magic barrier together with Burkhart-san. Everyone, who joined us on the inspection, enters the magic barrier in a hurry. Those are bugs? Owen. No, that's the materialization of grudges. Elise, who is well informed in this field, answered Iru's question. The materialization of grudges? That's nothing more than the power of that flute. Elise replied to Ina's question slightly vaguely. That's to be expected of her as well. She didn't have that much knowledge in magic tools. Nay, do you know about it, Daoshi-sama? Herman. That's probably there. Flute of Grudges. Armstrong. Flute of Grudges? Blue eyes. Unexpectedly Daoshi seems to have a clue about the magic tool Kurt has been blowing into. Apparently the Flute of Grudges is a magic tool that had been produced in ancient times for vengeance. With the hatred of the person himself, the grudges gathered from the surroundings by the flute are used to change oneself into a powerful undead, which kills the target. As magic tool with the goal of certainly killing the target, the user wants to kill so badly that they even sacrifice their own body. It isn't at the level of the Flute of a Dragon Tamer, either, but it is an item requiring authorization by the kingdom due to its danger. That means, It's from the black market too? Owen. It's easier to obtain the flute of grudges than the flute of a dragon tamer. Therefore, it's only a controversy of comparison in the end. Burkhart. If you use the flute of a dragon tamer, this territory will be destroyed in the worst case. However, if it's the flute of grudges, there are also many situations where it ends with killing the individual target, involving several people at worst. This is why either are obviously regarded as dangerous by the kingdom. Anyway, the target is me, right? Wendlin. Ahaha, isn't it the materialization of a frightful grudge? It looks to be a befitting resentment for Baron Mr. Armstrong. It's not a laughing matter though. Wendlin. The black smoke, which is still gathering from the vicinity and approaching, has a diameter of 50 meters with Kurt in the center. It took the form of a huge tornado with a height of around 100 meters. Its dreadfulness is excessive to a degree that we have to retreat in a hurry. Uncle Sama. I'm recalling from the books I read in the past that tornadoes are a lot smaller, but Elise. I can think of several reasons. However, Armstrong. First was the fact of these savage lands being a vastly empty plot of land. That seems to be something making it relatively easy for grudges to spring forth. Plants and bugs get crushed under the hooves of running deer. Rabbits are hunted by wolves. Bears drown in rivers and their children end up dying as they haven't been brought up. Even in human society, there's stuff like getting scolded by superiors. In daily life, there were things like not being pleased with friends. Though it's only tiny amounts, it creates grudges. Those seem to have soaked into the circumference of this region. However, if time passes, those will vanish similar to water evaporating. Elise. This is normal to equal locations, but these places are called bad plots of land. The grudges, which accumulated, bring harm to people utilizing these plots of land. Similar to the capital's flawed properties, if things like strong evil spirits, which kill out of resentment, are created, the grudges being at those places will serve as energy source for the evil spirits, amplifying their powers. In other words, the grudge of that man is more powerful than expected. With that as origin, large quantities of grudges are gathering from the savage lands underground. Armstrong. There are no slaughtered people who bear regrets in the savage lands either. There's no more than a small amount of something like grudges gathering from one place, but since the savage lands are vast, it's a matter of dust becoming a mound if you pile it up. That means the situation is hopeless unless Vol's elder brother stops blowing into the flute. Owen. Rather than stopping, there's no other choice but to destroy either the magic tool or its user. Armstrong. What do you mean by that? Owen. Iryu remembers a sense of discomfort due to Daoshi's remark of destroying Kurt and not killing him. Iryu boy, why do you think Baron Bormister and Burkhart Dono immediately deployed a magic barrier? If the body of a normal human suffers this amount of thick and dense grudges, they won't escape dying. Armstrong. While Daoshi was answering Iryu's question, he also explained that Kurt shouldn't be alive anymore. Grudges being a minus element, there will be no significant effects, if it's only a small dose, but if it's a large dose, it will cause sickness and in the worst case be fatal. If it's an ordinary person, they would go insane instantly. Also, their body's function would cease within a short time. However, Elise. While looking at me, Elise gives an explanation which doesn't seem to be an excuse. To put it simply, it's very likely that Kurt and his followers have already died. It's not something you have to worry about, Elise. Though it might be bad taste, but they reap what they sowed. Wendlin. I wish for their death from the bottom of my heart. Until now I have thoroughly received their hatred. In the end they even tried to assassinate a person. Besides, they shouldn't have expected an easy conclusion, even if they had survived here anyway. Margrave Brithhilda and the nobles of the central government shouldn't have done something much like using Kurt in order to suppress my anxiety of the future. However, if that's the case, why is the tune of the flute still continuing to resound, I wonder? That's simple. It's because it is a magic tool. Armstrong. Daoshi quickly replied to Ina's doubt. It had the shape of an ocarina, but it is a magic tool after all. Once you get it working by blowing into it one time, the flute's tune won't stop until killing the person, who had been defined as target by the person operating it. Actually, it isn't a piece of music I feel like having heard somewhere before either. But the tune of the ocarina continued to flow into the surroundings, until killing the person that has been marked by the person using it. However, the Dana-san has already died, right? Blue Eyes. I felt the same doubts as Blue Eyes. Although Kurt has already passed away, why are the flute and the gathering grudges recognizing me as their target? The answer is that the person, who is using the flute as existence manipulating the assembly of grudges, has transformed into an undead. It will be a reasonable labor to purify that boy. Burkhart. A report that a change occurred in the aforementioned huge tornado of black smoke is given by Burkhart-san, who was concentrating on deploying the magic barrier. Once I turned my view, I saw a giant, completely composed by the black smoke, with a height of around 50 meters standing there. The assembly of grudges. Wendlin. Also, look at the chest part, everyone. Burkhart. As I turned my sight upon Burkhart-san's instruction, I saw Kurt, who had changed into a zombie, buried there with his skin having changed into a darkish brown color. Holding that flute in his mouth just as before, Kurt is continuing to play the melody from there. If you furthermore observe well, parts of his limbs and neck are missing as if having been bit off. Those wounds changed their color into a murky black. Those followers changed into zombies before him. It looks like he died by being eaten, and after his death he transformed into the core of that black giant after changing into a zombie. What a nasty magic tool. Burkhart. Certainly, it was a magic tool I wouldn't want to use no matter how much I was driven to a wall. And, although they were his followers, they had changed into zombies after all and were buried into the limbs and torso of the black giant as if being nothing more than decorations. What does that mean? It's the first time I've seen an undead like that. Wendlin. It seems the zombie Kurt is the core, but the other zombies have been embedded into the whole body as well. The majority of the parts of the mysterious giant were composed by the grudges in a state of black smoke. Sure enough, I wonder, how do you classify this kind of undead? It's disgusting. Even bringing it down won't yield any meat. We should defeat it quickly. Wilma. Then again, that's the kind of thing you can expect Wilma to say. She was fun in defeating wild animals and monster if she can eat them, but if it's this kind of undead, she can't eat. We should defeat it quickly. While pulling the cuff of my robe, she requested for it to be defeated quickly. But, doesn't it seem to be powerful? Wendlin. Since it is a magic tool given by the likes of Ruckner's younger brother, it shouldn't be a big deal either. It's good, if it finishes with Kurt's rampaging as it is just the right opportunity. Burkhart. Unexpectedly saying something like that, Burkhart-san became speechless due to the sinisterness of the giant of black smoke with zombies embedded in its body. Burkhart-san. Wendlin. You had been resented by Kurt to a very great extent, boy. Burkhart. Talking about that at this late hour. Wendlin. I was completely under the wrong impression of the other side, but even so it apparently resulted in a terribly gloomy grudge. Considering the other party, they likely hated me for being born in the first place. Moreover, it would have been fine, if I had lived an obedient, modest life, but something like becoming a noble after defeating a dragon. That's something intolerable from Kurt's point of view. At any rate, it's because he is the heir's eldest son. And, in case I gave him the money I'm possessing, he would work me like his slave. All of it being only for Kurt's convenience, it would be better to kill me since I was an existence that obstructed him going by his circumstances. People, taking things into consideration to that extent, are able to approve just because he is my elder brother connected by blood. I wasn't such a saint. So, what will we do? Wendlin. I wonder. Burkhart. The black smoke giant, which absorbed all of the grudges within the flute of grudges range in the Savage Lands, immediately unleashed a barrage of punches with his fist at me, who is its target. However, those are blocked by the magic barrier I deployed together with Burkhart-san. The punches aren't showing any effect at all. Even so, swinging down its both hands continuously, the impacts cause very loud sounds of bam bam on the magic barrier. This has triggered a mental feeling of being slightly scared. I'm certain that's the way it is because the giant has an all-over height of around 50 meters and because I'm facing its large fists even though I'm being protected by the magic barrier. If that's the case, it's my turn now. If something happens to Baron Bormister's body, even his Majesty would be full of regret. Anyway, it's fine to leave it to me. Armstrong. Since Daoshi came for the sake of guarding me, he isn't wrong theoretically. But, if I consider Daoshi's unique skills, I also have a feeling that it won't have much effect on the black smoke giant. I will get rid of it with magic I usually don't use. Armstrong. At the same time of saying that, Daoshi aligns his mana and slips out from the magic barrier deployed by Burkhardt-san and me. Simultaneously he applies a spell of body enhancement on himself. In order to get rid of Daoshi, who just came out from the previously hindering barrier, the black smoke giant drops a fist from overhead. It used a strength that would have definitely squashed the target, if it was an ordinary human, but Daoshi defended against that with a standalone magic barrier. What? Daoshi used a magic barrier. Owen. No, that's because he's the royal head magician. Wendlin. From Ryu's point of view, it was the first time for Daoshi to use a magic barrier itself. However, that doesn't mean that Daoshi can't use a magic barrier. If I want to mention it for the sake of protecting Daoshi's honor, he only wasn't able to use a semicircular magic barrier, covering several people, like Burkhardt-san and me. In a certain sense, he is perfectly suited to fighting alone. Wendlin. I wonder if that's how it is. Owen. For this reason voices had been raised in the past for Master to be the royal head magician rather than Daoshi. However, you could also say that it hasn't been a particular mistake to inaugurate Daoshi as royal head magician if you look at things like Daoshi's knowledge of magic tools. Rather, you can even say he is qualified since he possesses offensive abilities to a frightening level, which can mercilessly annihilate an enemy army. If there is a war, it's because other magic consumes a large quantity of mana. Really, it completely burns away, similar to a crimson pillar of fire. Armstrong. With these words Daoshi points his finger towards the black smoke giant and a mighty pillar of fire suddenly rises from the feet of the black smoke giant. Its body ends up being fully wrapped up in the fire. It was a satisfying execution. Burst Great Rising. Armstrong. Burst Great Rising is a spell that creates a huge, high-temperatured pillar of fire from the feet of its target. Its power has a degree that an ordinary person would be burned to nothing without even leaving bones behind. If asked whether it's an original spell, you could say yes and number. There are several magicians using magic to wrap up their targets in a pillar of fire, but it was only Daoshi who named it Burst Great Rising. It was also only Daoshi who improved the spell of Pillar of Fire to reach a height of around 100 meters. It's an amazing spell. Blue Eyes. As expected of Uncle Sama, Elise, Blue Eyes and Elise praised the strength of Daoshi watching the black smoke giant burning while being wrapped up in a huge pillar of fire, but Burkhardt-san shook his head while his face is giving off a doubtful feeling. In fact, it's the same for me as well. I think the spell Burst Great Rising is very amazing. But Ina noticed the same problem as us. Nay, Ina, what's up? Wendlin. I can't use such spell, but that black giant is an undead, right? Isn't it in vain, if you don't purify it with holy magic in that case? Ina. I wonder if that's how it is? Wendlin. It's different when it has a body rotten like a zombie, but with the majority of that giant being materialized as grudges in the shape of black smoke, magic of the fire attribute shouldn't work. Didn't Uncle Sama target the zombie of those people embedded in that black giant? Elise. It's not like Elise forgot the fact that the majority of the undead won't be defeated without using holy magic. Given that it is this large, isn't Daoshi trying to bring down the Kurt zombie, which has been controlling it earlier? You can even say that it has a nice efficiency, if that is indeed correct. Just that the black smoke giant has been standing at the place where the pillar of fire settled down just now, without change. In addition, the eyes of Kurt, embedded in the chest part, became bloodshot and he screamed. His current state isn't that of a zombie. As he changed into a wraith, with his rage towards Baron Bormister he isn't able to die peacefully even by being burned with hellfire. Armstrong. Even Daoshi looks to be surprised by Kurt's tenacity. In any case, the figures of the other four, who were embedded in the limbs of the giant, vanished from sight already. Probably they ended up dying just now as it'd been too much for them to keep following Kurt's lead by now. Wendlin. I will kill you. Kurt. You are? He seriously has a grudge. Owen. More than half of it is a selfish prejudice by the other side. Wendlin. Even I might have this much resentment, if I wanted to succeed after my elder brothers left. Though, such situation is very unlikely. Owen. Succeeding the household and territory or not? Because of this difference, Iryu, who was shunned by his elder brothers, doesn't see this as someone else's problem, as it could have been his as well, especially given that it occasionally goes even as far as murder and assassinations. However, in Kurt's case, since he would have become the feudal lord, if he had been silent, I consider it to be a totally unjustified resentment through misunderstandings. Let's finish it by purifying him quickly. Burkhart. The black smoke giant has excessively increased its grudges due to the wraith of Kurt controlling that part. It continued to attack us while swinging its hands downwards around in disorder. The attacks themselves were completely blocked by Burkhart-san's magic barrier, but it's likely not good for the heart to watch a scene of a giant swinging its arms downward. Because of that, Burkhart-san called out to finish it by purifying it quickly. Understood. Elise. Wendlin. Yes, Elise and I have started the preparation of holy magic at the same time. To narrow down the range of the wide area purification spell we used in the demon forest, we raised its density. With it being spells from the same magic system, we decided it would be completely purified if enveloped in twice the power. Since it would be troublesome, if even that failed in the worst case, we have decided to do it without mercy. Wendlin. Kurt. It doesn't seem that he has even reason left anymore. Given that the giant is continuing to swing its hands towards us, this would become problematic if it rampaged somewhere else as well. If it even headed towards the Bourmester territory by some blunder, there was also the possibility of it massacring the fief's population, if things don't go well, though it doesn't look like we have to worry about it escaping to another place. Despite us being protected by Burkhart-san's magic barrier, the giant of black smoke isn't considering other options either. It continued to swing its hands downwards completely like a machine. I see, a magic tool for vengeance. It's good that I'm not the target. Herman. Same for me. Paul. However, isn't it a rather unreasonable resentment? Herman. If he didn't do anything, he would have normally succeeded the Bourmester territory. Paul. Herman Nissan and Paul Nissan have been even more scared of the giant of black smoke swinging down its hands as if having gone mad, than something like the miserable manner of Kurt's death. The reason being, if they were the aim of this giant, they likely wouldn't be able to survive as they can't even deploy a magic barrier in the first place. Even if they excelled a bit in martial arts, they shouldn't be able to escape from the absurd violence of the giant. Surely, I didn't know whether this magic tool of vengeance had a value to sacrifice one's own body, but it was an opportunity to deal with the sole magician in the area. However, we would have been checkmated if we didn't have holy magic. Blue eyes. Right. Even if you defend against its attacks, there would be no way to defeat the black giant if you don't use holy magic. The deployment of the magic barrier as well. The result would be the same once the mana ran out. As for the point of the majority of people definitely ending up dead, the Flute of Grudges was also an appropriate magic tool to be controlled by the government. So, Daoshi is stalling for time? Owen. Probably. However, the impression he gives off is him really trying to defeat it by himself. Wendlin. No. That's impossible without holy magic. Burkhart. For the sake of Elise and me performing holy magic, Burkhart-san extends his magic barrier so that it protects all of us. Daoshi was the single exception to that, as it was possible for him to deploy a magic barrier, as long as it covered only himself, and to enhance his physical ability. With magic, he continued to fire highly focused fireballs while flying around the black smoke giant with high-speed flight. However, even if he makes a temporary hole at the parts he hits, it ends up being closed right away as the basis of the giant is black smoke. After all, there wouldn't be any results without holy magic. He's a Daoshi, holy magic is. Wendlin. Though it never has happened for me to have seen it. Blue eyes. Even at the time of practicing in the capital, Blue eyes and I didn't remember having seen him using it. However, although he is able to use it as it is something he used before, I heard he would rather not use it because of its power. Is him being able to use something highly powerful in fact a lie? Wendlin. There's no particular reason to hide it, right? Blue eyes. Certainly. Wendlin. While I have been retorted with a fair argument by Blue eyes, I have completed to amass an usable high output of holy magic. First, Elise cast a purification spell, which was limited in its effect directly at the place where the black smoke giant is standing. Due to the bluish-white light of purification, the giant, being composed of black smoke, is vanishing as if gradually melting, and its body is slowly getting smaller. Moreover, the wraith of Kurt, which was embedded in its chest, continued to scream as if being damaged by sulfuric acid. Go ahead, boy. Burkhart. Yes. Wendlin. Next time stacking the same spell onto the same area as well. Due to the bluish-white light, which increased even more in intensity, the rate at which the black giant is purified speeds up. At that rate I already expected it to likely vanish completely within a few minutes. The wraith of Kurt, which was only raising screams, starts its last resistance. When N. Kurt. Once again the sound of the flute of grudges becomes powerful. And once again black smoke came gradually gathering from the surroundings. Again? Owen. That's because something like grudges is anywhere. Elise. Though it's only a very small quantity, with its nature of gathering over a vast range as something that also exists in any kind of soil. The rate of the giant's body becoming smaller has completely stopped. Now that it has come to this, will we run out of mana first? Or will the wraith of Kurt vanish after ceasing to gather grudges? It totally ended up becoming a test of endurance. Are you alright, boy? Burkhart. I'm fine, but Wendlin. Because Elise's mana is around an intermediate level, she will reach her limit any minute. Even if she has gained around 10 minutes due to the aforementioned ring in addition to the reserve magic gems, I had her carry out a reconsideration for the future. There was a chance that the black giant would return to its original big size once again, if Elise dropped out. If it's like this, isn't it quite bad? Wendlin. It's bad. Burkhart. If the giant doesn't vanish even once my mana runs out, only Burkhart-san, who is deploying a magic barrier, will remain. Given that he can't use holy magic, he will only be able to defend afterwards. This is bad. Daoshi. Burkhart. What is it? Burkhart don't know. Armstrong. Burkhart-san explains the circumstance to Daoshi, who continues his diversion while flying around the giant. I see. These empty savage lands have backfired in reverse. Armstrong. Even if it's an empty area, do grudges come flying this quickly? Wendlin. Usually that's not the case. The dreadfulness of the grudges is in proportion to resentment's depth of the person gathering it. Armstrong. Small amounts of grudges can't usually be seen neither by animals nor people as they are transparent. Only at the time they came, being summoned by the flute of grudges, the shape of the black smoke has reached a point where it would affect people. If the resentment is intense, I see, they are likely gathering from the demon forest and sinister places in the savage lands. Wendlin. Which reminds me, at the time I investigated the savage lands in the past, there were places, which became the graveyards of wild animals, and locations, where plants didn't grow for some reason at all, although those were fine in regards to sunlight and water. Probably a large amount of grudges had accumulated at those places. Grudges are calling grudges with interest attached to them. Armstrong. That's an exquisite allegory. Wendlin. Even if it's a completely false accusation, Kurt seems to have a considerable resentment towards me. So, what shall we do? Wendlin. I'm bad at supplementing mana to others. Armstrong. It's necessary to have a special talent for supplying mana after all. Daoshi affirmed to me that he can't use it. Then, what shall we do? Wendlin. That's simple. It will be fine if I use holy magic. Armstrong. Daoshi, you were able to properly use holy magic? Wendlin. That fact was a shock. Daoshi, who can't use almost anything but a couple of stand-alone spells, though powerful, as the ultimate combat machine, says that he will use holy magic, which he previously declared to be weak in. No, in my short life of 40 years, I have no more experience than having tried holy magic for a small period of time. Armstrong. During that time he gave up training it any further since he couldn't realize anything but far too shabby holy magic. Something like that. Daoshi. Burkhart. Including myself, everyone is exhausted. Burkhart-san states his word of objection as representative. Above being uncertain whether you can use it normally now, it has been completely no good before. It takes time to get used to using holy magic as well. Burkhart. Although the learning time is originally short, even if he suddenly uses it, he shouldn't cast something like holy magic popular in use at the Black Giant. Daoshi's plan was nothing but reckless. In the worst case it's probably proper to withdraw temporarily. Herman. No, that's no good. Wendlin. However, Herman don't know. Burkhart. Victims might appear, but if we temporarily withdraw from here to restore our mana, we will have to face a revenge game. Certainly, this might be the most realistic plan. But, if you consider the victims that might occur in their Bormister territory, I could do nothing but refuse Hermione-san's statement. It will be fine if my holy magic is successful. Baron Bormister, give me Alfred's book. Armstrong. Starting from there. Wendlin. Once I nod to Ina, she takes out the book I received from Master, from within my magic bag and tosses it towards Daoshi. Daoshi, who caught it, began to read the entries about holy magic while floating in the sky. I see, as expected of Alfred. It's really easy to understand. Armstrong. For real. Owen. While pretending that he didn't hear Tsukumi, I once again turned my look towards Daoshi. He was performing some movements as if somehow firmly standing in the sky. Haven't the blood vessels in his head been cut? Owen. Although you once again said something outrageous, I couldn't see whether his blood pressure has been rising from my point of view. It seems to be hopeless. Burkhardt. At the same time as Burkhardt-san, who gave up after about 30 seconds, there was a change in Daoshi's state. Suddenly bluish-white light was emitted from both hands, which Daoshi had held out in front, and next arrows made out of holy light appeared in his palms. More or less it is holy magic. Burkhardt-san admitted that there was a chance of Daoshi releasing holy light for the time being, but he showed something close to astonishment in his expression. The reason being, small. In the end it's too slow. Armstrong. Although the yell of Daoshi was befitting, the size of the unexpected arrows of holy light were to the degree of cucumbers. There wasn't any great difference in their speed to the walking pace of people either. The arrows of holy light, which were released from both palms of Daoshi's hands, hit the black giant at their slow pace, as is, dispersing a small amount of black smoke by purifying it. Did some of the black smoke really disappear? We, who are at a distant place, weren't able to confirm it. Given that he has been able to cast it more or less, it's not like there is absolutely no effect at all. Daoshi. Wendlin. I tried it for the first time in 20 years, but its power has risen higher than before. It's a chance. Armstrong. Oi. Burkhardt. While Burkhardt-san is calmly making a retort and everyone has their strength drained once again, Daoshi fired continuous volleys of holy light arrows without even minding it. Nevertheless, no matter how many he shoots, the black giant is recovering itself without a care. It likely doesn't see Daoshi as threat at all. He was completely ignored. That man is awfully positive. Owen. As Iryu says, Daoshi was keeping up firing the cucumber-sized holy light arrows without caring about something like Burkhardt-san's cold look. Naturally he is also hitting the giant. However, there is no conspicuous change in the black giant visible. Daoshi's holy light arrow's power is far too low for the size of his opponent. Daoshi, your mana won't last. Burkhardt. If it's Burkhardt-san, he likely wants Daoshi to preserve his mana so that we can withdraw in the worst case. Don't do these futile things any longer. It was a light warning. No, but if we don't hold back this black giant here. Herman Nissan seems to have the same opinion as Daoshi, too. They're considering the victims to appear in the Bormister territory, if we don't get rid of the black giant here. Vul. Don't you have some plan? Lu Eyes. Plan A. Wendlin. Although Lu Eyes states it this simply, there's a great influence of one's imagination and sense at the time a magician learns magic. Even if I were to inform Daoshi of a method to use here, I don't think it would result in anything. Lu Eyes, you have probably been taught that magic itself is dependent on the individual, right? Wendlin. Individuality, huh? Then, if it's Daoshi's personality. Lu Eyes. If you watch Daoshi's tactics, his combat style is to fight standalone by enhancing himself with magic to the very limit. You can call him the ultimate magic fighter. T/N, fighter as in martial arts in close combat. At any rate, as he's directly clashing with his opponents, he's weak at magic of the emission type. The main purpose of the snake-shaped highly converged mana balls is to act as restraints. Though he is weak at it, its power was around the level of an intermediate magician because of his mana capacity, which made it powerful if the opponent wasn't at that level. If I based it on that, I gradually had the feeling that it has been a mistake for such Daoshi to fire the holy light arrows themselves. Is it pointless if he forcefully fires off arrows? Wendlin. Oh, although you are my pupil, it is a splendid observation. Well, then, Armstrong. Daoshi. Wendlin. Although I only muttered it in a whisper from a distance, Daoshi, who heard it, has immediately begun to get fired up once again. Generating holy light by burning through his own mana, his body is shrouded by its circulation. Probably he is keeping up such image. Slowly a bluish-white flame began to be emitted in Daoshi's body's surrounding. It became something amazing quickly. It's a very great change. Lu Eyes. As Lu Eyes says, there was no doubt that the bright bluish-white flame was holy magic. Without a doubt it's only Daoshi, who'll materialize it in the shape of flames. Yay! Apparently its power will rise if you don't release holy light. If that's the case, Armstrong Daoshi, noticing the special trait of his own holy magic, raises the output of holy light that has been cladding his body even more. He initiates an unreasonable attack of clinging to the giant's body as is. Oi, you will die if you directly touch the materialized grudges. Burkhart. Or rather, it's fine if you hit it normally. Owen. Even so, he will die if he touches the grudges directly with his fists though. Burkhart. Owen. While being clad in a barrier of holy light, he is at the same time directly burning the body of the black giant with the holy light he is emitting from his body. It's the most efficient move, but since it will be instant death if his body is touched by the black smoke once he makes an error and the output drops, it was a strategy I couldn't really recommend. Or rather, by suddenly executing it, I think it's dangerous. However, why is he that aggressive? Burkhart. There has been no point in time where I clung to an undead. Wendlin. That's right, isn't it? Burkhart. Me too, as expected. This is Elise. Elise and I were able to understand quite well what Burkhart-san has been saying. Holy magic is basically a magic attribute to deal with undead. Therefore, there's also no reason to consider striking zombies and wraiths directly, and even more so to the degree of directly embracing them. That's why things like area purification have been developed, if you want to fire off holy light. Thanks to that, Daoshi had a hard struggle learning it, though he gave up before. With 3 holy spells at the same time, it's sufficient to drop it to hell. Armstrong. Uncle Sama. It's a send to heaven after regretting your crimes so that you can be reborn next time. Elise. From Elise's point of view, Daoshi is her uncle whom she respects for his magic. If you talk about his faith in God, he isn't in fact someone you could praise overly much. In the first place, based on the fact of not trying to improve his holy magic for more than 20 years at his current age, there was also the possibility that he was planning to not get involved with the church. Obviously, magicians, who can properly use the holy attribute, are suffering from being approached by the church. That might have been also the reason why he neglected learning it for more than 20 years. Wendlin. Kurt. When I've died, it will be depressing if you are aware of such side of your senpai. I will fall to hell. Armstrong. If it's Daoshi, I have a feeling that you will go to heaven. Owen. Wendeli. Kurt. I heard it again, but I decided to not listen to Irusutsukomi. With Daoshi raising the power of the holy light emitted in the surroundings of his body, black smoke is rapidly purified and vanishes from the part of the black torso, where he clung to first. Next, with Elise and me raising the output of holy magic in one go, the black giant is gradually vanishing from its feet. And at the time that vanishing reached even the wraith of Kurt, who was embedded in the chest, we heard a scream of death agony we never heard until now. Wendeli. Kurt. I see. The evil has been destroyed. Armstrong. In the end it finishes with the head of the giant vanishing last. With this the vanishing of the giant of black smoke is finally complete. However, this is the limit of our mana. Wendlin. Being a harder fight than expected, including Burkhart-san, who deployed a magic barrier, as well, all of the magicians, except Louise, were in a state of total mana depletion. That's likely why, although it was carelessness, it has resulted in an unexpected blunder. Baron Bormister. That magic tool fell down. Armstrong. Daoshi discovered the ocarina magic tool, which Kurt blew, at the place the black giant stood. Its appearance is something completely burnt black. As it is a magic tool you can't use more than once, it now became no more than a burned ocarina. Even so, as it should serve as evidence, I tried to pick it up. At that moment a small lump of black smoke, which lurked inside the ocarina, has suddenly jumped out. It flies away towards the sky of the mountain range at a frightening speed. Without doubt the direction was towards the capital, but the currents were in no condition to chase after it due to the mana depletion. Daoshi, what shall we do? Wendlin. For such remaining residue the most it can do is to get discovered. It's fine to leave it to the church. Armstrong. That's also true. Wendlin. If I consider to whom I owe having to go through such troubles, I have decided to not mind leaving that level of remaining residue of grudges to the church. And, above all, there was a truckload of work still left for me to do. I ought to report this to father and Ameli's sister-in-laws. Wendlin. That Kurt has died in the attempt to assassinate me. I didn't feel anything like feeling of guilt towards Kurt himself, but I felt a degree of misgivings to leave the reporting to father and especially Ameli's sister-in-law San and my nephews to someone else. Vil has to report this. I will explain it to Eckhart's group's family, Herman, Nissan, Wendlin. Cooperating with Kurt. They were used, discarded and killed. Honestly speaking, it feels awkward. Herman. Be that as it may, there is their complicity in the attempted assassination plot. There's no way to talk about an acquittal. Paul Nissan, in a manner of his guard work, has declared it to be impossible to falsify them being innocent. I understand. Wendlin. Although there was still a big job left, for the time being, with this, the biggest climax of the accidents concerning Kurt have finally come to a close. Interlude 23. The Ruckner brothers. Minister Ruckner. A visitor for me? Minister Ruckner. Yes. Conrad. Who is it? Minister Ruckner. That is Conrad. In the office of the finance minister within the royal castle, which is located in the capital of Helmut Kingdom. Finance Minister Ruckner, who is currently continuing to earnestly sign the accumulated documents, was suddenly informed by his secretary about a visitor. Don't be so unclear, Conrad. Minister Ruckner. Actually, it's the gentleman. Certainly you don't want to tell me that you foresaw him coming here, right? Conrad. Once Minister Ruckner asked this young male secretary, who is still in the first half of his 20s, to report clearly with a tinge of criticism in his tone. He was told that that gentleman came with a flustered expression. Conrad, being the secretary of Finance Minister Ruckner and being expected to become an elite in the future, was a person rumored that it isn't even a dream for him to become finance minister in the future. A man of that level felt shaken just by announcing the name of the visitor. As that's the case, that gentleman is without doubt that incompetent younger brother of me. Minister Ruckner concluded. Head of Financial Auditing Ruckner is the blood-related younger brother of Minister Ruckner, without having a different father or mother either. As younger brother born a year later by the same parents, their relationship wasn't bad in their childhood. With the Marquis Ruckner household being an appointed noble household inheriting an important office in the financial department, the family's head always carries out the duty of finance minister for one term of 5 years. The only acceptable exception was the head suddenly dying while being in office or similar. Also, in addition there are around 4 households, earls and marquis, in the kingdom that have the potential to inherit the post of finance minister. With the Marquis Ruckner household added to the mix, it's 5 houses. The 5 houses probably work on the duty of finance minister, making sure that the terms between the 5 houses are as similar as possible. Close to a conference, they would come together for negotiations behind closed doors. It's not a heated debate whether the kingdom's rule is stable or whether they should hate this arrangement though. The brothers of the Marquis Ruckner family were on good terms in their childhood, but after the younger brother learned of the fact that he wouldn't succeed the household after becoming an adult, it turned into him opposing his elder brother. Although children split the sweets they eat, the position of the Marquis household's family head, with its inheritance to potentially serve as finance minister, can't be split like sweets. To be honest, a story like that isn't rare either. They were close in their childhood, but something like a noble's siblings hating each other after becoming adults wasn't that unusual either. Of the brothers, who became adults, the elder brother steered on the course of an elite of the financial department and the younger brother started his career by being an intermediate-ranking government official after he became an adult and left the household. Him starting from intermediate rank was a minimal assistance by his family's home and his elder brother. For the younger brother such level of support wasn't only seen as natural but rather as nothing more than a sarcastic, condescending attitude. As a result it only spurred on the younger brother's hatred towards his elder brother. Even so, he has obtained the position of head of financial auditing and the peerage of appointed baron, piling up effort after effort. The elder brother was surprised about the younger brother catching hold of that position, even though he didn't really admire the methods applied. Being aware of his elder brother assuming the position of finance minister beforehand, the younger brother's hatred got incited excessively. For the elder brother, while it may be true that he didn't have any intention to resign his position to his younger brother, it was also impossible to do that. Besides, he understood that if he had apologized to his younger brother for this, he would have hurt his pride unnecessarily. In addition to this, since it came to the point of his younger brother linking up with appointed nobles of the financial department opposing him and harassing him, he naturally ended up confronting them. The outcome of such chronology was that his younger brother, who became head of financial auditing, never entered this office. Was it obstinacy? Though he didn't know whether it was fear of assassination. Although it was unnatural, that doesn't mean that there was a particular obstacle for the auditing head to not visit on governmental affairs either. It was fine to hold periodic meetings for work-related talks. However, for the elder brother it resulted in him deciding to treat him businesslike. He was filled with the feeling of guilt towards his subordinates, who ended up taking the brunt. Show him in, if he has business with me. Minister Ruckner, Is it really all right? Conrad, although he didn't come visiting at any cost until now, he has now business with him at this stage. From Conrad's viewpoint, he's likely scheming something bad. Something like assassination is improbable. At the moment he did that, it would be that guy's end as well. However, it won't be any decent business anyway. I have decided to listen to it ahead of time. Minister Ruckner, understood. Conrad, and don't serve something like tea for that idiot. Minister Ruckner. Acknowledged. Conrad. A few minutes later Baron Ruckner comes entering the room led by Conrad. He is my blood-related younger brother, but that already didn't matter at all. Minister Ruckner. While thinking about the troubles of being half-heartedly related, Minister Ruckner urged his younger brother to talk right away, if he had some business with him. As a matter of fact, I obtained intelligence from a certain well-informed person, but, Baron Ruckner, although it was himself, who told him to hurry up, but by no means he meant without even greetings. Even while Minister Ruckner was surprised, he urged on the Baron to keep talking. I'm aware that His Excellency the Finance Minister is currently supporting the savage lands at the southern tip, but, Baron Ruckner, rather than supporting, he invested a huge amount of money into the development of the savage lands. If someone didn't take control, there would have been the possibility of a setback in the plan with the internal strife of the nobles, who were filled with greed. If you went to extremes, it wouldn't have been unusual for the nobles to extract money from Baron Bourmister and then have nothing to do with the outcome of the savage lands development afterwards. Accordingly, people like him, Minister Edgar and Margrave Brithhilda, who's Baron Bourmister's patron, decided to observe the foolish nobles in the vicinity. Of course they intended to grab a bonus in exchange for their troubles. It's a story unrelated to you, Baron. Minister Ruckner. In the case this plan used the national budget, there would be many turns for the head of financial auditing. However, this project is carried out with a 100% investment by Baron Bourmister. Naturally, there shouldn't be any chance for the auditing head to have a turn either. The kingdom also planned to pay subsidiary aid, but this will finish with a regular check. Therefore, there isn't a single component allowing Baron Ruckner to join in on the concessions. Even if some miser clung onto it, Minister Ruckner considered even up to removing them from their official position under that pretext. If I remember correctly, there was the suspicion of you having tried to kill off Baron Bourmister, Baron. Minister Ruckner. According to Baron Bourmister, in the case of the Ancient Ruins investigation the Adventurers Guild on purpose provided too few guides due to being pressured. In reality, although the Adventurers Guild holds an official position, it wasn't an organization that should yield to the pressure of a single baron either. However, there are only very few among those like commoners, who are aware of that. Even now there are quite a few believing in that rumor. Moreover, the one spreading these rumor is the son, who this younger brother didn't acknowledge to have blood ties with. Minister Ruckner could do nothing but earnestly withstand bursting into laughter. He thinks that the younger brother is a detestable fellow, but until now he thoroughly harassed him. He believed it to be allowed to slightly amuse himself, at least when his younger brother acted like a fool and blew himself up. That suspicion is a complete misunderstanding. Leaving that aside, I have news which should be better passed on ahead of time. Baron Ruckner. On official occasions, the two people are Finance Minister and Head of Financial Auditing. Naturally, the position of Finance Minister is higher. Therefore, his younger brother in front of him addresses him in honorific language. He is likely criticizing me harshly behind his back, but since he has some ability as he became head of financial auditing, he seems to be able to discern. Personally he thinks that it would be even fine if his younger brother made a verbal slip in a public location. News you want to inform me about? Minister Ruckner. Yes. That information is about a plan to assassinate Baron Bourmister. Baron Ruckner. Oh? Are you finally determined as well, Baron? Minister Ruckner. He was told about the assassination plan concerning Baron Bourmister, who is the central figure of the Savage Lands development, by his younger brother. The elder brother inquires in a sarcastic tone whether he came to tell him about his own plan to assassinate Baron Bourmister. Even if I have to say so myself, isn't that a warped relationship between brothers? Minister Ruckner pondered. You are joking. A certain freelancing adventurer lent an ancient magic tool to the next family head of the Night Bourmister territory. Baron Ruckner. I see. Minister Ruckner swallowed down the words, stuck in his throat. Haven't you provided the magic tool to that adventurer anyway? If he accused him of a crime despite having no evidence, it would end up becoming Minister Ruckner's mistake. Though I am not aware how you obtained such important information, Baron. Minister Ruckner has understood this to be a fool-like farce with an obvious charade. However, a noble will only ridicule listening to something much like information by another noble. Although this degree is a distinction and trick of living, it was common sense that it was unlikely for him to talk about the previous matter for free. I wonder what are you planning by coming here to report this to me at this time, Baron? Minister Ruckner. Fellow noble youths killing each other. It was an upcoming concern to some extent, but there was a difference in how to deal with it. It's a case where it won't even be a problem, if they cut their way through by skillfully causing a death by illness or an accident. Even if they are doubted, they won't be punished in this case as long as there's no evidence. In case they are completely exposed, they will receive a severe punishment. What will be the result? That is difficult to judge for an amateur considering the various conditions. But, in this case the kingdom's side has turned it into a case of waiting and luring the other side to make a move in order to punish the criminal. Naturally, the criminal should be handed down a harsh punishment. If the other side goes on a rampage, the punishment will be easy as well. But, Minister Ruckner, I have no doubt, the man in front of me has lent a magic tool to use for assassinations to the eldest son of the Bourmister household. And, if you consider the difficulty in contacting and moving to the Bourmister territory, there was also the possibility that the eldest son has already used it. If something happens to the targeted Baron Bourmister, this won't end safely for this man himself either. Therefore this man has come to report and act like he is doing a favor with a composed expression. I wonder just what the heck is he planning, Baron, if something happens to Baron Bourmister himself. Minister Ruckner. At the time he wanted to say, it will be your ruin. The man in front of him starts talking as if interrupting that. Even I'm a noble serving the kingdom. At this point I won't do something to obstruct the development of the southern tip's savage lands. Baron Ruckner. That's on the verge of being shameless, isn't it? Minister Ruckner. Although there was a little dispute with Baron Bourmister Dono in the past, I don't consider that to be desirable, Baron Ruckner. As it is now, this man and the nobles belonging to his faction can't join in on the profits of the savage lands. You could even say it was natural for a noble to hurry in restoring their relationships, with the only difference whether that's actually possible or not. My eyes are dark deep within. I absolutely won't allow it. So, what do you want to do, Baron? Minister Ruckner. That freelancing adventurer apparently procured the magic tool in a backstreet market of loot after having received a request by the eldest son, Baron Ruckner. Well, there are such places, I guess. Minister Ruckner. Magic tools, excavated from ruins, basically belong to the adventurer discovering them. It's fine with them being only convenient things like refrigerators or portable cooking stoves. However, among them there are also things endowed with troublesome functions. Depending on the situation, there were also dangerous, cursed items, which cause disasters by just touching them. Thus, such items are forcibly bought up by the Adventurers Guild and are strictly managed by the kingdom after a careful examination. But, there were also items amongst those, which escaped this and streamed into the black market. If the adventurer doesn't personally report them, those dangerous magic tools will flow into exclusive markets for loot and then will be procured by nobles from behind the scenes to be used to get involved in some crime or scheme. No matter how much the control is enforced, it might be inevitable that it's impossible for these to become zero. That freelancing adventurer apparently bought that magic tool hearing it is there. Flute of a Dragon Tamer, Baron Ruckner. You bastard. Minister Ruckner. Even among the magic tools excavated from ruins, Flute of a Dragon Tamer, has been labeled as item with a high danger degree. If you blow into this flute, a sound, that can't be heard by anyone but dragons, spreads over an extensive range. The dragons, hearing that, will come gathering in rage. It was a magic tool, which was affected by a partial curse. Moreover, the person blowing into that flute of a dragon tamer won't be attacked by the dragons. Instead, the called dragons will devote themselves to killing and destruction in their vicinity until their death. As expected, it didn't have much of an effect on big species of the dragon race, but it has a tremendous effect on flying dragons and wyverns. The mountain range, adjoining to that territory, is where flying dragons live, I think. Have you delayed this report on purpose to get rid of the fief's population, I wonder, Baron? Minister Ruckner, if he did that, it will of course become the death penalty for this man in front of me. However, at the same time, he likely won't do such blunder. He also judged. That's a talk, if it was really there, flute of a dragon tamer. That black market is a place where shady folks offer magic tools, Baron Ruckner. Without considerable judgment you will end up laying your hand on junk and get cheated because those dealing in these items are basically criminals. Of course, even if you complain to the authorities that it is a fraud, it will conclude with, "What are you, who bought it there, hiding?" Doing economical purchasing at the black market required quite the courage, judgment and connections. So, what is that magic tool called? Is it a flute that even calls flies? Minister Ruckner. No, it seems to be flute of grudges, Baron Ruckner. You. Minister Ruckner unintentionally ends up spitting out abusive languages towards the man in front of him. There, flute of grudges, was a cursed magic tool that couldn't be compared with something like flute of a dragon tamer, which was likewise created in ancient times. Of course it has been decided that the kingdom would manage all of the excavated flutes of grudges. The reason is that the flute of grudges is a magic tool exclusively used for revenge by sacrificing your own body. That eldest son is pathetic as well. Minister Ruckner. If I infer the circumstances by the story from this younger brother up until here, this younger brother tried so far to form a connection by sending information via letter to the heir, the eldest son, in order to oppose Baron Bourmister and me. However, that crucial eldest son is someone less usable than he thought. Saying it poorly, he is a fellow you can call a jealous bumpkin and is apparently considering all the nobles of the central government to be pig-headed good-for-nothings. It wouldn't lead to a cooperative relation easily. Since it's such a remote place, strangers are likely received badly. Although he is also a noble, who'll at least be hospitable, even if only on the surface. Even in that point this eldest son is a man inferior to Baron Bourmister, he thinks. Even the kingdom's side didn't want to unreasonably prolong contriving to bring him down. If the eldest son at least put up with Baron Bourmister and went to the extent of handing over the succession of the main family to Baron Bourmister. Nevertheless, by the level of gathered information, the eldest son's narrow-minded manner is standing out. Given the situation, there's already no choice but to get rid of him. There's also the possibility of the eldest son himself standing in the way of Baron Bourmister for a long time after this, if he were to be kept alive socially. This has been induced by this being, similar to a stupid younger brother, who is in front of me. Minister Ruckner, placing the eldest son as figurehead, he tries to steal the profits by influencing the succession problem of the Bourmister main family and the concessions of the Savage Lands development. Honestly speaking, looking after such idiot regularly is a labor not worth the time. Since that's the case, it turned into a plan to have the eldest son exit the stage, though it might be a bit pitiable. Naturally, His Majesty is agreeing with this approach as well. Returning to the story, the troublesome point here is that this foolish younger brother in front of me has noticed our real intention. Minister Ruckner. For this reason he probably executed a plan of using that eldest son efficiently at the end. First of all, he came to report about the fact that the eldest son is trying to assassinate Baron Bourmister. Isn't he pretty much an accomplice? This younger brother's side likely offered the flute of grudges to the eldest son with a gentle expression. If you consider what he did, it will be an act of a terrible villain, but concerning the result you can even say he has read our hidden intentions and is supporting them. Given that the eldest son restrained himself and endured the provocations unexpectedly for more than 3 months, this younger brother can be even considered to have helped with triggering the rampaging. However, if it's the flute of grudges, won't there be a possibility of an emergency? Minister Ruckner. In that remote place, Baron Ruckner. My younger brother floated a smile similar to looking here in scorn. There, flute of grudges, has a weak effect in a place where only few people live. That's how it is, Baron Ruckner. Even if he delayed the report, that's because he's thinking that there's no possibility for an emergency to occur. Also, there's the matter of him not discarding that freelancing adventurer or whatever, since he's an usable pawn. Even if we investigated the black market after this, we shouldn't expect to find out something like who the freelancing adventurer, who bought their Flute of Grudges, was, much less where it came from. Even if I seek information from this younger brother, it will end, if this guy tells a lie. In the worst case, it was even possible to conclude by discovering a corpse that had been prepared as substitute. In that territory filled with grudges, won't Baron Bormister or his fiancée Dono exterminate those with a single strike of purification, Baron Ruckner? Certainly, it was as this younger brother said. Their Flute of Grudges was an item that achieved its revenge by the person who blew the flute, calling and gathering the grudges in the vicinity and then changing the user into a strong undead. The gathered grudges aren't things you can call evil spirits or such. It's difficult to explain them. For example, if you received scolding by your superior for doing your job and became irritated due to that, thinking this asshole, the negative emotions and such would accumulate right then. However, with such level of grudge there won't be any changes to the spiritual entities in the vicinity. Of course, grudges, which were generated by something like murder, had an effect of affixing the soul of the victim to the place of murder. And, being their Flute of Grudges, it had a function of gathering grudges, which were in range of hearing the flute's sound, through the person blowing the flute. Even the flute's sound has an extensive range beyond imagination because it's a magic tool. Even if there are extremely small amounts of grudges in one place, it will become a huge amount if it gathers many of those. That's how it works. And the gathered grudges, stealing the life of the person blowing the flute, change his existence into a powerful undead. A small dose of grudges won't cause harm to humans, but if it's a large quantity, it will have an effect. That eldest son's scheme to assassinate Baron Bormister, however, it will be troublesome if he dies before judging his crimes. I considered this as well, but it's regrettable. He was caught in my information network too late, Baron Ruckner. Therefore, the freelancing adventurer, who owned their Flute of Grudges, should have contacted the eldest son long time ago already, the younger brother said as if disappointed. The shamelessness of his lie and his acting ability to show an expression as if regretting from the bottom of his heart only made me furious in this particular case now, although you can call it typical for a noble. I'm sorry that I'm not in time, Baron Ruckner. To say that impudently, there are no words but disgust for that. Minister Ruckner, or rather, it will luckily be troublesome, if the eldest son dies. If he survived and got arrested, all would end. If he talked about the supplier of the Flute of Grudges, well then, what to do? Minister Ruckner. This younger brother discarded that eldest son after tricking him. It was a behavior that I personally want to get rid of him for the same crime, but it's also possible to take it as if he was helping with the disposal of the eldest son. Of course, he's the worst, if you only judge by good and evil. But you can't judge things with only that in politics and the nobles' society. At any rate, it's certain that he deleted all evidence of him being involved at the time he came here to talk. Huh? Minister Ruckner. If there's no evidence, it's impossible to punish nobles having an official position in the central government. Minister Ruckner reaches the conclusion that it is likely difficult to punish him in this case. For the time being we will perform a search for traces of evidence, but the possibility of this younger brother leaving behind evidence is small. He thought, you have my gratitude for providing this information. But, if something happens to Baron Bormister, you understand, right? Minister Ruckner. I will definitely crush you. Minister Ruckner. Evidence of whatever, even if it's His Majesty. Minister Edgar. The other cabinet ministers or, without the need to really say it, him. Minister Ruckner glares at his younger brother in front of him with a gaze filled with killing intent. And, there's the aforementioned share in question, but Baron Ruckner. Since he couldn't openly talk about the concessions of the Savage Lands development, it turned into this expression. This younger brother discarded that eldest son for the sake of securing that. Since it's probably what was worrying him the most, He decided to inform me. It's something Baron Bormister decides. There won't be any statements from my side. Minister Ruckner. Of course that's Anlai's official stance. Since he is only providing the budget and leaving all decision-making to others, it's impossible for Minister Ruckner and Margrave Brithhilda to have no authority. However, with the Baron Bormister's side being in charge, Baron Ruckner shouldn't get even a single cent from Roderick, who is also his nephew. Since Baron Bormister himself also hates him, there can't be any answer but that it's impossible in the first place. Indeed, certainly, there is that issue. Baron Ruckner. What that issue? You escaped from a tiger's den at great pains. I believe you shouldn't be too greedy, though. Minister Ruckner. Probably it should be hard to prove the crime of having planned to assassinate Baron Bormister on this younger brother. Even if it gets investigated, it's unlikely to find any evidence. It's vexing, but this time it can't be helped. But, splitting the profits with the sky, only that is impossible, Minister Ruckner thought. Although he escaped from taking responsibility, he is still greedy, huh? He ends up judging as argument based on emotion. Won't you approve of a share for us? Baron Ruckner. Won't you cut it out already? Minister Ruckner. You are only surviving by standing at the edge of the cliff. Minister Ruckner cursed in his mind. However, I think it's possible, if I use my connections as a noble. Baron Ruckner. Huh? Connections? Minister Ruckner. Far from connections, you won't get any concessions from another party that hates you. Just how the heck have you come up with such pipe dream? Minister Ruckner was simply nothing more but astounded by the optimism of his younger brother. If it's connections, I have them though. Roderick is my son after all. Baron Ruckner! Minister Ruckner. Damn it! Minister Ruckner began to curse his carelessness. The Baron Bormister household's house caretaker, Roderick, is tied by blood with this younger brother as his son. Since his younger brother, being the father, didn't want to acknowledge Roderick, being his son, until now, both of them had a relationship of strangers according to the laws of the kingdom. However, now the younger brother suddenly declared that he would acknowledge Roderick as son. Roderick would likely want to say, "Don't fuck around," but you can also call this a blind spot in the nobles' law established 2,000 years ago in the kingdom. As the authority of the family head is remarkably powerful, the family head, being the parent, is also free to not acknowledge a child. It's also impossible for the child's side to cut its connections with its parent, being the family's head. Or rather, that was because in the current state that wasn't assumed in the first place. To Roderick. Minister Ruckner. Since he's a noble, he will use even a child he abandoned, for the sake of profits. I can't deny it because I'm a noble too, but as expected, for a human, that's far too cruel. Minister Ruckner believes. I won't say there are no countermeasures either, but Minister Ruckner. There are naturally nobles' children, who want to cut their connections with their parents, but they abstain from contacting their parents and naturally they wouldn't have any other option but following the path of being degraded to commoners after their death. However, it won't do if the current Roderick doesn't continue to work as house caretaker of the Baron Bormister household, no, of a household that will undoubtedly rise to an Earl household. Something like losing contact with this younger brother is in fact impossible as he is close by. If Roderick completely refuses it. Minister Ruckner. But that was a half-hearted plan. If they knew of the full details, people would turn looks of pity towards Roderick and blame the younger brother. However, it's unthinkable that society will settle all of it with just that. If Roderick refuses his father at any cost and doesn't share the concessions, the criticism of the surroundings will focus on him and his master, Baron Bormister, at once. Concealing the real intention with for the sake of concessions, he wants to recognize his child. He threw away. This late in the game, Baron Ruckner has veered off the human path. Under the cover of the public stance of its joyous for parent and child reconciling after many years of discord, master and servant will be blamed for being narrow-minded to reject that. The nobles, belonging to the faction of Baron Ruckner, and those nobles, who simply won't get any concessions, should spread this criticism in society. This younger brother is bound to apply pressure on a large scale by gathering such folks. Minister Ruckner. There's no perfect countermeasure against this repulsive plan. It's frustrating, but there won't be any choice but to yield concessions to some extent. If we compromise ahead of time, he won't incite and collect those folks, who don't belong to his faction, After all, before increasing the damage by a full-scale conflict due to provoking our anger through causing a large uproar, he will snatch the available share of profits for only the lot belonging to his own faction. It's an evil way of calling it, but there are parts similar to the mafia bargaining like this. Even the concessions, promised in a compromise, couldn't be called anything but protection fees. Wait a bit. Minister Ruckner, understood. Baron Ruckner. At the end of this exchange, the younger brother leaves to perform his official duties without saying anything else. Since it's a sharing of concessions, Minister Ruckner can't arbitrarily decide by himself either. The other side is aware that it's necessary to consult this with other nobles as well. That rotten fucker. Minister Ruckner. I can't even consider him as a splinter of being my blood-related younger brother anymore. As simple political opponent, I will definitely consign him to social oblivion until his death. While cursing his younger brother in his mind in abusive ways, Minister Ruckner becomes determined. By the way, you have to confirm Baron Bormester Dono's safety, but Conrad. That's an urgent message to Brittberg, too. Minister Ruckner, as pointed out by his secretary, Conrad. Minister Ruckner acknowledges that, even while he wants to escape from this place, he was certain he would receive sarcasm from Margrave Brithhilda and the other ministers thanks to his blood-related younger brother. That bastard. Although it would be great, even if he died suddenly. Minister Ruckner. Conrad. Conrad decides that he didn't hear the words, "atypical for a noble," muttered by his superior, and begins today's planned revision work. Minister Ruckner's gloomy day had only just begun. Baron Ruckner. Poff. Foo. It was a huge success. Baron Ruckner. That's right, father. First son. The younger brother, who finished his discussion with Minister Ruckner, his blood-related elder brother, held a party inviting his family and those belonging to the same faction in the evening of that day. The participants are his legal wife, his heir, his heir's daughter, and 12 appointed nobles holding the peerage of associate barons and knights, who are affiliated with the dissident group and are making a living by working at the financial department. They also brought their families and the main retainers along. His own retainers were in charge of securing the venue. The mansion's maids and servants were very busy with serving. It seems the eldest son of the Bormester household died. First son. That's the kind of magic tool it is. Baron Ruckner. Telling a lie about flute of a dragon tamer, he had him transform into an undead with a flute of grudges, to get rid of Baron Bormester. Even the other side wished for and aimed at getting that eldest son to rampage. You can even say that he has instead cooperated with them. The problem is that adventurer first son. If it's that person, I plan to make him vanish. Baron Ruckner. Since there were currently several of his skilled retainers deployed along the way through the mountain range, their freelancing adventurer, who would advance on the mountain trail after finishing his request, should have been dealt with. It's a mountain trail on such high grounds. If he were to get injured there, he won't survive. Baron Ruckner. He will be ripped apart by the plenty wild animals there. Even if his remains were still left, it shouldn't work as evidence as the dead don't talk. Did you appoint that person to an important post, father? First son. He was a convenient pawn. His mouth was also tight-lipped. However, at that level there are many substitutes as one wants. Amongst adventurers, Baron Ruckner. There is also the truth that the adventurer himself is in a position of knowing the secrets of his client. He apparently believed to be different from other adventurers. After all, there are better people among the drifters. In the first place, adventurers have the significant occupation of hunting of monsters. That scum's difference in comparison to a delinquent is the level of hairs each of them has grown. Baron Ruckner. That eldest son as well? First son. That is an even bigger idiot. No matter how much his younger brother is excelling at magic talent, he is still greenhorn of 15-16 years, although he would have largely profited by bowing his head while jeering at him within his mind. Being unable to do that, he was nothing more but a moron. Baron Ruckner. Parent and child, being alike, receive a wineglass from a maid and continue to talk. After all, this is why he was a hick. He couldn't endure not being king of the castle, although it would be fine if he put in great effort. He wasn't able to do even that. There is no medicine to administer for such an idiot. Baron Ruckner. That's why you used and then discarded him. First son. Even that fool had utility value. Rather, I want to thank him. Baron Ruckner. In the party venue everyone chatted light-heartedly with cheerful faces and enjoyed the food and drinks. For the Savage Lands development, although we wouldn't have any luck with at all, he got firm promise from his elder brother, with whom he's like cat and dog, for concessions. With us being a dissident group to begin with, the quick wit of Baron Ruckner, who is our boss, has somehow preserved the faction. Everyone was in a good mood due to the talks of good profits after a long time. However, to acknowledge the child of that maidservant, first son, even if I recognize him, he won't receive a single cent of the inheritance. The succession of the peerage is impossible as well. But since Roderick is linked by blood with us, it will become necessary advantage one way or the other. Also, no matter how much Roderick wants to deny it, he's someone living in the nobles' society. Baron Ruckner being his father kindly recognized Roderick, who was an illegitimate child, as second son. In the nobles' society, no matter how much Baron Ruckner's usual reputation is, there's no way to not praise his decision. The family head of a noble household is holding powerful authority in regards to their family. To that extent, in reverse, the ties of parent and child can't be severed by the child of the maidservant. At the current state, seeing that he is entrusted as governor of the Savage Lands development, he won't go as far as escaping and cutting of his contact with me. Even Baron Bourmister, albeit reluctantly, has no other option but to approve of it. Baron Ruckner, even if he looks for a governor now, at this point of time, from scratch, with everybody having some kind of conditions, Baron Bourmister will likely be at his wit's end as well. First son. Besides, Roderick is a useful kind of person. Baron Bourmister probably plans to not let go of him as easily either. As unscrupulous as ever. First son. It's such a world, that is rebuking an important noble at the top. It's not like he can use powerful magic like Baron Bourmister. And he's not different from other people either. Baron Ruckner. Otherwise he shouldn't create something like a faction, no matter how much he is the younger brother of the finance minister. Even if it's a crafty, it will be splendid, if the faction can survive and become big. I felt like that. Well then, it's time to greet everyone. Baron Ruckner. Kaya AA? Who is it? At the time Baron Ruckner tried to greet all those participating in the party, an associate baroness, who was at a window of the party hall, suddenly screams. Once everyone turned their looks in that direction, they saw a huge face, composed of something like black smoke reflected outside of the window. Its eyes shone red and in an instant the brightness of the red became even more intense. Smashing the window of the party hall, the face of black smoke came entering through the broken frame. And, at the same time, that black smoke began to wrap up the hall's interior. A monster? What is it all of a sudden? Responding to the intrusion of the eerie thing, the retainers and the guarding soldiers draw their swords and stab at it, but they don't deal any damage at all since their opponent is something similar to smoke. Conversely, having their bodies covered by the black smoke, they end up collapsing as if marionettes, who had their strings cut, after around 10 seconds. Once Baron Ruckner takes a good look, the fallen retainers are dead, the color of their bodies changed to ashen. Moreover, the bad situation continues. The black smoke, which was drifting in the party hall, targeted his family and the other nobles, wrapping up all of the participants except him. All of their lives were stolen. Baron Ruckner. Within merely a minute, not less than 50 participants, who were in the party hall, have died. Baron Ruckner tried to escape by tumbling about in overwhelming fear, but the panicked him ended up stumbling over something. Once he took a proper look, it was his own son and heir, who was killed while showing an expression of anguish. What grudge do you bear against me, Baron Ruckner? Wendlin. Baron Ruckner. Kill! You, are you possibly, Baron Ruckner? Isn't that the revengeful ghost of the Bourmister household's eldest son, who should have been dealt with by using the flute of grudges in the Savage Lands? However, that guy shouldn't know my face, Baron Ruckner. Moreover, saying that, if I consider the speed of the message, it still shouldn't have been 2 days since the eldest son used the flute of grudges. In fact, not only Baron Bourmister, but also the Hohenheim household's saint, who his fiancée, and the employed magician of Margrave Brithhilda fought it. Surviving after fighting such line-up, if found out mansion without even knowing my face and came flying all the way to this capital. Until now, it never happened that Baron Ruckner felt this much dismay. You as well, D.E. Baron Ruckner wondered whether he would be killed by the black smoke, but the evil spirit, who manipulated the black smoke, didn't approach at all. He, who started to ask himself whether he might be spared out of a strange hope, was assaulted by a new despair. Fresh meat. The previously killed nobles, servants and family rose as zombies simultaneously and swooped down on him all at once. That sort of thing? Is it alright for such absurdity to occur? Baron Ruckner. With these being his last words, Baron Ruckner's consciousness was plunged into eternal darkness. Minister Ruckner. Poff. A large amount of nobles and servants are zombies? Minister Ruckner. Right, sir. Suddenly a black smoke came forth at the mansion of Baron Ruckner. It looks like it affected everyone who was touched by that night. As Minister Ruckner was troubled how to communicate that younger brother's part in the concessions to the nobles like Margrave Brithhilda and Minister Edgar, the news of his younger brother's death suddenly comes in. Despite a fool, he sacrificed that eldest son and used him as stepping stone. He has recognized the illegitimate child he always neglected so far. Though, it can't be said that this method doesn't exist either. He was successful with his plan of forcibly wedging himself into the concessions, creating a relationship until using even the move of drawing in his surroundings. Congratulating that success, his henchmen gathered and a party was held. Apparently at that time, they were visited by that tragedy. Minister Ruckner, who received the report from a knight belonging to the garrison, hurries directly to the actual site. In the party hall, that became the stage of the tragedy, guard troops are checking the identities of the corpses of more than 50 bodies, which were burned black. Together with the clergy and magicians, who rushed here before, Cardinal Hohenheim's figure was at sight as well. Cardinal Hohenheim. Minister Ruckner. If it's your younger brother, Minister, he's over there. Hohenheim. Cardinal Hohenheim, without changing his displeased expression, pointed with his chin at the spot of Baron Ruckner's corpse. Once he turns his view that way, there is one corpse, which has almost nothing but bones left, laying there. Apparently all of his meat was devoured by more than 50 zombies. Reflexively he ends up throwing up the dinner he ate some time ago, and the undead, which killed this many people. Minister Ruckner. I have received a report from my granddaughter and Armstrong Doushi Hohenheim. Around 2 days ago, the attempted assassination on Baron Bormister by the Bormister household's eldest son in the Savage Lands has ended. There was remaining residue of grudges which escaped towards the capital. We think it won't be able to do anything, but we want you to be careful as there's also the chance of worst case happening. He received such urgent message from a magician responsible for communication employed by Margrave Brithhilda. Therefore several priests, who can use high-level purification magic, were put on alert. Minister Edgar has also received a report from Paul Dono. Just in case, I put magicians, who can use similarly powerful fire spells, on standby as well. Hohenheim. There's a result of his action as well. There wasn't a single injury to anyone else but the people participating in the party. The priests, who detected the presence of the undead growing, rushed to the venue and instantly purified the cluster of black smoke that was laughing loudly as it watched Baron Ruckner being devoured by the zombies while alive. Next, together with several magicians jumping into the fray, it became a story of the zombies being burned away without leaving a single one active. This kinds of report. Minister Ruckner. Do you think you would be able to? The one partially responsible for this tragedy, I believe it's your younger brother, who is also a victim. Minister Hohenheim. Far from partially. Minister Ruckner painfully understood that he isn't able to deny calling him even the principal offender. That is, most of it. But, Minister Ruckner, thanks to your younger brother, Minister, my granddaughter and her fiancé, Baron Bormister were close to death. You wanted to bestow concessions being frightened by the other party's surprise move without punishment by keeping it ambiguous? Are you aiming for easy profit for only yourself without dirtying your hands, Minister Hohenheim? No, such thing. Minister Ruckner. He was a minister and a marquis, but Cardinal Hohenheim, even while being a viscount, is a cardinal of the church. Moreover, without being able to say anything since he was aware of his mistake, he could do nothing but simply feel ashamed. Well, Since your cooperation as finance minister is also necessary for the development of the savage lands, I won't say any more. But I believe that it's essential to have some sincerity. Hohenheim. Saying this much, Cardinal Hohenheim thanked the magicians, who came running upon Minister Edgar's order, and went back home after ordering the priests to purify a mansion carefully. Minister Ruckner dropped his shoulders while seeing off his retreating figure. Chapter 53, Records of Settling the Case of Attempted Assassination on Baron Bourmister. Is that so? Kurt has. Arthur. It was Kurt who plotted to get rid of us with a magic tool called Flute of Grudges after getting instigated by Baron Ruckner, but at the last moment we prevented his scheme. I'm told the effect of the original Flute of Grudges shouldn't be able to do something like creating an undead giant consisting of this excessively large amount of grudges. Given that one will end up dying if they touched the highly concentrated black smoke, it's at the most around twice the size of humans. Moreover, its power will drop once it kills its targeted opponent. In the first place, grudges, no matter how highly concentrated, won't be able to sustain such materialization for a long time either. As Daoshi said before, it's something that will evaporate like water once some time has passed. Therefore, Kurt's resentment was indeed quite profound. It was a situation of us being attacked by grudges gathered from the savage lands underground, disregarding the consumption. He should have used that tenacity more towards other matters. Armstrong. After the battle everyone consented to Daoshi's leaked impression, as it is something you can only nod your head to. Naturally I want Baron Bourmister to come as well. But this situation is a case of attempted assassination against an appointed baron of the kingdom as well as a precious magician. First, it would be better if I conveyed this story to your father. Armstrong. Even if he appears to usually be like that, Daoshi still had the position of being the royal head magician after all. Me, who was worrying how I should report the incident to father, was thrown a lifeline to help out. Also, I wanted Daoshi, who certainly was the one with the highest peerage amongst those aimed at by Kurt, to report it. But you could also say that it was the most logical approach to do so. I must have the capital contacted by Master afterwards. Burkhart. Next, Burkhart-san's opinion was that it was better to send a magical communication to the capital through Margrave Brithhilda. Although it didn't have considerable size, the remaining residue of the grudges escaped into the direction of the capital. It also won't be any good if this incident isn't taken care of secretly. It would likely be best to contact the influential people in the government as fast as possible. I approved of his opinion right away, too. Finance Minister Ruckner as well? Stop it. Wendlin. I think there's no way. But those brothers might only pretend being on bad terms and are in fact connected behind the scenes. Reporting the situation to him would have the same meaning as if consigning the whole affair to the oblivion of darkness. It would be better to move carefully here, seeing that it was Baron Ruckner who instigated Kurt. I will ask Master to send it to His Majesty and Minister Edgar in the name of Daoshi, and to Cardinal Hohenheim in the name of Elise Juchan. Burkhart. Burkhart-san has been borrowing the magic tool for sending messages from Margrave Brithhilda. Thanks to that, it saved me the trouble of transferring to Brittberg by teleportation in the middle of this mana shortage. Even I was close to the limits of my mana already today. Besides, it's because that person is a civil official in the financial affairs faction after all. Burkhart. Indeed, in case such younger brother was my elder brother, I would go to Minister Edgar. Armstrong. To get rid of him or such? Wendlin. I would use the pretense of an accident or death by disease, but he wouldn't be in this world anymore. Armstrong. While showing an action of cutting someone's throat with his fingers, Daoshi answers my question. After all, Daoshi is from a prestigious noble household. His statement makes it clear that he won't shy away from assassination either, if there's a need for it. Scary. Wendlin. If it's only at the level of a slightly nasty noble, I won't do such thing. That person is a man who ruins 30 profits of other people for the sake of gaining 10 profits himself. Armstrong. With the deep resentment of Kurt, who isn't able to see through the facade of people, and with the Flute of Grudges considered to be obtained from the black market by Baron Ruckner. Judging by the views of Daoshi and Burkhart-san, who were close to death due to the combination of these two people, they are likely reluctant to message Finance Minister Ruckner due to their feelings. Convey the message to my elder brother as well. My elder brother is close to Minister Edgar. Armstrong. Both of them have grim expressions to the degree of even Yakuza, Mafia, running away at their appearance. Together they are part of the military faction. They will likely get along since I think they are the same type as well. Anyway, first we will report to Sir Bourmester Armstrong. After such discussion we transferred to the main family's mansion of the Bourmester household with a very small amount of mana. We went to meet father right away. The group consisted of 5, me, Burkhard-san, Daoshi, Paul Nissan and Elise. On father's side there are Klaus, Herman Nissan and people from father's side participating. Having narrowed down the numbers, the situation is such that we had a ruse group guarding the surrounding just in case of some trouble occurring. I don't think it will happen, but it's also because it will troublesome if the information spread to the outside by eavesdropping. At first Daoshi tells about the attack of Kurt and the 4 below him during the Savage Lands inspection and them having the tables turned on them. In short, it's about Kurt's group of 5 not being in this world anymore. An explanation of the magic tool used for the assassination and stuff like where Kurt likely obtained it. He explained for around 30 minutes. Without saying anything, father was only listening with a meek expression. That idiot has Arthur. Although it was unknown what kind of plan Kurt had after killing me since the person himself died, he clearly picked the worst possible choice. For father it also was a crisis of discontinuing an honorable household. Also it can be considered to be something that will force father to retire. Kurt was the official successor at the current point in time after all. With the retirement close at hand, it will finish by dismissing this senile old fool. Arthur. The kingdom's side doesn't wish to go that far. Armstrong. Father listened to his own treatment from Daoshi, who has the highest peerage and status in this place. If you considered it normally, this matter contained plenty right even as capital crime implicating the confiscation of the peerage in territory. By the kingdom's laws it is stated that the family of the criminal won't be charged. Therefore further shouldn't be concerned of being judged for Kurt's crime. But it was because this incident became as large-scale as this and the kingdom would suspect his complicity right away. For father it's likely the worst case with it not ending with only one head rolling. The principal offender is Kurt, his accomplices are his 4 followers. Only these 5 will be treated as criminals within the Bourmester territory. Armstrong. Daoshi was told in advance the opinion of His Majesty in case it turned into such situation after all. He answered the questions from father smoothly. Besides, it's because the disposal of a rampaging Kurt was a fixed game. Wendlin. It was also a fact that it was a secret decision of the important people in the government to dispose of Kurt under the pretense of him running wild. Even if the manner of him going on a rampage was largely unforeseen, it doesn't make sense to cover the crime by getting others involved overly much. Moreover it would likely cause a large amount of feelings of guilt. With father retiring as previously discussed, the Bourmester territory and the Knight peerage will go to Herman Nissan. As for the territory, a majority of the Savage Lands will be allocated to me by a compulsory order of the kingdom. A majority of the territory will be seized using the ostensible reason of the successor having caused an incident of this degree. They are also told that the Bourmester household's reign would alternate between the main family and the branch family. This was something done for the sake of being acknowledged by the surroundings as official punishment to the bitter end. Is that so? That Fuzi even compared the royal palace to a countryside noble. At those times I should have opposed him. He didn't discard his strange pride. Arthur, although he viewed it to be dangerous, this went on in the Bourmester territory even when I left this place. Even Margrave Brithhilda has feelings of guilt due to the foolish move of the previous family head. Since this remote place is excessively suffering from the costs for maintenance and control against disorder, a little amount of arrogance was ignored. But my homecoming has completely changed the situation. Not realizing that Kurt, acting the same way as before, ruined himself. I was not able to tell whether it was the nature of father's education either, as at the time I was born Kurt had already passed the age of 20 long ago. Even if parents tell this and that to their children growing up, the children might consider that to be ridiculous, leaving room for the territory to be potentially developed. The plan is to advance the reclamation with the help of Baron Bourmester. It's not the same as that special ward of reclamation. It's also impossible to become a rising nobility right away due to the impact of the incident. It's a plan to be realized in 10 years and beyond, but with Herman Dono as associate baron, the successor at that time will become a baron. Even His Majesty said that this much would be proper. Armstrong. Also, It was likewise planned to allocate a part of territory from the Savage Lands to Paul Nissan. It has been scheduled to advance the development as Associate Baron territory from the beginning. The reason for Paul Nissan's rising peerage was his large contribution in preventing the assassination plot of Kurt. I was only hidden behind the magic barrier of Burkartson though. Paul. In that situation you not dying is already an achievement. Since Paul Donner will develop an Associate Baron territory from the scratch, there will be various hardships. Armstrong. Nevertheless, a new territory and household will be left. I guess it's the hardships of creating something new. Burkhardt. In the end it has been decided to bestow the majority of their savage lands to me. However, since there's completely zero population at the place of development, I was expecting quite the difficulty in reclamation. Because I fortunately have funds, I completely trust in Margrave Brithhilda and Minister Ruckner arranging various things, and I will leave the management as governor to Roderick. I will receive the necessary training as feudal lord little by little until I retire as adventurer. I planned to return to the territory, where development had advanced to a certain extent, at around half through my 30s. Although it's Baron Bourmister, there are plans for it to also become a rising nobility as Earl. Armstrong. A rising nobility by 2 ranks? Wendlin. There's no problems as Baron Bourmister will be accumulating achievements. Armstrong. My estimation is high with things like discovering the aforementioned underground ruins, crushing an unwanted Duke household in a duel and purifying the flawed properties in the capital. Rather, it seems to be at least strange for me not being a rising nobility until now. You can also say we waited for this opportunity. Armstrong. The discussion with father ended with this. I have the feeling that it has been settled quite easily as well, but even father likely doesn't want to listen to the details of Kurt's sheer madness at all. Even us, since we have some feelings of guilt, have ended up not talking about this any longer either. However, there was a single thing I wanted to verify. Were you satisfied, Klaus? Wendlin. Has he realized his revenge for the death of his son and his daughter's fiancé, or has he taken action because he has genuinely felt an impending crisis by Kurt becoming the next family head? You could even say that Klaus was the single reason for Kurt going on a rampage due to being pressured by something. But, after all, he has only influenced him. Besides, between Klaus and Kurt, Kurt's standing was higher. Even if a village headman of this territory whispered something into the ears of the next feudal lord, it can't be seen as anything but advices and suggestions from outside. Furthermore, even if he doesn't follow it, the only meaning would have been that it is Kurt's decision to not do so. Because of that, Klaus shouldn't be accused of a crime either. There also isn't any evidence to prove it and judge him. Let's see. I think it's different from satisfaction. Klaus. I didn't expect an honest reply. However, unexpectedly Klaus answered my question normally. And, with that, he also confessed him being the cause of Kurt's rampage. However, I'm asking you to not misunderstand. I simply and only believed that Kurt's honor would be no good as next family head. Therefore I wanted some of the other sons to succeed. That's all there is to it. Klaus. If there was no contact from outside except the merchant group as it has been before, even Kurt might have been able to somehow rule an insular farm community with a population of around 800 residents. But reality is that there is contact from outside, and also the development of the savage lands has begun. Although it's still only me developing the savage lands, one can see the intentions of the kingdom seeping through from behind. If we are able to interact and trade with the adjoining territories, the feudal lord will have work like holding various negotiations and such. Would Kurt really have been able to do that? Klaus didn't feel anything but anxiety even though he respected Kurt as next feudal lord. That gentleman has been like that from way back. Since there are his precious, excellent younger brother Samas for advancing the territory, it would have been fine if he had made them vassals, established branch families and ordered the development. Klaus. However, Kurt was basically a coward. Unable to take me into his service, he fell into the suspicions whether the real power of the territorial reign will be stolen by his retainer and younger brother, who is more excellent than him. For all that he had no concrete plans either. Developing the savage lands taking who knows how many generations, the Bourmister household will at least become an earl household. Well, if it was about a small territory, even that might have been fine, But Klaus, secluding himself in the territory and saving up money. Such lords of small territories aren't unusual in the provinces. Even the fief's population won't actually feel anything about that, since they didn't see someone like the King Sama in the royal capital, who is the most important person. They will follow their feudal lord, who is near them, thinking that he's the most important person. In a certain sense, it could even be said that it's the same for the leaders of small countries. Therefore, well, that's how it is. Klaus. He didn't go into details, but likely he advised Kurt as village headman at the beginning. If you use your other brothers skillfully. However, Kurt didn't accept that at face value. On the contrary, won't I be driven out if Klaus conspires with my younger brothers? Klaus, who was disgusted by that, reached the point of secretly requesting Eric Nissan and me to become the next feudal lord. His inclination was that it would lead to development within the territory, if we aimed at becoming the next feudal lord. Also, he had that in mind that Kurt might feel danger approaching and push for development, if the rumors reached his ears. However, the outcome became the opposite. Father, seeing Kurt hating us, ended up driving out the other brothers in order to protect the system of inheriting peerage and territory. Of course, father might not have trusted Klaus, who whispered such things to him, without picking the choice of cutting him off since he was too excellent as village headman. A strange feeling of distance spread between the two, who also have a tie from the past. However, as a result of that, it also became Wendlin. For Klaus, the decline in the future of the Bourmester territory was also some kind of vengeance. Although he wants to expand the Bourmester territory as village headman, you can also say that he has reached his objective, as someone aiming at the revenge for his son. In the case of Further and Kurt declining, Klaus told us before that he was in existence below a pack mule when he spoke about himself, his position as excellent village headman and his position as parent, who spitefully plots the revenge for his son. These two were in complete contradiction. The actions for the sake of both objectives were mismatched. I believed this to be the true identity of the person called Klaus. To the bitter end, I didn't know whether this might completely be my own imagination though. Klaus, you bastard. It's still about the incident at that time. Arthur. Still, I remember it as if it has been just yesterday. Klaus. Father and Klaus stared at each other almost expressionlessly. However, from the viewpoint of other people, the visible scene was as if they would be fighting any moment now. Father. Wendlin, did you hear the story from Klaus? Arthur. Yes. Wendlin. Father, who treated me until now as Baron Bourmester, suddenly asks me a question as parent. I see. So, what do you think? Arthur. I don't know. Even if there's only one truth, the way to look at it is different depending on the direction and the onlookers. That's how it is. Don't you agree? Wendlin. That's right. Klaus, do you really want to know the truth? Arthur. Though I believe this to be obvious as parent, Archer-sama. Klaus. Tension is drifting between the two. It's because father suddenly says that he will tell Klaus the truth about the deadly incident of his son's group. Arthur-sama. Do you have any proof that you are saying the truth? Klaus. There's no such thing. I plan to tell you the truth, but I won't take any responsibility about how you will decide. Arthur. Is that so? Please go ahead. Klaus. Why did father hide the truth of the incident? Was it for the sake of obtaining Layla, who was at that time famous as beauty, as mistress? Did he want to plant his own blood in the family of the village headman of the main village in order to strengthen the governing system of the territory? Either way, it won't be an overly nice story. As I was thinking such things, father unexpectedly started to talk. Klaus, you are an excellent man. Far more excellent than someone like me. If you were born into the Bourmester household, you might have expanded this territory a bit more. Arthur. That is. Klaus. Father says that there's a reason he cannot trust Klaus. It came from the fear of having the power of the territorial reign stolen by Klaus, who is far more excellent than himself. A village headman can steal the power of territorial reign from a noble. It was the combination of what is called hastening the subjects to become traitorous by tyranny and stupid feudal lord. But even though that was impossible for large noble households, it was not impossible for a village headman to steal the power within a territory, if it's at the level of a knight peerage. Apparently that was also the reason why he took Layla as mistress, to avoid such situation. However, even so, you are this person's parent. The relationship of your son, Gordon, and Hein, who was Layla's fiancé, Didn't you know that this relationship deteriorated as far as being beyond repair? Those two kept up being fellow close childhood friends on the surface, but in reality they were on the verge of killing each other. Klaus, someone of your caliber really didn't realize that? Arthur. Klaus remained silent as is due to Father's question. Perhaps there were various parts he suddenly understood. Or rather, it actually wasn't only me hearing about this matter for the first time, but it was so for Hermann Nissan and Paul Nissan, too. Also, Klaus, your sons, who were scheduled to become brothers-in-law albeit out of obligation, hated each other to the degree of wanting to kill each other. For me it's the same. Kurt rampaged and died. Certainly, to become fellow companions sharing the same pain with this incident is. Arthur. No. Gordon and Hein would have made up again in due time. Klaus. No, there wasn't anything like such dreamlike future. Besides, both of them have already died. Arthur. Father? Wendlin. Due to my query, Father begins to talk about the truth of that incident. If you summarize it briefly, the eldest son of a wealthy farmer, Hein, and Klaus' son Gordon, whose houses were next to each other back in the old days, were on good terms as if being completely real brothers. Klaus expected Hein to sufficiently assist Gordon, who would become the next village headman, and designated him as Leila San's fiancé. However, that was the beginning of the tragedy. Hein was greedy. Is it possible to aim for the position as next village headman as Leila's husband? Gordon. Naturally Gordon, sensitive to the change of his childhood friend's mental state, noticed it. At first he apparently tried to suppress his aspirations, soothing them successfully, but being gradually aware that Hein might come aiming for his life, it slowly reached the point of a confrontation. However, they couldn't afford for the surroundings to perceive that. That was because it would become a disgrace for the village headman, Klaus. Both of them, while keeping up their relation in the same manner as before on the surface, their fierce hatred towards each other became stronger in their hearts. As a matter of fact, Klaus. Even Leila didn't notice it. It was only by coincidence that I came to know of it as well. Arthur. It was accidentally, but he ended up hearing both of them violently quarreling within the forest. At first he thought it was an occasional fight, which happens no matter how close you are, but gradually he realized that the details of the violent quarrel weren't at the level of a normal fight. I wonder whether Klaus vaguely noticed the truth or not. Can someone like me usually notice it? Do you want to know about the day of the incident? It was something no one would have been able to expect. Arthur, Father, who invited the two to hunt with him, aimed to repair their relationship in his own way. The young folks of the main village, who came to harvest rock tripes, truly coincidentally arrived at the cliff on that day. Moreover, they weren't at the actual scene at the moment of that incident. Immediately after both of them died slipping down, they did no more but come running due to Father's yell. At the end, the truth of the incident is, even I haven't seen it with my own eyes. With us three being chased by a large wild boar, they escaped from it towards the abyss of that cliff. Hein told me Gordon and me will let it drop after successfully cornering it at the cliff with the two of us. Lord, please stay on standby since it will be dangerous. And the two headed towards the abyss of the cliff. Arthur. Hein likely decided to pretend it to be an accident and kill Gordon as it was a good opportunity. However, due to Gordon's strong resistance both of them ended up falling from the cliff by accident. Once you look at the result, there hasn't been anything like an excessively complex situation and scheme. You can even say that it was because of their simple, mutual hatred, but there's somewhat also a part one can't be fully satisfied with. All of the others seem to be the same, but people, who are not involved, might be able to understand it as some kind of terrible conspiracy by further behind the scenes. The truth might be unexpectedly simple. Arthur. Why did you hide the truth, Father? Even going as far as imposing a gag order. Wendlin. Because it was unlikely that people would understand it. Arthur. The son and heir of the main village's headman and his younger sister's fiancé mutually died by falling off the cliff, resulting in killing each other. Certainly, it was a story one would hesitate to announce officially as truth too loudly. As for Leila's case, you should be able to understand, if you are close to Eric. The village headman of the other villages had begun to maneuver towards pushing their own sons as husbands of Leila. Arthur. Even the two, who were brought up as good friends with their houses being next to each other, went as far as killing each other because of the position of village headman. Something much like a husband from the other villages likely would have only instigated the conflict of defeating another village with the main village and the opposition of Klaus. For this reason he took Layla-san as mistress, even disguising it with the infamy of being lewd. If the next village headman were to be from his own children, the situation of the main village would stabilize for a while. It's Wendlin's group and Klaus' freedom to believe me or not. Besides, I'm retiring anyway. Arthur. It was a slightly quick retirement for a countryside feudal lord, but one can also say that it can't be helped because this many scandals happened. Herman, if you begin the full-scale development of the Savage Lands, the negotiations with the outside will increase. Don't make such blunders like Kurt. Arthur. Understood. Herman. The truth of the incident in the past is probably as father has told. Klaus vaguely realized that as well, but he didn't want to believe it because he's the person's parent after all. Also, irresponsible outsiders will be delighted by the flashy type of truth. It would also become the source of ridiculous conspiracy theories and such on the streets. Now then, I want the permission to call Joanna and Amelie here. Arthur. That was because he had the duty to tell mother and Amélie's sister-in-law San about Kurt's case. After a few minutes, it is me this time, who explains the circumstances in front of the two, who are called. The two of them, without being dismayed or crying, listened to my speech with an expression that felt detached. They probably had resolved themselves to a certain degree. Is that so? A noble from outside has Joanna, mother, receiving a shock due to the fact of her own children, to whom she gave birth, killing each other, felt a furious wrath towards Baron Ruckner, who had created one of the reasons for it. Although it might be too late now, but if he didn't bring in something like the flute of grudges, there wouldn't have been the necessity or such to kill Kurt. Even if it is an exception, I decided to send the person himself to the church. Wendlin, that noble will likely be punished, right? Joanna. I can't tell at all. Wendlin. I have already transmitted a report, but if I were to say, the noble lot of the central government were also residents of a den of thieves, I couldn't deny the possibility of him escaping his crime by making use of some trick. Although Kurt's crime itself is heavy. Understood. I will also retire, together with my husband Sama. Joanna. I think there were complaints mother wanted to mention towards me as well, but she swallowed those down and didn't say anything else anymore. Honestly speaking, there are things where it also feels quite good to be on the side of receiving blame. And there was Amélie's sister-in-law San, but I had prepared myself for it. Amélie. Even on Amélie's sister-in-law San's side, her attitude was resolved. I had readied myself to at least be cursed at though. Recently in this place, he only leaked complaints towards Wendlin Sama. The children and me didn't approach him due to fear. Amélie. Although he was a gentle husband in the old days, he gradually became arrogant with the slow transfer of power to rule by father. At the end, as I became active within the territory, he apparently reached the point of saying that I came as enemy to steal the territory. Those were details he didn't leak publicly at all. Even his children were afraid of him. Amélie. At last he wanted an as large as possible tax on me. And once I obtained the money, I will do a large-scale development of the Savage Lands. He abruptly blurted out something like a partial delusion. I thought I couldn't understand him at all. He also didn't go to father-in-law, because he said, Amélie, although it would have been fine, even if he wanted to speak with me. Even I felt like that. Arthur. To the bitter end, those weren't official statements by the next feudal lord, but remarks close to off-record said in the room of the couple. I think Amélie's sister-in-law San didn't want to reveal those. However, his efforts ended up being completely in vain. Putting myself aside, I only request of you to see to the future of the children. Amélie. I consider this to be the priority. Wendlin. I ask the same of you as well. Joanna. I have been even asked by mother to see to Amélie's sister-in-law Sans and her children's treatment. Since both of them experienced the hardships of marrying into the remote Bormister territory from outside, they had a very good relationship. It will take a few days. There should be some message coming from the kingdom. Until then, I don't mind you living your life as usual. However, please don't leave to somewhere else. Wendlin. Given that they are family members of Kurt, who had caused an attempted assassination scandal, there was a danger of unwanted troubles to spring forth. Also, as for the families of the 4 accomplices, it was decided that they would leave the main village, albeit it was pitiable. Will they emigrate to my recently developed Savage Lands, or Will they emigrate to Paul Nissan's new territory? Since it's such rural area, they will be strongly oppressed for being the bereaved families of criminals, if they don't do such a thing. You could also say it was an inevitable measure. Well then, how will the kingdom's side judge Burkhardt? Eventually Burkhardt-san summed it up with these words. It was a large-scale criminal act, but there's no necessity for something like arrest because all offenders died. We, who finished talking with father, also returned to our usual life right away. As expected, we took a day off the next day. Even Elise, who is officially working as substitute priestess, was at the level of taking a day off. It reached the point that I was clad in holy magic, but it's necessary to practice for a while. It's fine to leave healing magic to me, Armstrong. Instead of Elise, who's taking a day off, Daoshi volunteered to act as substitute priest for some reason. The priest garb, borrowed from Priestmeister, would be soon filled with muscles, but there's likely no problem since it's all right if he only applies healing magic. Heading towards the church believing they can receive healing from Elise, the fief's population, who witnessed Daoshi there, was only praying for their happiness in the next world. After the one day off came to an end, I usually alternated daily between jobs as adventurer and the development of their territory. Moreover, compared to the soil preparation and organizing of the Special Development Ward, I'm finishing work like public works loosely. Also, even if new immigrants come, I'm prepared for them to carry out farm work as quickly as possible. As adventurer, I concentrated on hunting and gathering by entering the demon forest. The experimenting on foodstuffs and hunting and gathering necessary for that are currently my biggest happiness. Although I'm a noble, I've come to terribly hate nobles. Wendlin. While being cautious of the vicinity with magic, I wholeheartedly gathered cacao fruits, taking care to not overdo it with the taking at the growth spot of the cacao. However, that concern was pointless. Even if you harvest a fruit temporarily, it will be just as before once again after 3 days. In a certain sense it was also scary. From a standpoint like mine, everyone is frantically saying I want to become a noble though. But even if they become one, there are also people like Vil's elder brother Owen. It's because people are always looking upwards, you know. Blue eyes. In the end, I didn't understand what that person was aiming for. No problem. Even I didn't quite get it. Owen. The three, Iryu, Luis and Ina, were gathering cacao fruits while continuing to chat about stuff like the matter with Kurt. Vilsama, is this actually delicious? Wilma. If you process them, they will turn into a first-class delicacy. Wendlin. I will do my best to collect them. Wilma. Wilma also used all her strength to collect cacao. I intended to experiment on hot cocoa, the drink, and chocolate afterwards, but I have decided to postpone it for now because there are many troubles in the processing. Currently, in order to be able to do this in my leisure time, I decided to store a large quantity in my magic bag. Gathering many other fruits as well, we are likewise defeating the monsters coming to attack us sometimes. Once we returned to our mansion in the Special Development Ward with teleportation. After doing this task until evening, we were awaited by Burkhardt-san, Elise and Daoshi. Boy, the situation became a bit terrible. Burkhardt. Terrible? Wendlin. In the capital an incident of great slaughtering occurred. Burkhardt. Apparently even Burkhardt-san just now received a message through the communication magic tool from Margrave Brithhilda. It looks like that remaining residue of grudges made a mess. Burkhardt. Arriving in merely 2 days as far as the capital, its foundation has grown because of new grudges over there. That Baron Ruckner and his family, around 10 nobles and their wives, retainers, servants, etc. were killed by zombies. The number of victims was large because the nobles, belonging to his faction, were called to his mansion and held a party on that day. Looks like the number of victims is exceeding 50 people. Burkhardt. However, why did the grudges aim at Baron Ruckner, whose face it didn't even know? Owen. In addition, Daoshi has already collected the flute of grudges itself here, too. Besides, the flute of grudges, being burned black thanks to Daoshi's magic, has its effect cut since you can use it only once to begin with. Now it was nothing more but a simple, burned ocarina. Did it remember the smell? Elise. Smell? Owen. Elise, who is well informed about things like undead, explains her view. As a matter of fact, all of the undead apparently have weaker eyesight than at the time they were human. Instead their senses like hearing and smelling are enhanced. Also, They have things such as magic perception as well. Elise, what about dead animals? If I had to say, the cause is the greedy appetite of zombies. Elise, in other words, the grudges have been mixed with Kurt's personality and awareness, but they have grown by greedily devouring other grudges in the capital. It might have resentments against me next as it traveled for revenge. Sensing Baron Ruckner's smell. Was the origin of the smell the small amount attached to the flute of grudges? Immediately following the purchase at the black market, Baron Ruckner probably touched the flute of grudges. Given that he bought it with a large amount of money to begin with, he might have wanted to at least verify it. Such small amount of smell after having touched it for a short time. Wendlin, I'm afraid of the strength of Kurt's grudge. Naturally it is impossible to sense an ordinary person, with the magic tool given by Baron Ruckner. He was killed and turned even into an undead. There's no doubt that Kurt hated Baron Ruckner. Armstrong, since it failed to kill me and had to escape, it aimed at the next target. You could even say that this wasn't necessarily a bad move. But, really, if it's that level of remaining residue, it usually vanishes unable to sustain itself for more than a day. It's likely the accomplishment of that man's tenacity. Armstrong, although you call it an accomplishment, isn't it a major incident? Wendlin, they were only appointed nobles, but the total amount was 13 consisting of 1 baron, 3 associate barons and 9 knights, who had official positions. Besides, with Baron Ruckner's wife, his heir with his daughter, the servants and maids being completely annihilated, it has headed into the worst possible conclusion of a family massacre. With other nobles such as those, who were en route to the party, and the people, who brought someone like their chief retainers, wives and children along, being involved, the capital is currently in a deep chaos. I hear that Finance Minister Ruckner is at his wits' end. Armstrong, although there were unresolved problems with his younger brother, his family and all his faction was eradicated. In a normal case, he would even rejoice about it, but due to various, miscellaneous matters falling into his hands, he is drowning in weariness. Well, it's beyond imagination, but, Burkhart, although it was a dissident faction, 13 people, who had official positions in the financial department, vanished. While it may be true that they were a separate dissident faction, that doesn't mean that they had been skipping out on work or disobeyed Minister Ruckner. He is likely running about filling the gaps now. Also, he probably has to deal with many petitions. Armstrong, it is a tragic incident, but it's also a chance for those, who have no official post. There are replacements among us, and such, even from those like major nobles there will be things like, you can rely on my son, and there's also the possibility of them intruding his mansion and stating, 30 is your relative, so leave it to them, and such. Daoshi explained. In case of petitions from major nobles, those won't be free of strings attached either, and if he doesn't at least listen to their arguments earnestly, it will turn into troubles afterwards. Armstrong. Also, it's about the inheritance, I guess. Burkhart, Baron Ruckner's heir, including his family, passed away. For the circle of relatives it is a chance to succeed an appointed baron household. Naturally, the government office, which is handling the procedure of succession and managing the capital's nobles' family register, should be rushed by a crowd of people. Burkhart-san apparently noticed it. Besides, there's also stuff like safekeeping the assets of the targeted noble households until the succession has been settled. Burkhart, there are cases where people like relatives and thieves, proclaiming themselves as relatives, take away property from the mansion. During the mess of the family head dying, the government office will dispatch an administrator and guards and protect property like the mansion until an heir has been decided upon. Usually, once the head of a noble household dies from things such as illness, it will likely turn into confusion for a while. Owen, and, if that has settled down to some degree, people, who criticize, will of course come out. I guess, Minister Ruckner, and also us. I think. Wendlin. In Minister Ruckner's case it's because of the outcome of something odd his younger brother did. He should get severely blamed by the bereaved families of the noble households, where the other dead family heads belong to. We should receive harsh criticism as well since Kurt was the source of the grudges. After criticizing you thoroughly, they will say then, we will forgive you, if you hand over concessions of the savage lands. But that's also a noble's method. Armstrong. Once again. How troublesome. Wendlin. I have a feeling that those are like the methods of yakuza as well, but in fact there is already one more problem. It was about the treatment of Ameli's sister-in-law San and my nephews. I wanted my nephews to live in the capital until they become adults. After turning into adults, they could obtain and succeed appointed knight peerage, I planned, but that became impossible now. Though I wonder whether it is possible with Ameli's sister-in-law San discarding the Bormister surname and call herself with her family surname Mainbuck. Wendlin. It was the worst that the remaining residue of Kurt's grudge ended up killing Baron Ruckner, including his family, no matter how much complicity he had in the assassination. Moreover, nobles from more than 10 households, who didn't know about these circumstances, got involved as well. No matter how much she changes her surname, it will likely be difficult for Ameli's sister-in-law San and my nephews to live in the capital as their home. It was clear that rumor would spread right away and harassment and slander would begin, including the discussions about that part. If you don't go to the capital, you won't be able to hinder such talks, boy. Burkhart. Guess so. Wendlin. However, there are circumstances here as well. It was 3 days after the incident when I transferred to the capital with teleportation magic. Chapter 54. Earl Bormister. Isn't that far more than imagined? Armstrong. What's this? This big number of people. Wendlin. It's 4 days after the mass slaughter of Baron Ruckner and more than 50 other people by the remaining residue of Kurt's grudge. We headed to the mansion of Finance Minister Ruckner in the capital as there were some things we had to discuss. In front of the main gate many people were crowding. In this time's trip to the capital I was only accompanied by Dousie since everyone else was busy. We will stand out too much if we move in a group of several people. Therefore it has been decided that Dousie will take over the guard duty, which has usually been left to Paul Nisan's group. Given that Paul Nisan was busy with inspecting and examining his new territory, there were plans to use the chance for His Majesty to bestow him the peerage of Associate Baron next time he comes to the capital. This child is the child of the deceased Associate Baron Blumenthal. Please acknowledge it. Finance Minister Ruckner. I definitely believe to be the appropriate successor of Sir Bureau. What's this about? Wendlin. It's likely because more than 10 central noble households were almost totally destroyed. Armstrong. With the Baron Ruckner household, including him, his family, his retainers and his servants, having been annihilated, several folks, including even the relatives, are intruding and proclaiming, I'm definitely suitable as next Baron Ruckner. For the other households as well, they are aiming for family head and legal wife at the very least. In case of brutal households, there are families where the other children and retainers were entirely annihilated by the heir. Various people are gathering, aiming for the peerages and official positions of those. However, what about Minister Ruckner? Wendlin. His younger brother, who was the head of a faction, has been killed, including his entire household. No matter how much he opposed him, it's only natural for the elder brother to manage it all by himself. Armstrong. In addition, that elder brother is a marquis with the post of finance minister. I think it's more helpful to use the authority of finance minister, which will be the verdict of a powerful person, than having the guards draw close to protect the property against the mob directly intruding up to the mansion of the person himself. Well, then it's better to leave it to His Excellency the Finance Minister after all. Armstrong. I guess so. When even I don't have spare time because I might be granted a new territory and get an order to develop it any time soon. There was a necessity to quickly deal with the treatment of Ameli's sister-in-law San and my nephews as I have promised. Of course, I have already finished doing a round of courtesy calls to other important nobles. Cardinal Hohenheim accepted it right away and His Majesty went along with it and promised to handle it at the end of the audience. I have been told by Minister Edgar, Wilma is my adopted daughter. You do understand, right? I immediately nodded. In other words, I have to absolutely receive her as wife. It was a point I personally wanted to consider a good thing as Wilma is cute, but now it will cause a change in the hierarchy of wives. With the influence of Wilma originally being the daughter of an associate baron household, she should be next after release in the ranking order. Although I've been told to not mind it, I also have to consider Louise and Ina. I cursed at the Minister of Military and Naval Affairs, who wasn't a simple muscle brain albeit having the same muscled build as Dousie, in my mind. Also, I went to greet the remaining ministers, but they didn't tell me anything in particular. Probably they will tell me various things after the savage lands have been bestowed to me. At any rate, We won't meet Minister Ruckner like this. Wendlin. Today he is running around to support here and there in the mansion and has gone to the actual site because he was informed by Minister Edgar. Many people are crowding in front of the Ruckner mansion in order appeal for their case. Daoshi and I address the guard being at the main gate while pushing our way through the mob. Whose relative is it this time? Or whose children or something are you, gatekeeper? I thought he was a very arrogant gatekeeper, but he likely had to always be this lot's partner for the last few days. Even looking at Daoshi and me, he didn't realize our identity at once. It's the royal head magician and Baron Bormister. We came because we have business with your master, Minister Ruckner. Armstrong. Huh? Viscount Armstrong-sama and Baron Bormister-sama. I'm sorry for the discourtesy. He might have received a message that we will come here beforehand. Since the gatekeeper immediately treats us politely, we enter inside through the gate. Baron Bormister-sama. This child is really Associate Baron Blumenthal's child. By all means, please put in a good word for it. ? I'm also on good terms with the capital's Sir Bormister. Please mention my name, Christian of the Knight Martinstein household, to Minister Ruckner. ? With Daoshi and me being celebrities, the bunch, who is crowding at the gate, tries to request various troublesome matters to us. Once they become aware of our social rank as we are smoothly entering the mansion, it will be endless, if you care about each and every single of them. Armstrong. Once a noble dies, this kind of people will always come forward. Women in the night entertainment business, who kept company to nobles etc. and maids, who served at the original mansion, will come to request the recognition of the bastards of that noble. However, because there isn't something like a DNA test in this world, they won't be recognized in the first place if there isn't any written proof of the deceased from the time of its birth. Besides, for the majority of people going this far, there's also the trap of recognizing it normally from the beginning. Also, claiming non-existent connections and relationships, there are nobles without any duties, who aim to become the successor of the official position. Since they have basically free time, they come appealing frantically almost daily. I'm expressly sorry, Ruckner. Once we enter the mansion, the owner, Minister Ruckner, came to greet us in a state of having shadows underneath his eyes. Are you alright? Wendlin. No. Since day after the incident the front of the mansion has always been in this state. I'm also busy with preparing substitutes for the dead lot. Also, Ruckner, Minister of Domestic Affairs Becker, who deals with stuff like the management of the noble's family registers and the formalities of succeeding a noble's household, and the leading directors under him had a similar situation on front of their mansions. Yesterday a candid advice, close to sarcasm, was mentioned in the royal castle as well. It's a disaster, isn't it? We also want to entrust you with it, but is it alright? Wendlin. You mean regarding the treatment of the children of the eldest son, who caused the attempted assassination? I will somehow handle it. But before that, there is a single problem. Ruckner. The contents apologetically reported by Minister Ruckner was something shocking for me. Huh? Roderick is the next Baron Ruckner? Wendlin. And in addition to that it was astonishing that immediately following the case of attempted assassination caused by Kurt, Baron Ruckner provided information about the magic tool handed to Kurt with a nonchalant look. In the end, it was a surprise that he recognized Roderick and used him as way to demand a share of the concessions due to his family ties. Moreover, I was more than amazed that Minister Ruckner ended up approving that. Why did you approve his demands? Wendlin. He wasn't an utter fool to be caught red-handed like Duke Hertha, whom you dueled before, sir. If there's no evidence to deserve an arrest. Ruckner. Although he was an accomplice without doubt, he sold Kurt with an innocent look and pretended to be an information provider with good intentions. Moreover, he arbitrarily recognized Roderick and demanded concessions because of their family relations, without any kind of guilty conscience, even if he were to be looked upon coldly by his surroundings. Never did I expect him to be a shameless person to this degree. And, believing it went well, he called his faction's followers and held a party. Ruckner. There it led to his downfall from the peak. Furthermore, you couldn't even laugh at the part of the reason being Kurt, whom he used and threw away as idiot. This might certainly be a just retribution. The cat cornered the mouse, but it died due to blood loss being bitten in the neck by that very mouse. Armstrong. Didn't he need the permission by Roderick himself for acknowledging him in the first place? Wendlin. Legally speaking, There's no need for that, Ragnar. For a noble household the authority of the family's head is absolute. Although the family head can recognize children, there's absolutely no need for something like the children's permission. Despite recognizing them, it will turn into a story of the child becoming an incorrigible fellow if it mentions permission or such at that time. Ragnar, going by Minister Ragnar's words, it means that it's possible to demand concessions due to the family ties by only recognizing Roderick. Since there was already an heir, they likely planned to not hand over a single cent of the assets, not to mention the peerage, either. In a certain way he was such a disgusting guy that it was even refreshing. You can apparently also say that it equals the noble's way. But, thanks to that it has become troublesome. Ragnar. The party was held at Baron Ragnar's mansion. Consequently everyone from the family was annihilated. The eldest son and eldest daughter died as well. There aren't any other surviving children from the legal wife either. Therefore, Ragnar, Roderick, being the recognized second son, has become the most plausible successor prospect. But, if that happened, it might produce a huge hindrance in the development of the Savage Lands. Please don't steal our head retainer, who will also act as governor. Wendlin. Since he will become my representative concerning the development of the Savage Lands, I had naturally planned to give him the salary of the head retainer and even offer a possibility of the title becoming hereditary. If he succeeded the Baron Ragnar household, this story will become completely void. You are still at the start of selecting a governor though. Ragnar. Naturally everyone, who is angry about the delay, will turn all of their wrath towards Minister Ragnar. It will result in him earning sarcastic remarks by His Majesty and all the ministers once again. I know, but, although I understand. Wendlin. The Savage Lands, granted to me, will become the territory of Earl Bormister according to plan. Therefore, if Roderick succeeds an appointed Baron household he won't be able to become my retainer anymore. I see. There will be thunderous blaming. Armstrong. Until yesterday it was the main ministers and Cardinal Hohenheim. Even His Majesty has mentioned it. That fucking bastard. Even in his death, he is a major annoyance. Ragnar. Minister Ragnar, who was unusually enraged, spit out vulgar, abusive language, which was unbecoming of a noble. So, what will you do? Wendlin. Nothing. I have decided to shut down and remove the Baron Ragnar household. I will deal with the other cronies here. Good grief, increasing my workload with worthless stuff. Ragnar. I told him my petition regarding the treatment of my nephews. Given that the details of the measures will be announced in front of His Majesty tomorrow, I return to my mansion in the capital on that day and decide to prepare my attendance at the castle tomorrow. The next day I travel there together with the messenger of the royal castle. The meeting took place in an often used conference room and not the audience hall. First I will announce the punishment of that insolent person. It has been decided that we will use the audience hall afterwards. Ragnar. Well, then write away the details of the punishment. King Helmut. Urged on by His Majesty, who was inside the room, Minister Ragnar states the details of the punishment. First there was Baron Ragnar. His household will be shut down as punishment for the complicity in the attempted assassination against me. All of its assets will be confiscated. There aren't any family members who will complain anymore either. If possible, even the relatives, who were aiming for inheriting the peerage and official position, will be silenced with such a punishment at front. Did you find any evidence? Wendlin. Margrave Brithhilda is spreading a net that should catch the evidence. Ragnar. As of yet, the freelancing adventurer, who passed the magic tool to Kurt, is in the middle of moving on the mountain trail in the mountain range heading towards Brittberg's side. Minister Ragnar seems to have sensed that and is trying to capture him. The whereabouts of Baron Ragnar's retainers and how many they are is unknown. Perhaps that adventurer can be considered to head towards his end. Either way, if we can secure him, we will also find proof. Ragnar. If Baron Ragnar was alive, they would likely advance a bit more carefully in gathering evidence, but unfortunately he isn't a person of this world anymore. As that's the case, it apparently will end with a quick punishment. The other nobles will be deprived of their official positions. Ragnar. The 12 nobles were veterans, who have been experts in their professional duties. You can also say that it's no good to suddenly entrust those professional duties to their children, just because of the sudden death of their family head. I have decided to hire new people for gaining experience and to promote excellent people from below. Ragnar. Inexperienced people, joining that way, are usually heirs, who enter through the connections of their parents. And those inexperienced people will be able to rise in rank to at least the official position of their parent. A household of appointed nobles with an official position attached repeated that cycle with parent and child, but there were many children, who are still too young at their family's head's unexpected death, and thus it was difficult for them to join a governmental office. Therefore, it has been decided that recruitment will be opened for the 12 official positions without nobles this time. Naturally a fierce contest will unfold, but that wasn't anything of my concern. It's better if there's a child there as it can succeed the peerage. The problem is Rukna, with one associate baron household and 3 knight households having no children. They are currently being flooded by relatives and acquaintances. It can't be helped as it is in accordance with nobles' law. However, Rukna, we have decided to state the detailed account in their audience hall. King Helmut, the punishments will be handed out in the conference room and the rewards in the audience hall. This seems to be a rule in the Helmut Kingdom. Upon His Majesty's order, we headed towards the audience hall. Unexpected people awaited us there. Helmut Nissan, Eric Nissan, Wendlin, Vul. I have heard about Kurt Aniki's case. Helmut, by no means I expected it to take such conclusion. Eric, it was unknown why my elder brothers were summoned, but as expected, the first topic to talk about was Kurt's tragic end and the drama of the massacre caused by his abnormal tenacity. But, according to those observing the priests, the undead, being an assembly of the grudges, which actually performed the massive killing, were purified. Those undead had absolutely no resemblance to Kurt's body. The fiery red eyes of the black smoke shape and its shining face had a diameter of around 3 meters in the shape of a sphere. Apparently a ghastly, loud laughter continued in front of the corpse of Baron Rukna, who was devoured by zombies and changed into almost only bones. Moreover, the priests could purify them without any resistance at all. He failed killing me. But was he satisfied with killing Baron Rukna transformed into such a shape? Since I'm not Kurt, I didn't comprehend his motives. The official opinion is that Baron Rukna used a cursed magic tool and died to its reaction. Eric Nissan told me that the kingdom's side treated Kurt's deed of attempting to assassinate me and the following massacre of Baron Rukna as result of them using a magic tool without checking its effects by themselves. Even so, as there's the crime of obtaining the used magic tool from the black market and handing it over to Kurt, it turned into a different punishment of discontinuing the noble household. T/N. The difference is, Rukna bought it, handed it over and used it. Kurt only used it. Official version, not truth. Well then, there's a reason why I wanted you 3 to listen. King Helmut. First we were told that Helmut Nissan's and Eric Nissan's peerage will rise to associate baron. Why? Helmut, your majesty, we don't have any particular achievements or such. Eric. It can't be that there's nothing. You are putting effort into your given work every day. King Helmut. That is the same for all the other nobles as well though. Eric. His majesty answered Eric Nissan's doubts with a smile. However, his facial expression also showed accepted without rebuttal. Realizing that, Eric Nissan's group obediently accepted the reward of raising in rank. Next it's Baron Bormister. King Helmut. It was neglected for a little less than a week after Kurt's death, but I will finally be granted the Savage Lands. It seems I decreed the confiscation of the Savage Lands part of the Knight Bormister territory because of the scandal revolving around the succession. You will be told about the details of the confiscated area afterwards. All of the remaining Savage Lands shall be bestowed upon Wendlin von Benno Bormister, whose noble rank will rise to Earl. King Helmut. I shall humbly accept it. Wendlin. Having been granted the Savage Lands and the peerage of Earl by His Majesty, the majority of troubles concerning my family's home were finally settled with this. In a word, it's a payment for the troubles. Armstrong. After I was raised in rank to Earl, Doughty has invited me, Helmut Nissan and Eric Nissan to his mansion. There he expressed his opinion regarding today's reward ceremony. Nonetheless, him and His Majesty have a relationship of being close friends. Due to that relationship, his words reflected the view of His Majesty himself. For the sake of developing the Savage Lands we entrusted the disinheritance of Kurt to Earl Bormister, which resulted in that drama of him running wild. In the end even someone, holding an important position in the government, took part in that. Accordingly, taking Earl Bormister into consideration, your 2 aristocratic elder brothers have been given rewards as well. Even Paul Dono, who is currently investigating the soil planned to become his territory, will be immediately recognized as associate baron with the allocated territory. Armstrong. Certainly, even I won't refuse such thing. Wendlin. With my reward being decided already from the start, they took into account the possibility of me refusing, if they increase the reward too much. However, if we raise the peerage of your elder brothers, you won't say anything, and therefore we called them in a hurry and raised their peerage, Daoshi explained. No suddenly rising in peerage or such. The looks of my surroundings are painful. Helmut. It's all right for Helmut Nissan as you've been an ordinary river guard. In my case, my workplace is Eric. They were suddenly summoned and suddenly given a higher rank of peerage. I guess for both of them the looks from their surroundings are stinging. Moreover, there's the huge inheritance scandal at home. With that, the rising in peerage will become a strange story, Eric. Anyway, you may have disagreeable sentiments towards this matter, but His Majesty decided the raising of your peerage. Armstrong. Given that even nobles aren't idiots, they should be aware of Baron Ruckner being involved in the attempted assassination incident and me beginning to develop the Savage Lands. Therefore they might conversely come drawing close before long. Daoshi said. In that case, no. Rather, we have already received real harm though. Eric. The rumors about the Savage Lands are already a hot topic between the nobles living in the capital. Eric Nissan has already been asked stuff like, I want your younger brother's retainers to employ our child, by his workplace's superiors and colleagues. I'm sorry, I've caused trouble for you. Wendlin. It's alright. I'm pushing all of it onto Minister Ruckner. Eric Nissan apparently skillfully dodged them by saying, the right to decide in these matters is almost completely in the hands of the important people. For me there's nothing. As a result, in addition to the previous massacre at Baron Ruckner's home, Minister Ruckner's mansion was crowded by an excessively large amount of people. Furthermore, even people like Viscount Mungerard were dragged into it and got a large quantity or petitioners intruding upon them. This might be inevitable as vassal of Finance Minister Ruckner, which reminds me. It was the same for us. Too. Helmut. It was Helmut Nissan, who usually worked as guard at the forest at the river source. Just the other day, the guards were short-handed and apparently took application for increasing the personnel by one more. Although we wouldn't pick more than one, the number coming to apply surpassed 300. Helmut. Moreover, it was the third sons of Marquis households and second sons of Earl households. I hear that they wondered why a large number of such people came. They might have thought that I might recommend them as Vil's retainers, even if they failed joining us, or they might have simply come to make themselves known. Helmut. I'm sorry. Wendlin. As we are usually secluding ourselves by guarding the forest, we don't mind the rumors in society too much. Besides, I became an associate baron. Helmut. However, apparently the number of forests he has to control has increased by one more at the same time of him rising in peerage. It isn't as troublesome as I thought because it is an adjoining forest, but if I don't pick someone new again, I wonder how many people will come to apply this time. Helmut. Since the personnel working in the forest as guards are knights and associate barons, their recruitment targets are former adventurers, children of commoners or third sons and below of knight households. You could even say that it would naturally be troublesome if children of earls or such applied. Even if we pick such people, it's not easy to order them around. Helmut. That's right, isn't it? Wendlin. Besides, if they dispute over something at work poorly, it will become a bother if someone like the earl, being their parent, makes his appearance. The nobles' common sense dictated that children of such high-ranking nobles wouldn't normally be employed. It looks like I have been promoted as well. Eric. That is, congratulations. Wendlin. However, it's the lowest seat of the Budget Executive Committee. I think it's pretty obviously for contacting you, Vil. Eric. The development will begin with the funds I have on hand, but that doesn't mean that the kingdom won't lend assistance at all either. Also, by raising an earl household from the scratch, it will become a potential place of employment for the excessive amount of young nobles. Because they will hand out subsidiary aid connected to employment, it will apparently be Eric Nissan's role to manage that. If the level of the Savage Lands development looks promising, I was told that I could rise in rank again. Eric. That means? Wendlin. Without a doubt, as successor of that person. Eric. It might not be as head of financial auditing, but since their sole appointed baron related to financial affairs vanished, it likely meant that Eric Nissan might become his successor. And it also meant that this would be done in order to create an obligation of gratitude from me. Come to think of it, there was an additional reward for you as well, Vil. right, Eric? Yay, Wendlin. Matching my past achievements and with me contributing to the investigation of those savage lands and that demon forest, it created an opportunity to develop a new territory. Under a suitably fabricated pretext, I was given an additional reward. First, all assets that were taken from the crushed Baron Ruckner household were given to me. Second, the mansion, where the massacre drama happened, was given to me. But once I told them that I don't want it, it will apparently be turned into cash by selling it to a realtor. Certainly that realtor will be that LNAudioBooks. The old Baron Ruckner mansion has been purified at the same time when the priests, who rushed over from the church, purified the remaining grudges. But, since there likely aren't any people wanting to immediately use a mansion, where such tragedy occurred, it will probably lay dormant for a while. It's a scheme to get rich quickly, fitting that shady LNAudioBooks. I heard it from Minister Ruckner, but a considerable fortune was found in the mansion's treasury. Eric, if I'm not mistaken, it's around 50.000.000 cents. Armstrong. Almost half of it was in gold coins. The remainder was magic tools and works of art. No matter what kind of official position he held, it's far too much for an appointed baron. Eric, it's that man. Going by the many magic tools and works of art, he likely accommodated them for the black market. Armstrong. Opposing his elder brother, who is a marquis and the finance minister, he even maintained his own faction, albeit small-scaled. In order to support his followers, money was necessary. It's especially nice since I can use it for the development. Wendlin. No matter how and from whom he obtained it, money is money. There's no problem at all because it will be beneficial to use it as funds for the development. But another inconvenient matter was forced upon me. It's the reward of several peerages, isn't it? Eric. Although rare, it's not something that doesn't happen either. Armstrong. Of the nobles, who died due to their involvement with Baron Ruckner, there were 3 knight households and 1 associate baron household that didn't have an heir of direct descent. I received the right to freely bestow those 2 others. There were cases of the kingdom distributing them to nobles, who possessed a large territory, in the old days. Armstrong. The important nobles, who received that right, were able to position spare second sons of their own territory as knights and associate barons. Publicly it was for the sake to avoid the chaos tagging along with the problems of succession. In reality, Armstrong. For the kingdom's side there was also the aspect of handing those over in order to lower the influence of those important nobles. They apparently anticipated the territory to break apart in smaller pieces with each generation. They repeated this. But, is that really necessary for Earl Bormister? Helmut. Certainly. It's necessary. Wendlin. In reality I had planned for Amelia's sister-in-law San and my nephews to live in the capital, but that ended up becoming impossible with the excessively strong impression of that atrocious incident. Accordingly I want them to live in the Bormister territory for a while until the lingering excitement of the incident cools down. After that I intend to send them to the capital for studying. Kurt Nissan's children. Eric. Yes. Once they become adults, I will have them take up a branch family and split the titles and territory. Wendlin. Kurt's plans went even as far as aiming for my life, but Amelia's sister-in-law San and my nephews don't have such feelings. They might consider to avenge their father in the future, but that can't be helped, I think. With this the development of the savage lands can finally begin. His Majesty was relieved. Now that the talking has also finished, let's eat lunch. Armstrong. After lunch in the mansion of Viscount Armstrong, Helmut Nissan has returned to his forest protection and Derek Nissan has returned to his own workplace. Me and Daoshi returned to the Bormister territory via teleportation. Daoshi, your belly looks like it will burst any time now. Wendlin. A young man has to eat a lot more. Armstrong. The capacity of a man's stomach is fixed. Wendlin. What are you saying, Tilda? Even if the stomach is filled temporarily, more will fit in if you wait for a bit. Armstrong. Are you a big eater champion from somewhere? Wendlin. As expected there were nothing like carriage, fried food, as there were outsiders looking, but the meal etiquette of Daoshi's mansion was a staggering amount of a full course and furthermore there was always a second serving. The taste was great, but apart from Helmut Nissan, who is moving his body regularly at his forest protection, you could consider it a trial for Eric Nissan, who has a small appetite with his office work. Moreover, Daoshi has 4 wives with them having 18 children as well. There weren't any noisy children during the meal as they are nobles, but we have been pestered to tell interesting stories and to give souvenirs before the meal. Seeing this spectacle for the first time, Helmut Nissan and Eric Nissan became speechless. "You don't have eyes like us? I heard the rumors, but However, the children of Daoshi's family all wore fine clothes. It has been arranged that they would get the best possible education and such. Although several of the elder children weren't here anymore as they became adults, the son and heir became a soldier and the other children have begun jobs like founding a new business, working as adventurer, etc. Huh? They do stuff like trading?" Helmut Nissan was surprised. However, that was the education plan of this household. On top of not passing any peerage to anyone besides the eldest son, being the heir, they want their other children to look for their own way of life. Instead, they all receive education equally. It has been decided to distribute the assets in an unusual manner for a noble household. And the distribution of the assets. In Daoshi's case it's slightly unique. Wendlin. During his time as active adventurer he earned money to a degree that wasn't inferior to my master. The annuity of an appointed Viscount household. The wages for the position of Royal Head Magician. The annuity for the Twin Dragon Medal. The reward he obtained for subjugating Great Grand and the salaries of several honorary positions he has. And, even now he would go out hunting, if he had a little bit of free time. His particular favorites are the mountain range adjacent to our territory, which has likewise become a den of flying dragons, and their Conlon Mountain District, which was slightly away from the capital. From these places he hunts around 2-3 flying dragons per month. Even a flying dragon, that is nothing more but a threat to ordinary people, wasn't seen as anything else but an efficient source of revenue by Daoshi. Haven't you already retired, Daoshi? Wendlin. The announcement of my retirement as adventurer has in fact been meaningless, right? Armstrong. Due to declining after a certain age, adventurers will announce their retirement. It was for the sake of refusing obligatory requests from the guild and kingdom. Therefore, even if you went to hunt a side job occasionally, there were no complaints either. Rather, given that there's a constant insufficiency of raw materials of monsters, the guild's opinion is, please do your best. The adventurers, who hunt flying dragons in their free time, are, without doubt, limited to Daoshi. Wendlin. That's true. If it's me, it will be impossible, no matter how much time I have. Helmut. Having that income as well. Daoshi's household had an overwhelmingly great financial condition among appointed viscounts. That Cardinal Hohenheim at least said, since I'm a leader of the church as well, I believe I'm far more affluent than other appointed viscount households, but only in the case of Daoshi's household it's meaningless to compare. This Viscount Armstrong household is a household consisting of my magic. Therefore it will simply return to be a normal appointed viscount household after my death. Armstrong. Therefore, splitting the assets among all children, it will turn back into the regular appointed viscount household. And yet it is a far more prospering household than any of the other appointed viscount households. In other words, it means that Daoshi is earning this much income. The only regretful matter is that I don't have a daughter, I guess. Armstrong. From the start the Armstrong family apparently has a tendency to easily give birth to young men. And, we met Armstrong's children. But all of them were male. If I had a daughter, I would have married her to you, Earl Bourmister, but it's very regretful. Armstrong. That's right, isn't it? Wendlin. I was saved. For me it was a great relief to live without having to call Daoshi as father-in-law San. Also, it seems like the daughter would resemble her father. Stating it up until here, there was nothing else left to say. However, it will be terrible for Earl Bourmister from now on. Armstrong. All of it will be left to the governor, Roderick, after all. Wendlin. Concerning the development of the Savage Lands, I plan to provide money and change my stance to leave it all to him. Therefore, I will feel relieved from the bottom of my heart, if I can at last return to my original occupation as adventurer. Chapter 55. Beginning the development of the Bourmister earldom. Finishing the handling of the various uproars and incidents in relation to my family's home, we finally started the development of the Savage Lands. I, who was given the majority of the Savage Lands, became Earl Bourmister upon the royal family's decree and became the successor of the head family. Although it's a minor detail, it would turn into a strange situation of an Earl household becoming a branch family with a Knight household, which was succeeded by Hermann Nissen. being the head family. If this wasn't done, occasionally there will be an alternation between the main family and the branch family, although those are the ups and downs of life in the flow of time. Since it has been designated this way only for the sake of telling apart fellow noble households with strong blood ties, there won't be any particular change in anything because of that. Since it's substantially a different noble household, there won't be any legal liability even if one side commits a crime, as there are many cases of being indebted to family members and such as way to keep the household safe. You could even call it a kind of insurance for noble households. In case that there are no children, it also often happens that son-in-laws are ushered in. In the savage lands south of the mountain range, I, being an earl, am the patron of the head family, whereas Herman Nissan, who's scheduled to become a baron in future, has inherited the former Bourmester main family, and Paul Nissan has obtained a branching associate baron household. And it is also planned for Amelie sister-in-law San's children to receive knight territories in the future. However, my nephews won't be called by the Bourmester surname. It was decided that they would use the surname Mainbuck, which is Amelie sister-in-law San's maiden name. They will receive retainers from the Mainbuck family as well. As their rights were gone thanks to Kurt, it has become necessary to consider such things. Also, as for Amelie sister-in-law San's treatment, she will stay in order to bring up her children. You are still young. Won't you reconsider remarrying or such? Something like remarrying after getting divorced and having even given birth to 2 children. Being a second wife is a great way to retire. No, if things don't go well, I will become at most the mistress of a merchant. I won't marry anymore. I have to properly raise the children. Amelie, given that she is worried about them becoming like Kurt, she is diligently teaching them writing and calculation. Besides, I can't go back, can I? What shall I tell my parents? Amelie, from the Mainbuck household's view, the recent disgrace of Kurt should have been a bolt out of the blue. Although they would have profited with their daughter having married into the Bourmester territory, which will be enriched with the development of the savage lands. If it was a normal interaction between nobles, their married daughter became the ex-wife of the perpetrator of an attempted assassination now. Of course that doesn't mean that they want something like an under-the-table payoff in this situation. Even if Amelie's sister-in-law San returns, she's bound to feel like nothing more than a nuisance to them. I will move together with father-in-law Sama and mother-in-law Sama to Paul Sama new territory. Amelie, further had retired. But with it being awkward for Hermanni Isan if he stayed in the Bourmester territory, it had been decided that they would transfer to the territory, where Paul Nisan has started development. Given that Paul Nisan's territory is starting completely from scratch, he should be able to make use of father's experience as territorial lord as well. Also, it had been arranged that the family members of those who participated in the attack against me together with Kurt, immigrated together. Probably they might be the biggest victims here. They suddenly were told that their grandfathers and fathers were accomplices in an attempted assassination plot against a noble. Because the accomplices participated in absolute secrecy, they didn't consult about it with their families etc. at all, although it wasn't something you could easily discuss with your family either. The masters of the households weren't alive anymore at the time the families got to know about this. Besides, it's the same in any world that the family members of a criminal receive prejudices from their surroundings. In order to avoid that, it was decided that they would immigrate to a new territory. Though it's only Paul Nisan's new territory next door, according to the examinations, it has a belt of wetlands that can be turned into excellent paddy fields. I plan to finish things like reclamation as fast as possible. With magic, buildings like houses and such would be relocated by Baron Rembrandt once again. Recently Earl Bourmester Han is quite in a hurry. Rembrandt. It was the same strange Kansai dialect, but it looks like Finance Minister Ruckner requested him to prioritize us in his work. If he doesn't do at least this much, there's the possibility of a large share of his concessions being shaved off due to the case with his younger brother. We will go out to play and get some souvenirs as well. Wendlin, please do so by all means. Regarding those children, it will be fine as Earl Bourmester Sama is a dragon-slaying hero. Amelie, though there is also the revenge for the parasite. Wendlin, about this, we will properly tell them once they become bigger. Amelie, after making sure that father, mother and Amelie's sister-in-law San's group moved to Paul Nisan's new barony, we begin the development of the Bourmester earldom at last. The very first thing we had to do was to decide where to place the stronghold of the earldom. Will you establish it at the coast? No, I will pass on that because it will be divided into parts by the demon forest. Wendlin. There were many opinions favoring the coast like Ina said, but with the nature of the demon forest, it would be a situation where it would be difficult to secure a spacious plot of land. If you consider the future, the coast will be troublesome. Accordingly I have decided to create it at the central plain, making immigration by magic airships possible. As it is an empty grassland with a firm ground and foreseeing a time when the population will grow larger than Brittberg, we will create a city organized in blocks. And next to it we will also build a harbor capable of handling several large and small magic airships. Building one along the coast as well, it will become convenient to move within the territory by building small ports in the inland areas. Luckily there were magic airships. Given that several ships were available due to the underground ruins exploration, there isn't any kind of problem to create new courses either. The capital Brittberg-Baalberg course takes 1 week per flight. Furthermore, this Baalberg is the name of the central city established as base in the Bourgmester earldom. The name is in a vague, fake German style. I believe it to be the naming sense of the important people in the central government. Also, although it is small-sized, it was decided that there would be 3 regular flights per week with relatively big ships from Brittberg. Currently they are hurrying the expansion of the harbour in Brittberg. Even within the Bourgmester earldom the first act is to build ports dedicated to small ships at around 10 places, where relatively large cities will be built. It has been arranged that small magic airships will start operation as quickly as possible. They will be used to transport the necessary materials for the development. The ships and personnel will be provided by the kingdom. With the ships being purchased, it has been arranged that rookies hired by me will be trained by veteran soldiers of the Air Force as personnel. In the future they want them to be independently operated by the Earl Bourgmester household with the exception of large ships. Also, due to the construction of normal roads, marine ports will be necessary as well. Once we establish those, freight will be transported via ferry services from other feudal domains in the south. Even the nobles, possessing territory at the western and eastern coasts, are largely hoping for an increase in commerce. They would immediately send out workers and such to help in the construction work. Moreover, that construction work is also necessary for things like big rivers within the territory, which has places that get easily flooded if there's a heavy rainfall. It's also indispensable to maintain the roads leading from Baalberg to the Bourgmester barony, which became the new territory of Hermann Nissan, and to the barony, being developed by Paul Nissan, as well as the other roads leading to other sites, where there are plans to establish a city. Just looking at the projects, it will take a very long time. Roderick. If you consider it normally, that's probably true. Wendlin. Roderick, who is to become my head retainer as governor, shifts through the development plans, which were piled up in large quantities on top of my desk. Next to those there was a pile of documents, which was around 3 times as tall as the previous one, related to financial and human affairs. It was an amount of documents at a level I didn't see even at the time when I worked at the trading company in my previous life. My self-defense instinct is quick. The words I spin from my mouth are, "Do your best, Roderick. The development will start once the assistants and referred personnel arrives." Wendlin. First I plan to build a huge residence made of stone, which will also function as government office, on the ground, where we intend to establish Baalberg. Also, in addition, the port for the magic airships will be constructed in the established city, which allowed extensions into the surroundings. Anyway, if this isn't finished, we won't be able to start either. Roderick. Roderick tightly grasped my shoulders, hindering me, who tried to go hunting in the demon forest. There are compulsory requests for Master to shorten the construction time. Roderick. Wait, I'm a member of the Adventurers Guild. Wendlin. Haven't you also registered at the Engineering Guild at the time of developing the Night Bourgmester territory, Master? Roderick. Although the launching of all kinds of guild branches was still a matter in the future, the formalities and such will become lax afterwards. Of course, you will be paid a request fee. Roderick. Roderick, you know. Wendlin. In the end, without being able to refuse, I immersed myself in the work of soil preparation at the site, where the construction of Baalberg is planned. With the instructions of Roderick and the newly hired retainer, who's well informed in architecture, I level a vast plain with magic. I mark things like the main roads, the blocks and the plot of the mansion, which would also serve as government office. Moreover, Determining the location of the harbor for magic airships close by, I transferred with teleportation to a certain place and took stones continuously. I see, it seems you have collected a nice amount of stones. Roderick, in a certain place in the Savage Lands there is a rocky area, which has no minerals and where you can gather good stones. I led Roderick's group there. So, how many are necessary? Wendlin. As many as possible. Roderick. Wendlin. Because of Roderick's unreasonable demand, I begin to collect stones. The large stones are cut up by Wind Cutter, which is a spell of the wind magic attribute. The small stones have their shape adjusted with Water Cutter, which is an original spell of the water magic attribute. I invented this Water Cutter spell with the hint of having seen a machine cutting material with water pressure in my previous life. And, once I collected a certain amount of processed and completed stones, I placed them in the magic bag and unload them at the stone storehouse, located at the planned Ballberg construction place. After around 3 days of doing soil preparation and area assignment at the same time, the construction work of Ballberg has slowly begun. Even without a harbor, magic airships can at least lower cargo and people, if the area is flat, as long as it isn't a large ship. Without delay, the first group began the foundation works of the Bourmester residence while building provisional houses for the workers at the same time. Even if you call it a residence, since it's scheduled to become something close to a castle, also serving as defense base in emergencies, they started the construction of the foundation after digging a moat in the ground. Master, the construction of the foundation will take too much time. It's a compulsory request. Roderick. Wendlin. According to Roderick, it has been decided to dig a hole that will be filled with a huge, solid foundation. However, Roderick became bold as well. At the time he learned about being arbitrarily recognized by the former Baron Ruckner, he bluntly declared, "The me has not a single drop of blood of that man flowing in my veins." It was to the degree of him stating, "No thanks to the peerage and assets." In the end the Baron Ruckner household was discontinued and his worries were pointless because the assets were confiscated as well. Though, wouldn't it have been better if you had accepted Baron Ruckner's assets? Wendlin. By no means. I don't want a single cent of the money touched by that man. Roderick. With his mother being the daughter of a merchant, he was a man with a superior sense of economy, but in only that case he won't yield. However, he likely considered that it might be bad for Minister Ruckner in the future, too. Paying with his own money, he apparently handed over cash he had gathered to some extent. Also, there's the creation of the Central Road which will become the main street of the city. Roderick. Wendlin. Since it's work no matter what, I prepare a road with engineering magic and dig a drainage gutter for rainwater on both sides. Afterwards, the hired workers spread out stones and fill the gaps with concrete. To put it simply, I'm only doing the rough parts. The remaining, detailed work ends up being done with human wave tactics. Having master is a large benefit. Roderick. Is that so? Wendlin. Speaking of the financial part, I have entrusted the majority of the money to Roderick, but it's still my assets. Therefore, if I do engineering work, Roderick will pay the request fee from my assets, which will become my asset. Probably there shouldn't be any nobles who experience such odd situation. I think it's all well if I simply split the assets of the Earl Bourmester household and my personal assets, but nobles don't seem to have such way of thinking. There are integer nobles, who determine their own spending money. However, the majority of it gradually dissipated by itself through spending the money in their territory's administration. The construction work is progressing quickly. I don't mean that we won't employ other people. Although the expenses decrease, it means that it will be fine if we accelerate the second stage of the project accordingly. But, isn't something strange? Wendlin. Master, tomorrow it will be the construction work for the rivers streaming nearby. Roderick. Saying this, Roderick gives me the blueprints. Naturally their concept of flood control exists in this world as well. Altering the flow of a river, dredging the riverbed, creating anti-flood ponds and constructing an embankment. It shouldn't be too different from those done by countries and areas in the past and present Earth. Also, since we would spread irrigation channels in Ballberg, it was necessary to build the foundations for that too. Is it fine if I do it like this? Wendlin. Yes. People will be dispatched in future for the detailed maintenance work and such. Roderick. Even here there's no change to the basic modus of me doing the rough parts and the rest being handled with human wave tactics. As we will do that tomorrow, The first thing is the road construction and soil preparation in Baalberg. Roderick, as a result of my earnest efforts, Baalberg's soil preparation finished after around 3 days. However, at the current point in time there wasn't anything but a simple, vast plain with roads that aren't paved, stretching and intersecting. The only exceptions are the stone-made residence, which is under construction, the temporary housings, where those concerned with the construction work are staying at, and a small amount of buildings, which were relocated by Baron Rembrandt. Although merchants on small magic airships immediately appeared aiming at the construction staff, they were selling their merchandise by placing it on top of mats. It's the first group of recruited guards, but they are more elite than expected. Roderick, that's probably only natural since it's only personnel recommended by Minister Edgar, who went as far as marrying off his adopted daughter, Wilma. On top of being properly drilled in a military family, they have been continuing until they retired from the army or being a guard. Since it's the first group, it also included the aspect of them being candidates for the upper echelons of the Bourmister feudal army, which will be established in the future. They would patrol for the sake of keeping the public order, actively hunt for the sake of protecting the construction workers from wild animals, and even help with the construction under the pretext of training military engineering. Wild animals, huh? There are many ferocious ones as well. Wendlin, accordingly, I have a request. Roderick, are you serious? Wendlin, in the end the requests increased to make a temporary mud wall to avoid wild animals as part of the outer wall planned to be built in order to protect Baalberg. I end up being unable to return to the mansion on this day because of running out of mana. These earth walls will be later replaced by stone walls. The cutting and carrying of the stone will likely become my work. There are temporary housings. Roderick, you are a demon. Roderick. Wendlin. Given that it can't be helped that I can't go home, I decide to stay at the temporary housings today. The nights in the savage lands don't get cold. Even if you call them temporary housings, it was only tents made out of fur lined up for the share of people, but I didn't mind since I'm an adventurer. Even the bathing was at the level of wiping the body with water drawn from a river by the guards. Only I cleaned my body using purification magic with the scarce mana remaining. However, this much of privilege should be permitted. The meal was prepared by the hired cooks with the help of guards skilled in cooking. They bake large amounts of bread and cook large amounts of rice. As soup they prepare miso with lots of vegetables, and they prepare meat and fish, which was stuffed in the general-purpose magic bag I lent to Roderick. The guards dismantle the game they hunted in order to exterminate the wild animals around here, and it's served roasted after seasoning it with salt and miso. Afterwards there's also a dessert made out of only fruits. Those of the guard members, who don't have night patrol, took out sake as well. However, the amount per person was decreased due to how much could be transported here. Even so, you are popular because they can drink sake. Guard officer. Night of that day I had a talk with Roderick and the main officers of the guards while eating our meal. As it was such circumstances, all of us had the same menu, but they ate without being particularly bothered by it. It's a feast, if you compare it to our usual meals. Guard officer. Is that so? Wendlin. Quantity is more important than quality in the army and guard troops. Guard officer. Come to think of it, previously, at the time I received favors at the garrison of the army for the subjugation of Great Grand, only the amount was large. I recall them providing meals with a questionable taste. It's because buying miso and salt in the capital is expensive. Up until this day, the army and guard troops don't season their meals with anything but salt. Guard officer. The officer candidates all left the army or guard troops and had their fair share of troubles with disgusting meals. The family of Tristan has it good in that aspect. His family's home is wealthy. Guard officer. Something like splendid dishes appearing, like everyone's believing, isn't happening. It's different though when the family puts on airs for stuff like parties etc. Tristan. Actually, this Tristan is a young man in the first half of his 20s. I hear that he's the fourth son of Minister Edgar. Moreover, with his mother being a concubine, he would have wasted away in the army. Following his father's recommendation, he applied at the recent recruitment. Given that Minister Edgar wrote a letter of introduction ahead of time, there was no worry that he would fail in the first place. Noble households of the military affairs group usually don't eat too luxurious feasts. You geese should know that as well. Tristan. The nobles related with military affairs forge their bodies and thus don't indulge in overly luxurious meals, with the exception of parties. It was also to save money. but the nobles of military affairs and their youths won't receive excessively nice impressions from outside. If they become fat, especially those people who have successful careers, will impact their own promotions if their appearance isn't proper at things like ceremonial parades that happen periodically. I think there's no relation between the build and ability of a soldier, but such people will advance to courses for staff officers and supply units. It was also possible to be successful there. However, a soldier has to swing their sword at the front while young. It seemed there was a pattern of them becoming commanders once they grew old to some extent. Just that in those 200 years there weren't very many opportunities for commanders to shine, except at maneuvers. Tristan, your family is a Marquis household. I thought they would be an exception. Guard officer. That old man won't do such wasteful things. Tristan. Certainly, that's just like Minister Edgar. Wendlin. Master, I'm not cunning like my father. Tristan. The craftiness Tristan talks about is likely about the case of Minister Edgar, who is his father, pushing his own adopted daughter, Wilma, onto me as concubine. Despite that girl still not being of age, father did such high-handed thing. Tristan. That means that Tristan's son will become my brother-in-law. Wendlin. Master, you don't have to call me here with honorifics. Pretty much it will turn out like that though. That girl is an adopted daughter. I think it would be better to not worry too much about it. Tristan. Although our relation would have become a little deeper, if he had pushed his real daughter onto me, they can also keep a delicate distance. If it is a daughter-in-law, that might be their calculation here. Likely there might also be considerations towards Cardinal Hohenheim. He is a muscle Daruma. You shouldn't underestimate too much. Even if he had his real daughter marry you, this and at least the next generation are connected by family ties. Roderick. Noble households with a long history are repeatedly marrying with other noble households. Therefore, given that it would be endless, if they worried about something like the relatives from an elder generation, they seem to have the perception of being unrelated with them. Having said that, nobles will also drag out old stories, if there's something to negotiate. Roderick. Certainly it is as Roderick says, there will probably be such cases as well. Each time the number of wives increases, the troubles increase too. By the way, what happened to my marriage ceremony? Wendlin. Postponed. Roderick. I already became an adult. Though I believe that the central government's nobles won't get impatient. The matter about postponing the ceremony for a while unexpectedly also came out from Roderick's mouth. Why? Wendlin. Since you took hold of a territory at great pains, it's a matter of performing it after the mansion has been completed. Roderick. Mansion, you say? Wendlin. Since the foundation is still under construction, I feel like it will be quite in the future, if I calculate the time needed for completion. Going by the plans, it will be performed at the time you approach your 16th birthday. Master. Roderick. Around that time Wilma should be becoming 14 years. It will be better than 13 years, is what Minister Edgar, etc. might have thought. Also, I believe the spare time will give the other nobles a chance to promote their own concubines. Roderick. That's an extremely bothersome story. I, who has the experience to find even one girlfriend unmanageable in my previous life, now currently possess 4 fiancés. If those increase even further, it will be once again far too much for me, who isn't a Ryuju. I have no doubt, it was Minister Ruckner, who suggested that postponement. Roderick. Good grief, that person is Wendlin. In the end they decided to pretend that the recognition of Roderick by Baron Ruckner never happened. The reason is the person himself obstinately refusing for the sake of not unnecessarily increasing his workload as person serving as governor for the development of the savage lands. Therefore, for Roderick even his uncle, Minister Ruckner, is of no concern. To begin with, there's also the matter of Roderick thinking of him as complete stranger. You could even say that he had quite the indifferent attitude towards his uncle. Given that his uncle didn't help him at the time of suffering, this might only be natural. In this time's case he has made large mistakes. According to rumors, he is considering to present his granddaughter as concubine to you, Master. Tristan. This is information obtained from Minister Edgar by Tristan, who was in the capital until just recently. Won't that enrage Cardinal Hohenheim? Wendlin. The case of the massacre at the mansion of Baron Ruckner had a tragic end, but if those grudges had also been active outside the mansion, there would have been many victims. There would have been arguments about Minister Ruckner's responsibility in that as well. Therefore, what the heck is he thinking by offending Cardinal Hohenheim, Who prevented that? Deliberately pushing for a rival for Elise-sama? That will probably anger him. Father also said that it's very likely for that plan to fail. Tristan. Also, that granddaughter is still 8 years old, I hear. As expected, no matter how much one is noble, it would be impossible to hold a ceremony with a girl having an age in the single digits. I will decline it. What will be accomplished by a noble Oju-sama coming to such remote region, which is still in the middle of development? Wendlin. Apart from the superwoman Elise, who's perfect in all regards, In and Louise aren't overly different in their birthplaces from me either. Wilma has a strong character at the level of earning the money for her own food by herself. It was also a convenient way for nobles to think, if my daughter doesn't at least accompany Earl Bormister, who rose to the position of founder, as adventurer, she won't become his wife. At any rate, about the matter of the mansion not being finished. Wendlin. If we progress with the construction of the city a little bit more, it will become possible to move the mansion, which is currently located in the Knight Bormister territory, over here. Anyway, now it was necessary to advance the construction of Baalberg as fast as possible. For that reason you have to put in even more effort, Master. Roderick, I think you are a nun after all. Wendlin. After drinking up the distributed sake, I went to rest in the temporary housing assigned to me. Chapter 56. The woman named Storm. Master. Today it's the construction work of the harbor's dredging. Roderick. Got it. Let's carry it out in a hurry. Wendlin. Since the beginning of the Savage Lands development around 30 days have passed. During that time, except 1 week of having a break, I continued to use engineering magic running about in the Savage Lands terrain. In order to make the establishment of cities and villages possible right away, I carry out flattening of the land, reinforcement of the ground and assignments of areas. Constructing roads connecting those, cultivating huge fields and paddy fields, digging out irrigation channels, building mud walls to ward off wild animals and creating drains. All sorts of flood control works for the rivers, extracting stones from rocky mountains and cutting lumber from within the forests. While performing a large-scale salt making along the coast as well, I constructed the same time the foundation works for harbors for shipping in various sizes at more than 10 locations. It was also necessary to build a dredging at the bottom of the sea so that large ships would be able to dock there. There also has been the foundation work to construct a port city. Also, if you depart towards the ocean, there are dozens of small and large islands. Since there are large quantities of wild sugarcanes growing there, harbors, villages and cities became necessary in order to use those for agriculture. By the way, there are locations of mines drawn on Master's map, but, Roderick, if it's this Savage Lands, it's quite wealthy in mineral resources, right? Wendlin. They are in complicated areas. The difficult mines with deposits and contents had their resources collected until they turned into abandoned mines for the sake of my magic training. The rest of the mines, which can easily be mined even with human power, are only documented on the map as places to be investigated. Such mines have become my training targets for the practicing of extraction magic and the usage of magic in order to raise the magic capacity. As a matter of fact, the method, which has the best efficiency in raising mana, was to simply gather iron sand in the ground that's suitable around there. I only collect what can be collected and at the end I remove the impurities from that lump of iron. This method seems to be one used by Master during his childhood. And, shouldering the completed lump of iron and selling it to a blacksmith apparently changed it into his pocket money. Incidentally, I preferred the method of only collecting certain metals from the Rocky Mountains, which contain barely all sorts of metals, and the process of refining mithril by charging silver with mana. I will arrange for people urgently. However, magic is something frightening. Roderick. Usually a large-scale research group, including mining engineers, will be dispatched and it will become necessary to carefully investigate for at least several months. But, if you investigate with magic, you will end up knowing even the kinds of metals possible to be collected, the rough contents and the deposits. Therefore, a mining engineer, who is able to use detailed detection magic, seems to have a busy job to the degree of being rebuked by his schedule until his death. Anyway, the development is currently priority number 1. Wendlin. That's true, Roderick. Let's also have a drinking party at Arno's Roast Giblets shop tonight. Wendlin. That's great, Roderick. After I transfer Emi's group, who forms a party and goes to the Demon Forest, In the morning, I leap to the construction site of Baalberg. There I listen to Roderick regarding today's job details. Jumping to the actual site and carrying out the work, I complete several requests depending on the circumstances, and once it becomes evening, I will go to receive Iru's group once again. According to the day, there are also situations where I will have dinner with Roderick's group and the other construction staff. Generally we enjoy the provided meals and alcohol, but once in a while we also eat out. Be that as it may, currently there are no professional restaurants in Baalberg. Since there are people, being sharp-sighted at recognizing a business opportunity, pulling pseudo-food carts, there were many things to eat there. My particular favorite was the roast giblets food cart. The shopkeeper at that place cheaply buys the intestines of prey, which came out at hunts and wild animal exterminations, and processing these carefully, he serves them in stew and grilled on a skewer. There are 3 types of tastes: salt, miso and soy sauce. It also became a popular store among the other construction staff. While drinking sake with high alcohol percentage and eating dishes possessing deliciousness although being made out of inferior ingredients, they are talking about various things in seats, which are filled by nothing but guys. It's not like I'm particularly homosexual, but the thing called a drinking party, including the dirty jokes only told by men, was something enjoyable as well. It's pretty fun, but, I just now remembered it. I'm an adventurer, right? Wendlin. Yes, Master is an adventurer. Roderick. Although I'm an adventurer, I feel like I have done nothing else but public works in the Savage Lands for more than 3 months. Can you really call this the work of an adventurer? This is a combined request of the Engineering Guild and the Adventurers Guild. Roderick. Currently the Adventurers Guild had actually started a branch in Baalberg, although it's nothing more than a shack. Accordingly the Engineering Guild has contacted Roderick, and the request to proceed the construction at that place, albeit being difficult due to ferocious wild animals appearing there, was accepted by him. After the Adventurers Guild received a message, the request has been passed to me. A part of the commission will be paid to the Adventurers Guild's handling fee, and I will receive a reward after completing the job. On the occasion, the Engineering Guild will take a share from that as well. Legally speaking, you couldn't even call that a job as adventurer. I see, if it's also a job from the Adventurer Guild. As if. Wendlin. It wasn't the work of an adventurer at all. Thanks to that, I ended up being told something like, if it's Vol, you are an engineering worker, isn't that right? By Iru. Even Erwin says something cruel. Roderick. Iru is cruel, but I believe that you are cruel as well. Roderick. Wendlin. Although I became the family head of the Earl Bormister household after being told that I wouldn't need to work as feudal lord, the next requests were only development construction works. Master, public works aren't the job of a feudal lord. Roderick. Aren't you recently very calm? Wendlin. Since we won't make any progress, even if we quarrel like this, I try to ask him a single question about something I remembered. Be that as it may, lately I've generally done flood control works for the rivers, but that hasn't been finished up at all, has it? Wendlin. What I was in charge of were only foundation works that take the most time and are important for efficiency. Just around a week ago I did construction work, taking 3 days, at a river that was considerably distant from here, but the finishing construction work hasn't started at all. Changing the flow of the river, dredging the riverbed, creating anti-flood ponds and building an embankment with dredged earth and sand. Although it was troublesome, the construction work hasn't finished, has it? Wendlin. At least I want them to construct reinforcements made out of concrete and stones for the embankment. It will be alright for a while, if no great, heavy floods come, as it is a workmanship to that degree. As for the construction work, there is an order of precedence. Roderick. Even now, after the completed harbor in the outskirts of Baalberg, a large amount of people and materials will be brought in by magic airships. Also, in addition, small magic airships will transport materials to various planned construction sites of cities. The building of houses and the establishment of large-scale farms is advancing as well. Also, the construction of the road network covering the terrain of the Savage Lands and the construction of several port cities even along the coast, which passed through the Demon Forest, is starting. It was decided to not do the opening the Demon Forest by splitting it into 3 parts due to the current dangers in the end. There are many precious monsters and produces. We discussed opening up the center of the forest and leave the west and east as they are, But the monsters and the vegetation inhabiting the center and the other two parts are completely different. If the control was destroyed by unskillfully defeating the reigning master, there would be a danger of monsters, who left the domain, pouring into the center of the savage lands and the coastlands in great numbers. In the end, knowing that this matter is no problem, if you move by magic airship in a height of more than several hundred meters above ground, we are currently running an experiment of a service of small magic airships cruising between inland districts and coastal areas periodically, and the construction of harbors was done at several places as well. If you ask why I'm aware of it, it's because it was me who did the foundation works. The Demon Forest has many valuable monsters and produces. Therefore it is open to adventurers and hunting is recommended. Selling those raw materials wholesale to the Adventurers Guild, taxes will be collected from the guild. It's for the sake of such plan, huh? The Adventurers Guild has already dispatched branches at several cities under construction near the Demon Forest. Adventurers have been diving into the Demon Forest at once. However, apparently several victims already appeared due to the unfamiliar monsters. The reason for proceeding with Master's foundation works is that even if Master wasn't able to receive any public works requests for several months, it wouldn't cause a delay in the development project. Roderick, it will be fine if they intensely carry out such things like the finishing of construction work during the time I'm not here. It seems the acceleration of me doing foundation works was for that reason. Roderick might be in fact more suited to be a noble than me. Wendlin, I'm fully satisfied with being Master's retainer. Roderick, as a matter of fact, I was told, if Roderick feels inclined, even the restoration of the Baron Ruckner household is by Minister Ruckner, but Roderick didn't seem to have that in mind in the slightest. Even considered realistically, there is no way I want to succeed something like a household, which committed such disgraces. Even thinking about the profits, the state of being Master's retainer is exceedingly better by far. Roderick, under the condition of entrusting him with the post of governor, Roderick would be paid with a large wage as long as he is in that position. The amount of money was at a level that there are appointed earls in the capital saying, I want to change with him. Seeing that it is a 100% subcontracting, it was also necessary to pay him a reward corresponding with that during that time. Once I begin my work as feudal lord after retiring as adventurer, it's likely necessary to reduce his wages. According to the schedule, I will leave it to you for around 20 years. Wendlin, I will do my best as it is work worth doing. Roderick, I see. That's great. Wendlin, while saying so, I take out a large quantities of things similar to booklets from my magic bag and hand them to Roderick. Their number probably exceeds 500. Roderick was apparently surprised by their weight. Master, this is? Roderick, those are formal marriage interview photos. Wendlin, cameras exist in this world. Since it's a magic tool that exists only as item produced in ancient times, no one but those at the level of royalty, large nobility and wealthy merchants possessed them. However, nobles often used it for formal marriage interview photos. Given that the revival of film production techniques were luckily a success, nobles purchase film from their patrons, go to the mansions of the nobles, introduced by their patrons, and make photos of them. The weakness of film was its expensive price at around 1,000 cent, but it seems that nobles, who don't want to lose to their rivals at any costs, motivate themselves and ask for photos of their daughters and younger sisters. Even for the marriage partner it appears to be convenient since they will get to know the face of the other party. With the reason of not knowing the face of their partner, if they aren't an acquaintance, even if they are told our daughter is beautiful by the other party of the marriage interview, the natural result was that it was easy to determine whether they are really pretty. If there's a photo, the number is large. Wendlin, new. The number has increased. Roderick, who is the head retainer serving as governor in the Earldom Bourmister, was flooded by marriage talks. At the same time, marriage talks several times that came to me as well, but Roderick, who is a person who doesn't particularly mind, ended up changing all of them into marriage talks intended for him. After all, the hurdle, if you want to be my wife, it's no good if you aren't able to hunt in the Demon Forest seems to be a very effective strategy. Roderick, you will become even more busy from now on, if you don't marry quickly. Wendlin, that is, I'm aware of that, but Roderick, once Roderick opens one booklet for one reason or another, there was a still very young girl photographed there. Master, This is Roderick. I hear she's Minister Ruckner's granddaughter. Wendlin. He decided to push his 8-year-old granddaughter. He tried to push onto me before, onto Roderick, without hesitation. It might seem heartless, but there was a proper reason for that, too. It's because the Ruckner family has parted from their valuable appointed baron title they owned. They don't want to lose it, do they? Wendlin. Seeing that Roderick said that he wouldn't succeed it. They want the child, made with this granddaughter, to do so. Instead, this seems to be Minister Ruckner's idea. It will be troublesome if a deviation occurs with the power distribution of his noble colleagues in the same financial affairs faction. Roderick. High-ranking nobles are troublesome. Wendlin. Even though there was confrontation between the brothers, there is the notion to keep that appointed baron household within the Ruckner family's framework, although there's also a feeling that it's fine for it to be confiscated due to the disgraces committed. It seems that there has been some kind of conclusion in the discussions between the 5 big finance affairs faction households. If they oppose it unskillfully, that framework will also be taken by another family. This time it has ended up becoming the target of another finance affairs faction household. Since the profits are low and a futile strife will only incur costs, they have mutually guaranteed an extent of interests for each other. If you are unifying the collusions at the top, it will be easy to fend off an upheaval from upstart nobles. Roderick, who had troubles with government service thanks to that, sighs, but I hear that it's me, who defeated the dragons and started the development of the savage lands, that is breaking down his feelings of entrapment by the strict noble society. Such being the case, for the sake of preserving the baron household, Minister Ruckner got stuck with increasing interests split to the other 5 big finance affairs faction households. Wendlin. If he doesn't preserve that baron household, neither of them will profit. But if it's a political marriage of convenience with me. Roderick realized that it was impossible to refuse and sighed grandly. Regarding that point, I'm the senior. With that girl as legal wife, you have to accept at least one more person afterwards. Well, I will be going hunting from tomorrow onwards. I plan to do so for around 1 week. Wendlin. Master. Roderick. Do your best, Tilda. Wendlin. Leaving Roderick, who cries while holding a bundle of marriage interview photos, I transferred to the construction site with teleportation in one go. Vil is a villain as well. Owen. No, as master I must of my head retain a marry and raise a family. With such a reason, Iryu, too. Wendlin. The next day I went to the construction work as planned, neglecting Roderick, who screamed while holding the marriage interview photos. I prepared to leave to the demon forest with Iryu's group. Since it's hunting after approximately 3 months, I was told, it's great you were able to come in that situation. By Iryu. I have explained the detailed circumstances of the development situation, including the matter of the formal marriage interview of Roderick. Thereupon Iryu treated me, who pushed a large amount of marriage interview photos onto Roderick, as heartless guy. Why me as well? Owen. That's only obvious. You are my guard captain. Wendlin. Although he has considerable skill in swordsmanship, Iryu's official position was changed to guard captain since it's still impossible for him to be the commander of the feudal army with him having the same age as me. Since I can still continue the adventure at raid, it became Iryu's job to always act as my guard without separating from me. Probably he is thinking that he must be in my surroundings, due to his work as guard, even if I retire as adventurer. But since he plans to learn about the work related to the army, we decided that he will join the top brass of the feudal army sooner or later. I still don't want to marry or such. Owen. Impossible. Just impossible. Wendlin. However, he was taught an evil pastime by Burkhardt-san. Previously Iryu had been apparently guided to the pleasure quarter in the capital by Burkhardt-san. He seems to be thinking that the way of irresponsibly playing around is more interesting than getting married and raising a family. Even Vil wants to still play around, I guess. Owen. Wendlin. Given that it's impossible to deny that, I kept silent. It will be a disaster if a strange woman comes forth stating something like it's Earl Bormister's child after messing around at such place. Also, I believe Iryu should make such statements after properly looking at his surroundings. What was that about womanizing? Iryu, I'd like you to not talk Vil into strange things. Blue eyes. Iryu-san, Wendlin-sama obtained a position with responsibilities. It's different when it's a concubine, but playing around with women is no good. Elise. Surrounded by Ina, who is setting up her spear. Blue eyes. who is cracking her fists next to him, and Elise, who prepares her mace she doesn't usually use. Iryu's face became ghastly pale and he was drenched in cold sweat. Furthermore, in spite of usually joining Iryu's group in the hunting, Burkhardt-san seems to be absent on urgent business today. Although his merit is having a good sense in such things, he didn't know that he might be the most likely cause since he is an older and fashionable man. Playing around? Tree climbing? Fishing or such? Wilma. You know, Wilma. It's not that kind of playing around. Wendlin. Wilma, who had publicly become my fourth fiancée recently, in spite of having asked me whether I wanted her to attend me at night at the time we met for the first time, apparently had no knowledge of such things. It looked like she didn't quite understand the reason for Ina's group getting angry, as playing around equals to her to no more than the feeling of a child's way of things. Anyway, let's go to the Demon Forest with this lineup today. Well then, Iryu, here you go. Wendlin. What's this? Owen. Marriage interview photos. At least choose 2 of them. Wendlin. Why? Me, who is no more than the 5th son of a poor knight, is. Owen. Iryu became speechless due to me handing him around 200 marriage interview photos. Even those were sent through Margrave Brithhilda. He has left it to me since it's troublesome. But even though things might appear this way, those have been carefully selected according to him. All of them, bringing marriage interview photos, were stressing the beauty of their younger sisters and daughters to me. I, who have been listening to all of it, am quite patient, am I not? Brithhilda. Certainly, I wouldn't want to spend time for such a thing. In my time as trading company worker I was invited to the home of my senior on my holiday and he only boasted about his daughter, who had just been born, and his wife. It might be a feeling similar to that time. My and Iryu's situations are different. I guess that's only natural. As much as possible I want you to decide on a partner in around a month. Wendlin. I have no right to veto. Owen. There is no way for such thing to be there. Wendlin. It was unthinkable to permit a situation of him having no children or such while becoming a chief retainer of an earl in possession of territory. An existence like Burkhardt-san is a rarely found exception. Vul. You demon. Owen. Whatever you say. Set up the schedule of the formal marriage interview together with Roderick. Wendlin, including Iryu, who carried a large amount of marriage interview photos. We transfer by teleportation to the entrance of the Demon Forest with our party. It's where we always go, the entrance on the coast's side of the forest on the west side, where you can pick huge fruits. It's the place where the construction of a port city is on the way and it's in the midst of advancing the construction of a harbor, which will also be capable to handle large ships. Vul. Over there is the branch of the Adventurers Guild. Blue eyes. It's worn out. Wendlin. There's no problem as long as they can carry out the reception tasks. Ahead, where Blue eyes is pointing at, there is the branch of the Adventurers Guild. Even though it's a crude hut, several adventurers were coming and going from there, carrying out the procedures of their change of their base of activity. It appears to be no problem even if it's a hut since they are only buying the adventurers' loot. Even a storage, where they place the bought articles, isn't necessary because they have magic bags. Also, things, like dismantling the monsters, seem to be currently done at a facility in the capital. However, there are more people than expected. Wendlin. Even if it's dangerous, the profits are large. As Ina says, because there are unique monsters and things to collect, there were many adventurers moving to the east and west side of the Demon Forest. Even if the level of risk is high, it seems it has led to quite a few victims, but there are also skilled parties returning having obtained results. Since they are adventurers, even if they die in vain, they will gain a large amount of money if they produce results. This was completely at their own risk. Now that you mention it, didn't the items, obtained at the early explorations, sell for a high price? Wendlin. Yes. Herman-san thanked us as well. During the time I was struggling hard as engineering adventurer, Ina's group went to focus on hunting and collecting in the Demon Forest. As a result, we were able to put the raw material of the monster up in an auction in the capital and they were sold for a large sum of money. I heard it was the same for some kinds of fruits as well. Currently, in confectionery shops and ingredient shops aimed at wealthy clients, the fruits themselves and the desserts, made using those, are apparently selling like hotcakes in spite of the very high price. Naturally there were many adventurers coming here, aiming for those. However, there were also things, which were unmanageable to be used, right? We'll handle them somehow though. That was the cacao fruit. But since it's simply a fruit with a seed, if you don't know the accurate method to process them, it's something Ina, who also worried about it, understands well. If it's cocoa and chocolate, those are delicious although they are expensive. Wendlin, I have told the recipe to Arthur-san. Even the chocolate and cocoa, he took upon himself to produce with confection artisans, who are able to keep a secret, has also the issue of having a single ingredient, milk, that originally was a high-class item. Those became seriously high-priced items after taking out the flesh of the fruit and the seed of cacao respectively. The seeds are fermented by wrapping them in leaves of banana and after roasting it at low temperature. The germs in the seed's coat will be gone or something like that. More or less I had studied it since my company, during my time as worker in the trading company, also did imports, but leaving all of the actual work to professional confections artisans, they created something great after failing a few times. Thanks to that it became possible to get high-priced cocoa and chocolate in the capital for free, even including a patent fee from Arthur-san. It's as Ina-chan says. You will just end up overeating. Arthur, hot chocolate is delicious, right? Blue eyes. Chocolate is tasty. Wilma, no matter in which world, women have apparently the same sweet tooth. It reached the point of our female camp bringing cocoa and chocolate as handheld food. In relation to quality, it has ended up in large quantities in my magic bag now. Before that it was in Burkhardt-san's. Let's go collect cacao fruits. Wendlin. Actually there's a lot of demand for it. Owen. Yesterday you had induced us to look at the bulletin board placed in that shack called Adventurers Guild. However Archerson put out a request that he will buy them for a lot money, if you brought them in, since there aren't enough cacao fruits. Well, then it will mainly be cacao fruits. Wendlin. Naturally there will be monster attacks during the collection work. But that's called the fate of an adventurer. Since they will become profits, if we hunt those monsters, it's convenient, if you are skillful as adventurer. Until yesterday Burkhardt-san was there. Today will be here. That's greatly reassuring. Owen. If an adventurer party has powerful magicians, the efficiency of hunting will definitely be different. There wasn't any need to even talk about safety. So, Iru's group is the top party around here? Wendlin. Pretty much. We got a pair of wooden clogs for Burkhardt-san to wear. Owen. That person was an elite adventurer to begin with. Therefore his efficiency in hunting is completely different. Don't expect too much from me, who's still inexperienced as adventurer. Wendlin. Oh my, the dragon-slaying hero-san is unexpectedly modest. Who? Wendlin. Since someone suddenly cut into our conversation, I begin to search for the owner of that voice. Once I turn around to the rear, from where the voice came, I saw a young woman standing there. I'm called Katharina Linda von Weigel. Katharina. I have immediately noticed that this woman is a magician. Moreover, she should be possessing quite the skill and magic capacity. Her age is around 18 years, I guess. Also, another unusual thing is the violet hair, which extended until around her hips, and the type of ringlet curls, which are similar to the ones of Oju-sama characters in past Shuro mangas. On her head she had an Alice band, which had several light blue gems attached to it. Although they seem to be jewels, those are magic gems. Huh. Wendlin. It's likely something prepared for the time she used up her mana. Also, on her fingers there were rings put on with several magic gems inserted. She dons an attire with parts of the fluttering skirt and strings being made out of white cloth and a red leather dress, which can be considered to be custom-made. On a first glance it can be seen as unfit appearance for an adventurer, but the material used is soft dragon leather, which is an item with exceeding physical and magical defense power. I analyzed. Obviously she has spent an eye-popping amount of money, however she is likely an elite magician earning that much income. In addition, she is wearing dark brown long boots, which can be considered to be made out of the same dragon leather, and she is grasping a long, rod-shaped wand, with a length of around 2 meters, in her hand. But I felt a terribly feeling of discomfort towards her appearance. She is a descendant of fallen nobility, I believe. Owen. The details, Iryu whispered in a low voice into my ears, are probably without doubt the truth. It has been approximately 2,000 years since the history of the Helmut Kingdom has started. During that time many noble households were created, but at the same time a number of fallen and ruined noble households in itself is existing as well. They, who lost their peerage and territory, are of course no nobles anymore, but they have the pride of their noble lineage in the olden days and are hoping to restore their rank in due time. There were many people who haven't removed the von from their name. You can realize that just by looking. Wendlin, even though things might appear this way, I lived in the capital for close to 3 years as well. Even I reached the point of at least being able to distinguish real and fake nobles. As for her, there are several women existing wearing the Ojusama-style ringlet hairstyle of noble daughters. Her face has also the appearance of being slightly harsh, but she was still a beautiful person having a noble face. Her skin was fair white as well. The equipment she wears is at the level of looking elegant. But she had put on strange things unnecessarily. That is, she wore a snow-white mantle, which could be considered to be likewise made out of the soft hair of young dragons. If she were a real noble, that mantle would have been out. Wendlin. In this Helmut kingdom there were very strict rules about wearing a mantle. For the kingdom it's natural for the family heads of earl households and above, experienced generals in the army and active cabinet ministers. However, once a general retires from active duty, they won't be allowed to wear it anymore, and if a cabinet minister isn't the family head of an earl household or above after resigning, then they won't be allowed to wear one either. Also, it goes without saying, but women didn't have that privilege. Once in a while those like commoners seem to put a mantle on with a feeling of fashion and playing around just because they want to show off, but that doesn't make royalty and the nobles raise their corner of the eyes either. The reason being, since the rule for wearing one is too strict, commoners and such will end up being completely out of place by wearing something like a mantle and thus will be considered unnatural right away. If you tried to become elated by wearing a mantle, you wouldn't hear anything but small laughter from your surroundings. For young people like that it has become a custom to consign their past appearance of wearing a mantle to the oblivion of dark history. Even Vol isn't wearing one. Owen. The current me is, to the bitter end, an adventurer. Wendlin. Moreover, when it comes to wearing a mantle, it has been a rule for the kingdom to provide everything, including even spare mantles. Since I had been expressly born into a noble household, I want to become an existence, who is bestowed a mantle by His Majesty, if possible, is what nobles, who have ambitions, believe. By the way, I was granted one by His Majesty as well, but I wasn't wearing it right now as I'm currently doing work as adventurer. I had only worn it 2-3 times at occasions such as territory inspections. When I'm acting as adventurer, I don't put one on. Even the guild's side will treat me as normal adventurer as much as possible at the time I don't wear a mantle. This had been decided by me and the guild side. But, that mantle is a nice item. Wendlin. It was an overwhelming high-class item in comparison to the one provided by the kingdom. It's also an article of rare beauty you can expect to bolster a high defense against magic. But, the fact of a female body being clad in it itself was proof that she isn't a noble. So, what kind of business do you have with us, Wakelson? Wendlin. I wanted to extend my greetings as adventurer being in the same trade. Katharina. Why yes, thank you. Wendlin. However, her expression couldn't be seen as anything but obviously burning with the spirit to oppose me. With a height of around 170 centimeters, she is approximately 5 centimeters smaller than me. Brimming with pride, she tried to display a manner of looking down on me even with her sight. Also, her figure is fairly nice. Her chest is slightly smaller than Elise's. If there wasn't her forceful gaze, which is an ill fit with her attire, she would be an existence deserving to be called a completely beautiful girl. Although you defeated 2 dragons, Wendlin-san, you are still an amateur as adventurer. Katharina. Ha. Wendlin. Even I, myself, am well aware of that matter, but what will come from expressly pointing that out? Just as I'm wondering about this oddity, Iru points out her intention in a whisper. Although you came here to change your hunting ground, I'm in a higher position than you, is what she wants to say. Owen. Although it's fine if we earn our achievements by hunting on our own accord since we are adventurers, why has this woman, with an attitude similar to provoking me, appeared? I wonder. I have a feeling that she is wasting time and effort pointlessly. There's many such people, right? Louise murmurs to me in a whisper as well, but certainly, there are many people like that among adventurers. To begin with, since it's an industry having an evaluation by society ranging from the best to the worst due to the sly old foxes at the top, rather than strangely self-conscious people, there's a fixed number of people, who end up being worried if they don't confirm their own abilities and standing constantly. Also, she might think about the aspect of you being a noble. Blue Eyes. She, who might be a descendant of fallen nobles, gave her full name at the time of introducing herself. Currently we are ruined, but in the near future it will certainly change. Or currently I'm a commoner, but I won't forget my pride of having nobles as ancestors. There were many descendants of fallen nobles, who have decided to not give up their former names for such reasons. Given that there are things they ended up losing in the past, they are yearning and obsessing over those too much, I guess. Also, I believe she is jealous of you without a doubt. With Ina's comment at the end, all of Katharina's attitude was noted down. A magician of her level is very likely to become a noble sooner or later. Even at worst, she should have the leeway to at least become a retainer, with the possibility of that title being hereditary, of some noble household. However, that has the condition, if you are a man attached. In this Helmut kingdom the probability of bestowing peerage to a woman was almost zero. Occasionally, someone like the daughter of greater nobility or royalty received such thing, ending it within one generation, but naturally, for her, who had this mismatched elegantly styled appearance, it was something absolutely unattainable. No matter how many achievements as magician she obtains, she can never become a noble. Oh, with the limit being that a noble of a small territory ushers her in as bride so that she can earn income as mercenary. Even something like legal wife was impossible for her in the first place. I think it will become understandable if you look at my family's home. It was common sense that a noble, no matter how poor they might even be, will only accept a daughter of a noble as legal wife. I guess she doesn't give a damn. Wendlin. As descendant of fallen nobility she should probably be aiming for the restoration of her house. And, with me being the 8th son of a poor noble, my descendants should usually have fallen to commoner status. Although I became an earl, which was pointed out to society alongside my ability in magic, she is an adventurer, albeit a first-class one. She dispels those gloomy feelings by confirming that she's above me. It's an often heard story. Hearing of the hunting ground here, I came visiting. When I'm active, it will occasionally cause people to become pitiable. Katharina. Since earning your own share will decrease the shares of other adventurers, she apologizes ahead in time to the people, who will become the target of that. I see, she has quite the confidence, and at the same time of thinking that, she seems to pick a fight with me. Don't worry. This demon forest is vast. Wendlin. It's different from other small places, where the number of monsters had decreased. This demon forest has a row of hidden parts in comparison to other domains. It was unlikely that the number of prey would decrease or such for quite some time. Besides, how much one takes and how much one earns, doesn't really matter, right? Wendlin. There's nothing like a ranking system in the Adventurers Guild. Such things as how much one earns and how much fees were paid to the guild weren't ever officially announced. It will make it easy for strange folks to shadow and aim at adventurers who have money. Given that it will be troublesome if the fee paid to the guild decreases thanks to the time it takes to shake off those people, there's no way that the guild side will ever announce it. However, it is well known that there's naturally gossip about the names of great adventurers. It was only this much though. In the first place, adventurers have the objective of, the goal isn't to earn more money than others. How much do I earn myself? I had absolutely no motivation to compete with her. If both of us do our best, results will appear for each of us. Isn't that much fine? Wendlin. Well, you have quite the confidence, haven't you? Katharina. Though, I'm someone who doesn't want to compare himself to others. That feeling seems to be strong in her. She particularly felt strongly that she doesn't want to lose against me, too. Rather than confidence, isn't that only hunting and gathering by diving into a domain? Wendlin. Oh my. The dragon-slaying hero-san seems to be an honor student having a strong point in giving exemplary answers. Katharina. You know, Owen, even though you unintentionally offers a comment, she didn't even face you with her sight. Your flunky looks to be noisy. Katharina! Owen. Due to the abusive language she continuously spills out, the enraged Ryu wants to leap at her. But Blue Eyes and Ina prevented that. You suddenly come starting a conversation and then insult the party members of people? Is the inside of your brain alright? Owen. Same to you. There's a limit to being jealous with your king of the mountain pretense. Katharina. No matter how you look at it, the talk continues into a situation of crashing against each other. but gradually I'm able to understand what she is wishing for. Undoubtedly she wanted to prove her being above me by having a match against me. And she wants to make it known to the society, that she, a woman, is a greater adventurer than me. She wanted to grasp something to use as foothold for reviving her household. In short, she wants to appeal herself to society to gain a reputation. She is provoking me on purpose for that very reason. You are quite roundabout. Isn't it fine to say so if you want a match? But Wendlin, yes, even if I do something like a magic bout in a plane with you, it won't even result in a single cent. Katharina. She appears to have at least that level of reasoning. On this continent the number of magicians is extremely insufficient. Therefore, something like a duel resembling a formal combat of fellow magicians, let alone the scornful laughter by the authorities, there was even the possibility to be punished if one is unlucky. Let's go with the appraised value of 1 day's worth of prey. Wendlin, as adventurers this kind of contest is the most appropriate one. Katharina. Also, even if fellow magicians combat with spells in a place with no people, there's also the extremely rational reason that it won't produce anything while simply being a waste of mana. Well, then until the end of the day? I don't mind if you end the hunting earlier once you ran out of mana either. Katharina. That's something you, who has less mana than me, has to worry about. Wendlin, as for mana, it doesn't mean it's all fine just because you simply have a lot of it. Katharina. Having said that, I predict her amount of mana to be in quite the upper regions, even at the advanced level. Moreover, because the other side was above me in experience as adventurer, it was completely impossible for me to be careless. You know, in my role as bodyguard I can't agree to this at all though. Owen. Be that as it may, if Iryu's group comes along, the fairness of the match will be impeded. Wendlin. Besides, since she is pretty much of noble origin, it was necessary to carry out the accepted match fair and square. It's only for today. Wendlin. I will be scolded by Roderick-san. Owen. If that's the case, leave it to me. Armstrong. In Iryu's opinion, it won't do if he can't protect me at all times and thus he apparently can't approve me acting independently or such. However, from my point of view, it is unthinkable to consider that woman doing something dishonest. Following the claims of both parties, that person suddenly swoops down here once again alongside the sound of a meteorite crashing. Of course he created a shockwave alongside his drop. Even that woman got stuck with holding down the skirt part of her dress with both hands. Daoshi, why are you here like this today? Wendlin. Who is it all of a sudden? Katharina. I'm the royal head magician. I will act as referee for this match. Armstrong. You will be troubled if something happens to the beginner elbow Mr. Dono. Armstrong. Daoshi-sama. Katharina. Surprisingly, this woman didn't show a disturbed appearance seeing Daoshi at all either. In the capital his degree of recognition was high, but once you go to the countryside, there's only few people who are aware of Daoshi's face and outer appearance. Thanks to that, arbitrarily thinking that he is a beautiful middle-aged man or handsome, good-looking man, the number of women and children, being lost for words after seeing the real thing, were endless. Aren't you a girl with quite the guts? As you said, I will be troubled if something happens to Earl Bormister. Being on surveillance, I plan to nab it, if something does happen. Armstrong. Well, I guess that's fine. If that happened, the match would doubtlessly become my win. Katharina. I guess so, but that's only in the worst case. I'm not worried at all. Well, then let's start the match. Armstrong. At the same time of the starting signal, she and me will simultaneously begin to move into the demon forest with high-speed flight. Rather than waiting for prey to approach the entrance, there will be a lot of game at points inside, where humans still haven't entered. That's right. I leave the cacao fruits at those points to Iryu's group. Wendlin. I understood, but Owen. If it's Vol, he is truly more worried about cacao than the match. Since Vol isn't here, Wilma and me will protect the party. Blue eyes. Cacao is truly necessary for chocolate as well. Wilma. Just before the flight I issued instructions to Iryu's group to pick cacao fruits at points close to the entrance. Influenced by the match with that woman, I will enter inside because it will raise the appraised value by especially hunting monsters. Good grief, although I have been told by Arthur-san that he wants as many as possible. Wendlin. He was also buying them through the guild from those like other adventurers, but it seems the demand isn't covered at all. He told me he bought all them just as they were picked up. Wendlin-sama, I will pray for your safety and good fortune. Elise, leave it to me. Wendlin. Since it was more or less a fight with a descendant of nobility, albeit fallen one, Elise offered encouragement proper for my future legal wife. Also, I have noticed that she has also taken slight offense at the words of that woman. Well then, let's go. Wendlin. I have a slightly later start than that woman. I flew with magic inside the demon forest. Let's see, it's been a while since I last hunted. Wendlin. After a few minutes I landed at a point where I was able to confirm a great number of monster responses. Once I look at the sky, I'm able to affirm that Daoshi was floating in the air monitoring me. With him being simply bored, he took out a bento from his magic bag and ate a lot of it while downing a large amount of mate tea. Since it will only give me a sour stomach if I look at him, I start my monster hunt at once. At first, in the beginning, I discover a monster which resembled a huge deer surpassing 2 meters in its overall height. I behead it swiftly with a focused wind cutter and it collapses. This monster is Wendlin. According to the Illustrated Encyclopedia of Monsters and Produce, borrowed from Burkhardt-san, it seems to be called Wild Impaler. With it being a wild animal from Africa introduced in a TV program in my previous life, I recall that this resembled a wild animal that was often hunted by cheetahs and such. According to the Illustrated Encyclopedia of Monsters and Produce, this wild impaler is nothing but fodder to other large, carnivorous monsters. The size of all things in this demon forest is wrong. Wendlin. Even while saying stuff like that, I make the beheaded and collapsed wild impaler float with magic. With its cut-off head below, I start to drain its blood as is. Since its freshness won't decrease if I put it into my magic bag, there's no necessity to do it right now, but it was important to scatter the blood of the wild impaler at this place. That's because this blood will be able to lure in a large amount of big, carnivorous monsters desiring the wild impaler. Saber-toothed tigers will be profitable. Wendlin. The monster called saber-toothed tiger, which was hunted during the investigation led by Burkhardt-san, had a price attached to it at the guild. It was brought to, and afterwards it was auctioned off. With a successful bidder being a rich earl in the West, that person has apparently placed the skinned pelt in the living room of his mansion and is proudly showing it to his guests. Also, it looks like meat and intestines are appetizing for carnivores as well. Giving parties and such, the auction-winning rich earl delightfully recited that he was able to obtain it at an adequate price. It is a monster that isn't listed in anything but illustrated reference books of the old days, and moreover it had been hunted by the former elite adventurer, Burkhardt-san, in a joint struggle together with Blue Eyes, who uses the magic combat style. If the two of them felt like it, they should have been able to hunt even more, but with the main purpose being an investigation at that time, they didn't take on any specimen but those who came close. As a result of the main activity here being the collection of cacao fruits for around 3 months, the Adventurers Guild put up a poster stating, purchasing saber-toothed tigers at a large sum of money, but accordingly victims, who dreamed of making a fortune at one stroke, appeared as well. Since it's a lot quicker than a normal human with its size, you could say that it was only natural though. I wonder how that woman is going to hunt? Wendlin. There was no guarantee that a superior magician will become a superior adventurer. The probability was far higher, however. For example, a magician, whose strength lies in fire-based spells, decides to burn a monster to death with a finishing move. Given that it is a flame at the level of killing a monster, which has a far stronger vitality than normal animals, the monster will naturally be burnt black. As a result, it won't yield very much money as there aren't many parts that can be used. You have to kill it without causing injuries as much as possible. These are the basics. For that reason it is necessary for me to deal with animals and monsters, which are weaker than me. That woman knows that as well, I think. Wendlin. While thinking such things, I saw the figures of several monsters in my visual field. Saber-toothed tigers. Wendlin. A total amount of 4 is visible. According to the illustrated reference book, saber-toothed tigers seem to basically act independently. Therefore, the previously scattered blood of the wild impaler lured them in, I guess. The wild tigers move up to the pool of blood of the wild impaler. After licking the blood for a short while, they come rushing at me all once. Next, a human, who hasn't much of hair, is a light snack for them to eat, at least going by the amount, is what is written in the illustrated reference book. That seemed to be the truth. Leave me alone, will you? Wendlin. The 4 saber-toothed tigers swooped down on me, who's the prey, in turns. But all of their attacks were prevented by my magic barrier. While admiring the scene of the saber-toothed tigers clawing with a scratching at the magic barrier, I decide that it's my turn to attack now. There was neither a feeling of fear nor mystery, which isn't surprising as I felt a lot more fear towards the training methods of Daoshi in the capital. If that person were to attack one with his actual combat form during battle training even once, anyone would be able to understand it. Also, I have to hunt these guys. Wendlin. In this case it was important to not injure the prey as much as possible. Therefore, not using the wind cutter here that will end up tearing the opponents to pieces, I decide to make use of an improved version of the flying arrows spell, which I often used for hunting during my childhood. Sharpening the pointed end of the arrows by compressing wooden branches in the surroundings with magic, I aim them at the lower half of the brainstem part in the back, which is a weak point of all living things. In spite of being engrossed with me, their prey, they ended up avoiding the arrows sent flying from the back in the beginning. I repeatedly went through a lot of blunders with the arrows sticking in places away from the weak point. There is also the situation that the saber-toothed tigers didn't cease attacking me in order to devour me for sure. After about 20 minutes, I have destroyed the lower half of the brainstem part, being the weak spot of the 4 saber-toothed tigers. With the arrows sent from the back, their vital activity has stopped. It's necessary to practice for a while. Wendlin. After I put the corpses of the 4 saber-toothed tigers into the magic back, I move to the next point. It won't work if all of them are saber-toothed tigers either. Wendlin. After that I hunt monsters with the same strategy for around 10 times. Besides saber-toothed tigers, I hunt leopards with the same size that resemble southern leopards, huge rhinoceros called rhino and large birds called hell condors. Although I had planned to summon only carnivorous monsters by especially scattering blood, omnivorous and herbivorous monsters came gathering as well and attacked me. Probably they are gathering to impose a punishment for raising havoc in their turf. While defending against the monsters, who gathered, with my magic barrier, I send wooden branches, turned into arrows, flying and deeply thrust those into the lower half of the brain stem, being their vital point, from behind the monsters. It's likely a strategy that has no appeal once you've seen it. But since I'm able to kill the monsters without injuring them too much with this method, the raw materials will sell for a lot afterwards. Besides, given that most of the world's work is a repeating cycle of actions generally resembling each other, for me it is calming to return to a method from my time as salaryman. Well then, I have to eat my meal as well. Wendlin. Since I obtained results to some degree, I spread out a mat, which I took out from my magic bag, on the ground while deploying a magic barrier and, after unwrapping my bento, I begin to eat. The menu is simple. It was simply 3 large-ish onigiri, which had dried plum, I managed to produce successfully some time ago, stuffed into them, and barley tea, which had been filled into a water flask. I decided to keep my lunch simple since I'm working. Daoshi is not here. Wendlin. Once I observed the sky while eating the onigiri. Daoshi's figure wasn't visible, at least in my field of vision. Probably he has gone to monitor that woman. Well, I don't care about something like a match anyway though. Wendlin. I came to hunt here as adventurer. By no means is the match with that woman the main reason. Besides, there's no particular problem at all, even if I lose. Even if that woman called herself number 1 after winning against me, I can't help but feel, is that so? Or rather, at least I want to know the basis of that number 1. There might be far greater adventurers than us in other areas. I will go hunting once again. Wendlin. I, who finished my lunch and lunch break, once again resume my hunting. Moving to a few points, I defeat one monster there, grandly scatter its blood around and then defeat the monsters, which came close, one after the other. It was strange that I was able to draw in not only carnivorous monsters, but also omnivorous and herbivorous monsters, but while all of them, without exception, are engaged in crunching at my magic barrier in order to attack or devour me, they are pierced by arrows, made out of wooden branches, in their vital spots and lower half of the brainstem from behind and die. Continuing this until evening, I was successful at establishing a method to hunt by myself using magic. If I'm capable of this, I will be someone able to live as proper adventurer, even if I have to emigrate to the Holy Empire Urquhart in worst case. Also, Daoshi returned in the sky before I realized it and was eating a huge mango he picked up as if greedily devouring it. It looks like he was monitoring me, but it appears that he has been enjoying himself accordingly as well. Already evening, huh? Wendlin. I still had leeway with my mana, but I decided to return since it would be evening very soon as expected. Haven't you used quite the handy magic, Armstrong? If I flashily tore them into pieces or burned them to ashes, the raw materials won't become money. Wendlin. The source of an adventurer's income is mostly the price they sell the raw materials of the monsters they defeated for. With the exception of a part of undead and such, it won't develop into something similar to subjugation rewards as monsters have a relation of being confined in the domain, if nothing is done. Even if you think that monsters are strong, Armstrong, in order to sell the monster raw materials as expensive as possible, I kill them without damaging their bodies. This is elementary. Even if you defeat strong monsters unreasonably no matter what, there's also the possibility of it becoming a pain, if the state of the raw materials is bad. Apart from that, it was common sense in this world that it will be more profitable to carefully defeat lower-ranking monsters in order to not damage them as much as possible. By the way, how did that woman do? Wendlin. Katharina, the storm. She defeated the monsters flashily. Armstrong. You have known her, Daoshi? Wendlin. In the West she is a very famous adventurer and magician. Armstrong. Emerging as adventurer at the age of 12, she became the top adventurer in the Western area in merely 1 year. I didn't know about that. Wendlin. Well, it can't be helped in your case, Earl Mr. Armstrong. Since I'm a noble more or less as well, I lived my life until now by remembering nobles before remembering famous adventurers. Also, even at class in the adventurer prep school, the names of the currently famous adventurers weren't taught. Rather than learning the names of famous adventurers, the education policy was that you will become famous yourself by putting effort into it. Be that as it may, people make rankings on their own accord and create gossip. Armstrong. As Daoshi says, that's likely the nature of the creature called human. At any rate, in this industry it's you are yourself. Now then, let's go back. Armstrong. Yes. Wendlin. Once the two of us transfer in front of the shack which is the guild's branch, Iru's group and that woman were already waiting there. Vul. We gathered cacao as you told us to. Blue eyes. Sorry. Wendlin. This fellow is able to earn income. Owen. Currently Arthur-san is mostly holding a monopoly on the sales of chocolate and cocoa in the capital and its surroundings. Of course other companies have an interest in following up on that as well. The cacao fruits were being bought up for experiments and sales. However, even if they are able to guess most of the manufacturing method, there are in fact still problems to create it with quality. It seems they still won't be able to steal any market shares. Nonetheless, as they will resolve the problem of quality sooner or later, I advised Arthur-san to use branding. Branding? Merchant Arthur. You have produced and sold chocolate and cocoa first. Your quality is the best as well. Wendlin. Given that it will become a competition of small profits and quick returns once the merchants increase immediately after introducing it to the market, I recommended Arthur-san to aim for differentiation from the others by going down the route of high quality and high class. It's something like the Royal Purveyor. The Choco of Arthur Company is expensive, but its quality is different from those of other companies. In order to make a differentiation, you have to create something like an Arthur brand by controlling the quality of the shipped articles. Wendlin. I see. Merchant Arthur. Also, it will be allowed for the shops dealing with it to hang up a signboard. This shop is dealing with chocolate of Arthur Company. Wendlin. Well, you have hit upon a good idea there. Merchant Arthur. I have no particular comment that it wasn't me who hit upon that idea as very first. Even in the kingdom, the royal purveyors or the duke household purveyors are advertising that their products are used by royalty and nobility. There were many shops and workshops advertising a feeling of luxurious merchandise. Then we will go ahead with a Mr. Crest. Merchant Arthur. Why is it my name? Wendlin. If I used Arthur Crest or such, it would become troublesome with the jealousy from the surroundings. Merchant Arthur. Although he has been originally making a large profit with seasoning, since he has been unofficially offered to also become the governmental purveyor of the newly rising earldom Mr., the jealousy from the surroundings will become far too harsh if he puts out a brand with his own name prefixed. Though, it will be fine if it's only jealousy. Merchant Arthur. Given that it will become a bother if they even hinder him. The brand name of the chocolates and cocos was decided to be Bourmester Crest, with the reason being that cacao is a special product, which can't be picked anywhere but in the Demon Forest. Arthur-san is very busy, too. Owen. It's as Ryu says, his businesses so far are sale of seasoning and ingredients, development of a franchise system of restaurants, and the sale and production of chocolate and cocoa. You can even say his work will increase even more as our governmental purveyor. Since it's simple overwork as expected, he began to change it to a system of receiving fees by entrusting a part of his business to small to medium companies, the reason being that his engagement will jump up if he becomes the governmental purveyor of a big noble. As expected, he has no monopoly as governmental purveyor of a big noble, but as he has associated with me for many years, the scale of his business has expanded quite a lot. Therefore, he would naturally become busy for a while, since he has been entrusted with the majority to begin with. We are able to sell cacao for that reason. Owen. There isn't sufficient ingredients of Choco. Wendlin. I believe there wasn't any necessity or such to actively hunt monsters, if it's unreasonable. As a matter of fact, bringing back the tree of cacao before, he requested farmers scouted by the Earl Bourmester household for researching methods of cultivation. It will take years for results to appear. In the first place, cacao trees won't grow if it isn't a place where it's damp and humid with a tropical sunshine. In producing areas it was standard to secretly plant and grow trees such as bananas and such. Therefore, naturally to start the research on cultivating fruits such as bananas and mangoes as well, he has built an experimental farm in the south of Earldom Bourmester and has first begun from the part of being able to grow transplanted trees. There's also the matter that the trees originally became huge in the Demon Forest. To put it bluntly, it's uncertain whether there might be any results from this. Thus it is necessary to collect in the Demon Forest in the meantime. Oh my, that's a statement lacking ambition. Katharina. When I'm talking about these matter with you, Katharina, who likewise had finished hunting and was waiting there, interrupts us. Not really, even if I don't have anything like ambition, it likely won't change the result much. Wendlin. Even in my previous life I was weak against meaninglessly zealous superiors. In the current world I have also seen plenty of such like nobles, who can't help but trouble us with nothing but impulsive actions. That doesn't mean all's well if they simply feel inclined to lead, is what I'm believing. Or rather, this woman, who's suddenly telling people to have a contest, for sure has a pointlessly high fighting spirit, I think. Anyway, let's quickly compare the results and then break up. Wendlin. The outcome is? Katharina. Isn't it fine either way no matter which side wins? Wendlin. It's not like I will stop entering the Demon Forest if I'm not number one. It will be simply fine, if each of us continues as adventurer at their own pace. The contest itself to see who of us is better, was no more than a waste of time from my point of view. The guild branch close to the Demon Forest had a shack as building, but since the demand for the Demon Forest's produce and monster materials increased in the capital, the number of people owning magic bags was raised, preventing the drop in freshness of the purchased raw materials by putting those into magic bags. People regularly board magic airships and deliver the materials to the places which need them. Though it seemed that currently almost 100% has been given to designated merchants at occasions such as auctions by the capital's Adventurers Guild headquarters. Well then, this is from me. Katharina. First the woman called Katharina takes out her spoils from a magic bag, but the amount is quite high. As expected, she seems to be strong at wind-based magic, as one might conclude from her holding the alias Storm. She sliced the carotid artery at the neck of the prey with a sharp, highly powerful wind cutter in a single blow and let them bleed to death. As expected of the Western number one adventurer guild staff, even the guild employees, who are inspecting the prey, are praising Katharina's ability. Given that those are mostly unhurt, it will be possible to extract good raw materials. Guild staff. Since it's been single blows at the carotid artery, there are no other damaged spots. Therefore they were most suitable as the Demon Forest's native monster decorations, which recently are in fashion between the high-ranking nobles of the capital. Basically, there are many vain people among nobles. They're collecting high-priced, rare items, and they boast of their own prided assets to other nobles. It's been said that the pinnacle of items was the stuffed head of flying dragons before. Although its price is high, the nobles obtained it in order to compete with each other. Those are expensive as the skin of a flying dragon's head, The eyeballs, the fangs, etc. also have a use. The market price is high because the demand can't be satisfied at all. A raw material, that's insufficient because of its usefulness, ends up as decoration or such. That will be impossible to do, if it's not a noble with assets. However, the majority of them already have one. Guild staff. 2.000 years have passed since the founding of the kingdom. As expected, the majority of nobles is possessing a stuffed flying dragon head. Thus, as for the aspect of rarity, it wasn't that unusual anymore. Also, if you are boasting about something the other party has as well, that won't make much sense. Accordingly, a part of the nobles has tried to select carpets of wild wolf fur and such as means of escape, but the impact is low, if you compare it with a dragon. In this troublesome situation only one saber-toothed tiger, who was hunted in an early investigation, was put up in an auction. It has characteristically long fangs and its size is more than twice that of a wild wolf. Their existences hasn't been confirmed anywhere but in the demon forest at present. And there's also the fact that average adventurers will just be eaten in reverse, if they go hunt it. The name of the western rich noble, who obtained it first and made its pelt into a carpet, has become famous in high society. For that reason it's essential to obtain as many saber-toothed tiger specimen with scarce damage as possible. Guild staff. Given that those will be changed into carpets, it won't be possible to make them into one, if there are too many injuries. Even so, you could also say that it's no problem since there are plenty of other applications they can be used for. Thanks for only wounding the neck. But, guild staff. But what? Katharina. All the appraised value of the demon forest's produce and monsters will be decided at an auction. Guild staff. They can't be caught anywhere but here, and to top it off, the hunter will die in vain, if they aren't an elite adventurer. As a result, unable to satisfy the demand for produce of the demon forest, it turned into a system where only a person, who has money, is able to buy those at auctions. I'm looking forward to the outcome of the contest decision. Katharina. Apparently Katharina had plenty of confidence. And then it's my turn. This is. Those have even less injuries. Guild staff. Moreover, the monsters mostly aren't bleeding. They have been killed by piercing the lower part of the brain stem from the back of the head with arrows made out of wooden branches. That means even the blood can be collected. Guild staff. Yes, Wendlin. Given that I put them into the magic bag right after their death, the rigor mortis and the coagulation of blood still hasn't started. Monster blood is an ingredient for medicines, an ingredient for making magic tools, and many substances use it as catalyst as well. It will be possible to buy the whole of it, if the blood is there as well. Besides, the amount is high as well. Guild staff. I wasn't quite aware of the number. Wendlin. Today I found a way to practice magic to defeat monsters without hurting them as much as possible. In relation to the contest I didn't consider anything but the other party at least being satisfied. If we do it, the amount is close to twice as much. This will attain a very great price. Guild staff. There was an albino saber-toothed tiger. Wendlin. Only a single albino saber-toothed tiger was mixed in among the hunted monsters. No matter how huge the monster might be, it's rare for an albino to survive in nature. Given that it's one size bigger than the other specimen, this might be the reason for its survival. There will probably be many nobles who will desire this fur. Even if one boasts about the same saber-toothed tiger pelt, it will be possible to boast excessively, if it's the pelt of an even rarer albino. Besides, it would be excellent due to its great charm since it's closer to a silver color rather than white. Can't you hunt a few more of those? Guild staff. Albinos? It depends quite a lot on the factor luck. Wendlin. Probably its ratio is from 1 per 1.000 to 1 per 10.000. There's plenty of food in the demon forest. Large carnivores, like the saber-toothed tiger, are living there in a frightening density. But one of those shouldn't appear, even if one hunts every day for countless years. That's certainly true. Guild staff. Also, in regards to the contest, there wasn't even any need to calculate the estimated value in detail anymore. The variety and amount of monsters I hunted is close to twice as much. Therefore, once the guild's employee has started talking about the hunted albino, Katharina, who apparently got angry at being ignored, disturbs the talk once again. You are giving off the feeling of having already won. Katharina. Though I think you will know, if you check yourself. Wendlin. It's obvious, if you look at the results from today. Still, Even if she isn't able to win against me in particular, she can hunt this many monsters in the demon forest by herself. Given that she is plenty of an elite adventurer, I ended up feeling that it would be fine, even if she didn't forcibly compete with others. For adventurers it's necessary to show results constantly in regular intervals to some degree. Let's have a match with the results of 1 week. Katharina, Wendlin. Suddenly it was a change of the rules. Which reminds me, I recall there being such a fellow in my childhood. If I won in Janken, they would suddenly start saying, the match has to be 3 times after all. Moreover, if I won that too, it would become a match of 5 times next. I remember. Undoubtedly this Katharina is also a sore loser. I don't really mind though. Wendlin. It's no good. Owen. It's no problem since I have told Roderick that the hunting period will be around 1 week. However, for Owen, who's in charge of guarding me, it was apparently difficult to approve me hunting by myself. Don't you have any party members or such? Owen. If it's changed into a team competition with the same number of party members, Iryu considered that he will be able to participate as well, but Katharina's instant reply was something cruel. If you become an elite adventurer at my level, you won't readily find something like companions at the same level. Katharina. What about the parties you joined up until now? Owen. There aren't any. I achieved the results so far by myself. Katharina. To put it bluntly, she can be called a loner in the same way as the former me. To begin with, excellent magicians have a tendency to become easily isolated since they are able to earn money solo as well. If many fellows approach you in your youth with the goal of leeching off you, that tendency will become even more apparent. To say nothing of her being a woman. Among those parasites there should be many male adventurers aiming to become her pimp. The 4th son of some barren household came approaching me with, if you party with me, it will be possible to restore my household. But Katharina. Female adventurers certainly can't obtain peerage, even if they defeat several dragon types. Accordingly, a noble's son, who can't succeed the household, likely drew close to her aiming for her achievements and assets. Since I'm a family head on paper myself, hand over those accomplishments to me. If you believe such a fellow, the result will just become disastrous. Her decision hasn't been a mistake. However, in reverse it means that it will be impossible for her to revive her noble household by herself, too. She seems to be believing that a path will open up, if she stands out by earning income at least. If you say that's how society works, that will be the end of it. But even Earl Bormister welcomed various people like that. Katharina. With this the flow of the conversation has suddenly taken a strange direction. Katharina faced Iryu's group with a provocative look. Party member Sans, who are completely relying on a superior magician. Katharina. Now you've said it. Ina. The one who reacted as very first and who was the most unexpected as well, was the level and calm Ina. I'd like you to not nitpick at someone's party just because you are by yourself. Ina. I only judged it would be better to be by myself rather than being leeched off by a useless bunch. I haven't concretely talked about anyone in particular, but Katharina. Although I've put up with you since Vol told us to, I don't want to be told that by you. It's only natural that you are by yourself with such obstinate character. That's probably the only reason of your splendid isolation. Ina. Stop it already. Wendlin. Although Katharina and me are like this, I have no doubt that I will end up being at a loss, if I try to find adventurers, who have an equal level of ability as myself, as party members. In the first place, if people obsess over such condition, companies, workplaces, noble households won't be established. Some selfishness is common survival instinct for a person. That means it will be fine, once the two's relation turns out well in the end. I'm finding a clear solution in such way because my insides are those of a middle-aged man, but Katharina might not be aware that she has lost her trust into people after having to deal too much with such folks in her sensitive period. I can't use magic either and I might not be able to earn money as adventurer at the same level as you, but I do have some pride. Have a match with me. Ina. Wendlin. By no means did I expect Ina to bring up a match or such. At the same time I'm aware that I can't allow a match between Katharina and Ina. Although she is an expert at spearmanship, such thing isn't at the level to overtake magic, which had overwhelming power. Then I will join as well. Owen. Me too. I was treated as parasite in the same way. I will join. Blue eyes. Me as well. since the healer's role will be necessary. Elise. I will protect Elise-sama. Wilma. Since it's impossible for Ina herself, Iryu, Louise, Elise and Wilma declared their challenge for a match. Iryu, my bodyguard is Wendlin. I will entrust it to Daoshi. Owen. No, I will join, too. Armstrong. Why has it turned out like this? Wendlin. The three groups, Katharina, me and Iryu's group, will perform a competition of hunting prey. Therefore I wanted to request Daoshi to act as referee and also take safety measures. However, he suddenly announced his participation as well. What the heck are you thinking? Wendlin. Not only us, even Katharina showed a bewildered expression. If you are asking for a reason, it's because it seems to be very fun. Armstrong. Is that so? Wendlin. In my mind I shouted, are you a child? The referee as well as observer is? Wendlin. We will leave it to Burkhardt Dono. Armstrong. In the end, after approving Daoshi's forceful participation, we decided to start the prey hunting competition with a fresh start from tomorrow onwards. The rule has become that the team wins, which obtain the highest estimated value of game in 5 days of the remaining 6 days I'm able to hunt. Since that's the case, I wonder what the heck was the purpose of today's outcome? Even if I consider that it was normal hunting, I somehow end up feeling not being fully satisfied with the way of things. I don't have this much free time. Burkhardt and another victim appeared. Once I discussed it with Burkhardt-san after returning to the mansion at evening, he reluctantly accepts the request. Since it won't end at the level of being scolded by Margrave Berithilda, if something happens to me in the worst case, he was likely unable to not agree. Do you have to let yourself get dragged along this far by an excessively self-conscious Oju-sama of fallen nobility? Burkhardt. We had planned to concentrate on hunting anyway. She will probably quiet down, if we win by a great difference once. Wendlin. That would be fine, but you know. Burkhardt. However, his expression showed something like, what a bother. Umko 1, Mayonnaise and the Earl Armstrong household. Owen Poff. This was still during the time when we, included Vul, were sent away to cut us off, aka studying in the capital. Today as well I received training in swordsmanship by Warren-sama at the training field within the royal palace. After it ended, I returned to the mansion together with Ina, who received training in spearmanship at the same time. Arriving there, Vul was once again preparing a weird seasoning. Mayonnaise is supreme. However, I must not forget its derivation friends here. Wendlin. Apparently today's special training with Daoshi finished. He was working hard on the creation of a seasoning called the aforementioned mayonnaise, in the mansion's kitchen. On top of the cooking table a largish bowl was floating in the air and a whisk was stirring its content at high speed. The deliciousness of the seasoning called mayonnaise was sensational, but it takes unexpected much time to produce. Before, I was told by Vul, Iryu, it'll be training for your arms, and prepared a large quantity of it. The next day I had muscular pain in my arms. I remember. As expected, you have to have willpower. Wendlin. Hey, Vul, isn't it alright to mix it with magic? Owen. As a matter of fact, I was short of mana due to today's special training of Daoshi being intense. Wendlin. If that's the case, it would have been fine if you had done it tomorrow, too. Above all, don't make this much, I thought. Little by little pouring oil into the bowl, where a well-mixed combination of egg yolk, vinegar, salt and pepper was put in. It is stirring patiently. Alongside the bowl, the container with the oil is floating in the air as well. A minute amount of oil is added into the bowl, flowing down similar to a string, from the container's spout without slanting, and is stirred by the whisk rotating at high speed. The spell, telekinesis, which allows the free movement of many items by floating them through the air without the need of touching them with the hands, belongs to basic magic going by Vul's words. Which reminds me, previously, at the shopping streets plaza, a magician tried to gather money from the people coming to the city with entertaining sleight of hands. The spell, telekinesis, is called a sleight of hand of elementary class magicians. I recall it was a sleight of hand move that was easy to understand, but the magician gathered more money than thought since there are only few magicians to begin with. Vul told him, do normal magic, and didn't want to give him a single copper coin. Mayonnaise will fail if you are inattentive. At any rate, it has to be stirred patiently. Wendlin. Owen. Mayonnaise is paradise after hard toil, Vul says. Certainly, I'm actually feeling so as well. The majority of that accomplishment, once it becomes mayonnaise, will end up being eaten by Louise, who escapes afterwards. Come help, Blue Eyes. Owen. I believe mayonnaise to be a jobs for men. Blue Eyes. As if that's true. Then, hold back on eating a bit more. Owen. Look, I won't grow if I don't eat more. Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes' body is overwhelmingly small even when compared to an average woman in the same generation. Although she is almost 14 years old, even now she isn't seen as older than 10 years by people who encounter her for the first time. Therefore she has taken the stance of growing quickly by eating as much as possible. At least until now there were no results visible from that. Is mayonnaise helpful for growth, or rather, will it let Blue Eyes grow? Owen. I pray the company Val sold the recipe to will start selling the finished product anytime soon, even if it's a day earlier. Owen. It seems there's currently a workshop with a magic tool that will do the work like mixing and such, being constructed at a quick pace. And, if that workshop starts its operation, Val decided that the payment by that company will be a monthly fixed amount of mayonnaise. Besides me, there are also other people who will consume a lot of mayonnaise. Blue Eyes. For that person it's almost an addiction, I think. Wendlin. And another person, who loves mayonnaise as far as calling it abnormal, popped up. For roasted meat and even for vegetables that were only washed. It even goes well with bread and rice. Baron Bormister. Give more mayonnaise to me, Armstrong. Since he received it dipped on roasted meat of deer by Val and Blue Eyes during lunch in the break time of their training, it reached the point that Dousie has eaten anything with mayonnaise. Val called him. He is a Matilda, but I feel like somehow understanding that nickname T/N, mayonnaise lover. However, since Dousie wasted a large amount of ingredients trying to make it himself due to being as clumsy that it was hopeless, it turned into him periodically visiting the mansion to get some. Such being the case, Val is once again making mayonnaise for Dousie. But, it seems he is challenging a new mayonnaise today. Derived types. What's this about, Val? I'm aiming for even more fulfillment by fiddling a bit with the mayonnaise. Wendlin. Val answered Ina's question, but she only tilted her head to the side. Well, with this its friends are complete. Wendlin. Wasabi mayo, which had the wasabi Val obtained before, mixed in. Mustard type, shiso type, yuzu type and the most recommended, mayonnaise with curry powder. Really, you have come up with quite a few. Owen. It's because people won't survive without eating. Wendlin. Since it's indispensable to eat anyway, it will be a loss if you don't enjoy it. Val spoke something unusually philosophical. But that's because it's talk about food. In truth he isn't philosophical at all. And, is it an experiment to have Dousie sample that new dish? Owen. Of course, he is already sampling it. Wendlin. Just when I thought that he wasn't in the kitchen, Dousie has already begun sampling the food with Elise as waitress. Also, it doesn't seem like he denies being part of an experiment. Since there isn't anything special like medicine in it, there's no worry of him dying because it's too disgusting. In Dousie's case, there's also the image of him not dying even if there is a little bit deadly poison mixed in with the food. Putting down a large quantity of carriage, piled on a plate, on top of the table located in the living room, Dousie dipped those with mayonnaise while throwing one after the other into his mouth. Huge. Owen. Won't that cause quite a sour stomach? And I liked the carriage, invented by Val, but I doubt either of us would eat who knows how many kilos all at once by ourselves. The one with mustard was pungently spicy, but also, the wasabi one has a calming spiciness differing from the mustard one. As for the shiso and yuzu ones, those are simply said, great ideas. And above all, Armstrong. The one Dousie was pleased the most with, was the mayonnaise with curry in it. Covering the remaining several kilograms of carriage with a large amount of it, he continued eating as if wolfing it down. Won't it become a disease of the wealthy, I wonder? Diseases of the wealthy is an illness nobles and the rich, who are past middle-aged, are often suffering from. Once the symptoms advance, there would be gangrenes on the limbs and the eyesight would be lost. It was a frightening illness. However, it was an illness unrelated to commoners. Talking about the curry rice from some time ago, curry powder is a wonderful thing. I want you to be even more flexible with this. Don't forget about the other sorts of mayonnaise either. Armstrong. Dousie requested this from Val with quite a strong tone and vigor. I don't have that much curry powder. Wendlin. This curry powder was a strange yellow powder, which Vil made himself by secluding himself in the kitchen on his day off. Its uniqueness lies in the fragrance and spiciness. We had once again received a shock as well. Moreover, this was used for a dish similar to a relative of stew called curry rice as foundation. Although this curry powder has a large weak point, the spices are expensive. Merchant Arthur, since it had many spices, which have been used as medicine, and many spices, which couldn't be cultivated anywhere but in the southern areas, it has become expensive if you want to stock it up. By all means in the capital. Of course, even though it's expensive, it has its uses as well. Please sell the recipe to me. Baron Bourmister. Merchant Arthur-san, who is profiting from Vil's ideas, wanted to sell curry powder as high-class ingredient. Also, the management of a fancy restaurant presents a full menu, which used curry powder, with one serving costing 100 cents. They serve stuff like meat dishes, which use curry powder. At the beginning and in the end they round it up with curry rice. There weren't any salads and desserts using curry powder as expected, but the store is apparently flourishing every day. Curry powder has its custom tradition? Aren't there dangerous drugs? There's no such illegality, but won't you likely want to go once again after sniffing the fragrance of curry powder? Surely, that merchant has many regular customers. In spite of its high price, the curry powder to be used at home seems to sell like hotcakes. Naturally, Vil's purse was filled with a large amount of money. Honestly, I have ended up questioning for what he wants to use this much. Do you also want to buy an expensive wand, I wonder? In my free time I'm looking for good swords in weapon shops. For a swordsman, a good sword, to which you can entrust your life, is something like a part of yourself. Obtaining a good sword costs work, time and money. Nonetheless, since it's something I will use for life, if I'm proficient enough for it to become a part of myself, I cannot afford to cut corners there. But, if it's Vil. Now I suddenly thought about it. Even at the time he has been making mayonnaise with magic in the kitchen and also at the time he has been practicing with Daoshi, I never saw him using a wand. Speaking of magicians, the image of someone clad in a robe and holding a wand is strong. Daoshi is dressed in a violet robe and he has an extreme wand that fits his appearance, equipped. A violet robe has been a noble color of the Helmut Kingdom since the old days. Among the wizards serving at the royal palace, no one but the head, aka Daoshi, is permitted to wear it. It has been decided for the other wizards to wear blue robes, if they are apprentices or low-ranking, and red robes, if they are advanced. Since there aren't overly many magicians, I didn't understand myself too well either. I haven't yet seen Vil using a wand at the time of casting a spell. As a matter of fact, in spite of Vil receiving numerous wands from his master as inheritance, there weren't any of the usual traces of them being used at all. What about me? Wendlin. I just realized now. Why don't you use a wand, Vil? A wand, Wendlin. Going by Vil's words, the power of his magic isn't overly much connected with the wand, it seems. However, while that may be true, that doesn't mean that a wand isn't necessary at all either. It's an indispensable item in practicing new magic. The wand, which is made of fire drake whiskers and is coated in mithril left behind my master, quickens the effectiveness of learning new magic. The wand, which is made out of a phoenix tail and is coated in the vitreous of a water dragon, is Wendlin. That wand is both phoenix and water dragon, are ingredients, which are semi-legendary, and take quite the resolve for difficulty to obtain. Therefore, if one is officially possessing a wand using materials as those, that magician will obviously be recognized as elite. At the time of an audience with important people, it's great for putting up a show. Wendlin. For practicing and ceremonial tasks only. Right, but magicians, who aren't capable, shouldn't be able to obtain expensive ones either. Wendlin. You can certainly say that. Vil talked about a shocking truth to me, who thought that it's ones if you are speaking of a magician. But, certainly, for magicians with no ability, it was a fact that they can't obtain such expensive ones. No, it's not particularly all magicians that are like that. Armstrong. There, Daoshi comes entering the kitchen wanting a second serving of mayonnaise and carriage. Or rather, he apparently plans to still eat more. In his both hands he held the large plate which became empty. If your mana isn't at least at an advanced level, the power of your magic will drop, if you don't choose a wand. Armstrong. the power and the efficiency of the used mana will drop around 20% to 50%. It depended on the individual how far it would drop, but for some reason, once you reach an advanced level of possessing mana, those apparently won't drop even without a wand. If your mana capacity is above intermediate level and below advanced level, it will be seen as difficult to distinct the borderline, but in fact it's quite simple. Armstrong. Even without using a wand, your magic's power doesn't drop. That's where the clear demarcation is, Daoshi said. In other words, Burkhardt-san is Owen. He is below advanced level, but his magic's power doesn't fall even if he doesn't use a wand. Armstrong. However, it seems it was necessary to use a wand for acquiring new magic. Moreover, given that Burkhardt-san has a wealth of life experience with that age, he is owning several robes and wands for the times of meeting important people and such. For magicians, robes and wands can be compared to the ceremonial dresses of nobles. Also, in addition, it was possible to wear it to all ceremonial occasions. In a certain meaning, its general purpose was quite high. By the way, I'm above intermediate level. Blue Eyes. Entering the kitchen together with Elise, Blue Eyes gave carriage to Daoshi as second serving, but showed the shining ring she wore on the ring finger of her left hand, to me. Since Blue Eyes Ju's main is hand-to-hand fighting using mana, she is using that ring instead of a wand. Armstrong. With a wand occupying one hand, it has bad compatibility with Blue Eyes' combat style. Vol gave Blue Eyes a present as substitute for an engagement ring. Also, the wand of a magician is a kind of magic tool. If you have the basics down, there's no particular reason that it has to be a wand. Armstrong. Even other accessory, weapons, armors and living ware, if you had the basic style under control, anything could act as substitute for a wand. Really? I didn't know. Owen. The Society of Magicians is small, therefore it can't be helped. Armstrong. Their number is few. People, who can't use wands, shouldn't have interest in investigating the matters of wands in detail either. For something like official positions, where their figure is seen rarely, they are possessing wands usually. Normally one wouldn't think of something like getting an expensive wand just to be seen as advanced level. Probably everyone is thinking like that. However, Daoshi-sama, you have a wand, right? Ina, who was likewise in the kitchen making mayonnaise with curry powder in it, asks Daoshi about the large wand he has. It has a length of around 2 meters and is fully made out of mithril. He gathered as material in his time as adventurer. The shape of the tip is close to that of a mace. Likewise the tip is covering, as if protecting, a magic gem with a diameter of around 50 centimeters. It was a wand that could be loaded with mana and beat people to death as is, but it changes its shape to that of a large hammer once it gets loaded with Daoshi's mana. It's a transformation of mana into matter. However, there were only extremely few magicians who can use this magic. And, without doubt, if people are hit with such huge hammer, they will turn into minced meat. This wand has the best efficiency considering my combat style. Armstrong. Also, the embedded magic gem is a supple source for Daoshi at the time he used up his mana. Even Vol charges spare magic gems with excess mana and he stores them in the magic bag. In Daoshi's case there is also the reason of constantly forging his body with the wand though. Blue Eyes. According to the words of Blue Eyes, who studies the magic combat style, Daoshi is moving while always holding this huge, heavy wand. Naturally that will serve as measure to train his body. Therefore, he's periodically changing the hand holding it. Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes noticed after all. Armstrong. Even as magician, the body is the foundation. Owen. It's as a lad says, but you can also say that it's a tradition of the Armstrong family to train the body. Armstrong. The Armstrong household, which is Daoshi's family home, is a preeminent, appointed Earl household of the military department with a history of serving the kingdom for more than 1,000 years. With their hereditary posts being combat-related only, their family's males are exceeding a height of 2 meters for generations. Even without particularly forging their bodies, they seem to have muscular bodies. Additionally, without neglecting that, their outward appearance, like that of Daoshi, has become like that because of their original training methods handed down from generation to generation. I happened to see Daoshi's older brother in the castle once before. Once he walks in the city, people like hoodlums and rogues should run away secretly. But, Daoshi's swordsmanship is Owen. At the 4th round of the preliminary contest in the martial arts competition, It felt as if he also was ill-prepared considering he was the contender of a combat family lineage. My family is by nature weak at swordsmanship, Armstrong. Instead, they freely use their blessed bodies and power to beat their enemies to death. That is the strong point of their combat style. Beat to death? Owen. Indeed. In my Armstrong family's home a hexagon pole, made out of orichalcum has been passed on for generations. Armstrong. Since the olden days, generations of Armstrongs and their male relatives broke the enemy's sword with poles, made out of steel. They were famous for their way of fighting by beating the enemies to death by aiming at the heads and such. Around 300 years before now, it was still the era of warring with Holy Empire Urquhart. Armstrong. The Helmut Kingdom's army, having run into an unfavorable situation a short while after both armies clashed, were ordered to retreat temporarily by the decree of the king at that time. But, because of the situation, a temporary retreat was also filled with the danger of being pursued by the enemy army. There, the Earl Armstrong of that time personally volunteered and acted as rearguard of the kingdom's army. Swinging his prided, steel pole, my honorable ancestor Summer beat more than 100 enemies to death, and at last, Armstrong, being surrounded by enemies, he was at last killed in action. Owen. For my Earl Armstrong family it is an honor to be killed in action in such situation. Armstrong. Also, with the sacrifice of Earl Armstrong, the kingdom's army successfully retreated safely. In that war, after successfully counterattacking later on as well, they achieved peace with advantageous terms. They achieved peace, right? But, Owen, I have noticed that the war still continued for around 100 years unexpectedly. At that time peace was connected to fighting. Dispatching troops once again towards somewhere. The attacked soldiers were also prepared for battle. Such was the situation back then. Armstrong. Quite long-term armistices weren't realized. And at the place of peace, the Emperor of Holy Empire Urquhart at that time gave praise to his honorable ancestor Summer, who was his enemy. His corpse had its head reattached and was returned. Reattaching the head. Owen. It was a war, therefore it was common sense to collect heads as achievements. It was something that couldn't be helped. Armstrong. Naturally, due to the enemy praising Earl Armstrong, their kingdom answered by granting a new weapon and rewarding a large amount of money. Their hexagon pole, which had been handed down in the royal family for an unknown time, was bestowed to the Earl Armstrong, who succeeded afterwards. Armstrong. That hexagon pole, with a length of 2 meters and a thickness of around 80 centimeters, is completely made out of orichalcum. Even the new Earl Armstrong, to whom it was bestowed, played a big part in the war using that, breaking the enemy soldiers and the swords of the nobles, being their commanders, by giving a single strike with the hexagon pole. He beat the panicking opponents to death. The nobles of Holy Empire Urquhart feared Earl Armstrong as beat-to-death demon. Even as the generation changed, you can only say it was natural that the muscled giant, surpassing 2 meters in height, continued to beat the allied soldiers and nobles to death, and that hexagon pole became the exclusive weapon of generations of Earl Armstrong household family heads. Also, there's this hairstyle as well. Armstrong. Doughty's hairstyle is, how to call it, eccentric, having the side parts of the head shaved with a razor. Only the area at the top of the head has a triangle-styled, firm-looking, frizzy hair stretching towards the sky. If you compare it, it had altogether parts. We experienced at a fruit called pineapple, which we discovered during our Demon Forest exploration. It was the hairstyle of the honorable ancestor Summer, who died in action 300 years ago. Armstrong. The reason of this hairstyle is that even if you are shot in the head on the battlefield, the enemy will have it easier to hold it after having lopped it off. The likelihood of facing such end has come from the resolution of being the family head of the Earl Armstrong household. Thereafter it has been decided that all males of the Armstrong family would have such hairstyle. Since Doughty is the second son of the current family head, he has this hairstyle since his childhood. What to say, it's somehow an amazing story. Owen. Though, for the last 200 years there hasn't been a war either. Even the family hexagon pole hasn't soaked in the blood of enemies at all. Although father and elder brother haven't been negligent in their preparations for war, the real state is that it's a fruitless effort in this situation. Armstrong. Is Doughty thinking that that was good? Or does he consider this to be saddening? At least I ended up thinking that I don't want to see something like a muscled giant beating their enemies to death with a blood-stained hexagon pole on the battlefield. Choco 2. The muscled substitute priest Sama. Are you alright, Theo? Yay, I'm fine. Or not, Theo. My name is Theo. I'm a farmer living in the Bourmester territory and will turn 21 years old this year. Since I'm the eldest son, I plan to succeed the house sincerely. I have married 3 years ago and last year my eldest son has been born as well. Recently, in this place, there has been a heated discussion whether Kurt Sama or Wendlin Sama should become the next feudal lord of the territory. If you want to know my opinion, I believe only the important people ought to decide such things. However, Wendlin Sama was expanding cultivated paddy fields in the savage lands. Some time ago he even went as far as enlarging our field and readjusting our land in order to make the farm work easier. If I consider that, you might likely say that there was no contest. I'm a simple farmer, therefore, no matter who becomes their new Lord Sama, I'm busy with only my daily life. Although I say that, I think that it's just common sense. Such being the case, I'm busy with farm work today as well. Also, since my body is slender and nimble, though it doesn't mean that I have a frail constitution, my strong point is to pick things like fruits from the trees in the forest. After the farm work, I went to pick akebia fruits in the forest together with the people from the neighborhood, but I, whose forte should have been to climb trees, ended up making an unexpected mistake. Was I exhausted? My hand slipped and I fell from the tree. Theo, isn't your right hand broken? Grandpa Claude. It has been broken with a snap. Theo. Immediately Grandpa Claude, who lives next door, makes a splint and envelops it with a cloth. If one had their bones broken, you have to fixate it with a splint after straightening it as much as possible and then wrap it in a cloth. That's how it has been since the olden days. In reality one should go to a medical facility or to a place of a priest Sama, who can use healing magic, though unfortunately such convenient buildings and people aren't here. The priest, Meister Sama, is a nice person, but he can't use healing magic. However, as he is proficient at knowledge about medical plants, he can prescribe a medicine. If you have an illness or such, bone fractures are painful. You will cause trouble to your wife, Theo. It's alright. Right now there is Elise Sama. Grandpa Claude. Now that you mention it, that's true, Theo. Grandpa Claude was troubled by lower back pain recently. But he says it was cured by the healing magic of Elise Sama, who is acting as substitute of our Meister Sama, who is resting due to having likewise injured his hips. My lower back pain has been cured. Elise Sama is beautiful. She gave off a nice scent at the time she cast the healing spell. Grandpa Claude. Grandpa Claude talked about the time he received healing from Elise Sama with an expression that was shining brightly. Afterwards, he was hit by his wife. Also, those breasts. It will be fine just once, but I want to touch them. Grandpa Claude, I think that brief comment added him probably a fatal wound. Or rather, if he hadn't been cured by Elise Sama because of such wicked remarks and emotions, Grandpa Claude would have been exiled without a doubt, I believe. Anyway, you won't be able to do anything with that hand. Go and have Elise Sama heal you. Grandpa Claude. Understood, Theo. Making up my mind calmly, there is a good reason for it, as I will cause problems at the farm work from tomorrow onwards. If it stays as it is. I hurried to the church with a cheerful mind. Given that Elise Sama is Wendlin Sama's fiancé, I absolutely can't show such evil feelings and attitude in public. But I will be able to receive healing by a beauty of that degree. If you're a man, it can't be helped to be delighted. However, Wendlin Sama wives are. Theo. There's no need to mention Elise Sama anymore. I didn't meet someone this beautiful in the Bourmester territory yet. Also, the concubine candidate Louise Sama seems to be lovely with her childish appearance. Even in Asama, if that sort of woman gets angry, I might get shivers and even would look forward to it. But I wouldn't make such blunder like getting hit by my wife because I talked about unnecessary things like Grandpa Claude. However, I'm looking forward to the healing. Isn't that an odd feeling? Theo. Once I came as far as close to the entrance of the church, and usually there wasn't anyone lining up as preceding visitor today. Since Elise Sama practiced healing here earnestly for a while, the patients decreased, I guess. At any rate, first is Elise Sama's countenance. Theo. Excuse me, Theo. While restraining the feelings of excitement within my heart, I opened the door of the church, but an unforeseen incident occurred then. The reason is, the figure of Elise Sama, the beautiful sister who is just like a goddess, isn't there. Similar to giving a really sudden order, The unpleasant priest clothes, I see entirely, are an embodiment of small muscles. A stern, big, middle-aged man was waiting. However, is this person really a priest? It was a person possessing an intimidating air to the degree that I would probably agree if someone said he was a mafia boss. No, even a mafia boss might run away barefooted. Ooh, a lost lamb. What business do you have with me, Armstrong? Rather than lost lamb, no matter how you looked at it, you couldn't call the current me anything but a lost prey. Or rather, where did that pure and beautiful Elise Sama go? Why is a muscled giant, where I can't get rid of the impression of being killed anytime soon, calling out to me? It appears there are countless incidents in this world, where even God is helpless. Theo, unintentionally my words end up clogging up. However, although my arm was definitely broken, there shouldn't be any particular need to rush in getting it healed today. If it was the first thing in the morning tomorrow, there would also be the possibility of seeing the goddess-like smile of Elise Sama again. No, it will absolutely be like that. Ooh, did you break your arm? It's my turn, Armstrong. You can use healing magic, Priest Sama. Theo, if that's true, such thing is an impolite remark to hear. But the current me earnestly didn't want to be healed by this muscle giant. Affirmative. I suddenly learned it yesterday. And, since I'm no priest, you don't have to be nervous, Armstrong. Yesterday Wendlin Sama went out for an inspection in the Savage Lands and apparently something happened. Herman Sama said that it would be officially announced later. The current situation was unknown. Perhaps this might be the reason for Elise Sama not being here. Honestly speaking, the healing should be done by my niece, Elise, who is possessing the qualifications of an assistant priest. But since she was working non-stop, I relieved her. Armstrong. It was self-proclaimed, but this muscled giant seems to be Elise Sama's uncle. What to say? Because they aren't parent and child, they don't look alike? Should I thank God for them not looking alike? Additionally, I have already been designated as his healing target. If I run away from here, something grave will definitely happen in the village. Priest Sama, I have broken my arm. Theo. Ooh, that's a disaster. I will start the healing right away. Armstrong. As soon as he says so, bluish-white light rises up from the body of the muscled giant as if he is completely ablaze. I think that it's probably healing magic, but it feels completely different to Elise Sama's magic I heard of before. My experience with holy healing magic is still shallow. I want you to forgive a little bit of inexperience, Armstrong. No, I only want to receive healing with healing magic. Theo, you are a great help by just saying that. Then, Armstrong. The muscled giant spreads both his hands with all his heart and begins to embrace and strangle me as is. He doesn't hold me tightly. It's a sensation you could call embracing and strangling in the truest meaning. From the parts where our bodies touched, healing magic flows in. I'm aware that the broken bone is gradually being cured, but I'm assaulted by a sensation similar to creaking of bones in other parts due to the excessive strength. Priest Sama. Theo, yesterday I tried to test various things. Without this method, I wouldn't be able to use healing magic. Well then, let's wrap it up. Armstrong. My arm seems to have been healed, but other parts will get broken. Theo. In the end, the broken bone of my arm completely recovered before the parts with broken bones increased. Since it is useless, if he breaks several bones although he fixes a bone in one place, I thought it to be necessary for him to adjust his strength. Rather, why is he embracing and strangling this powerfully, I wonder? Isn't it fine if he holds me in his arms normally? It's great that it was cured. Theo. Although my broken bone was healed, I was embraced and strangled by a muscle giant. I have decided to consider it a good thing since my injury was cured in the end. But there was a part one couldn't agree with emotion-wise. Also, this muscled giant isn't only Elise Sama's uncle, but also the royal head magician. I heard he doesn't look like it at all. Everyone else has been telling me that they are jealous of me having received healing by such bigwig. But there was still some part one couldn't agree with. After all, I preferred Elise Sama's gentle treatment. Wendlin Poff. Uncle Sama, thank you very much for granting me a day off today. Elise. This kind was most suitable for simply training holy magic. I got a lot better at healing magic as well. Armstrong. Have you also put embracing without strangling into practice? Elise. No, I tested it many times, but it was impossible. Well, I consider it a good progress since I can use it now. Armstrong. And, evening of that day, Elise expressed her gratitude to Daoshi, who accepted standing in for her in the role of substitute priest. However, as usual, if he isn't glued to the other party, his holy magic won't show any effect. I pitied the thief's population, who was healed while being tightly embraced by the muscle Daoshi, from the bottom of my heart.